Good day, everyone. How are y'all doing today? I'm your host, Sharon Bracey. Welcome to the Wildest Wake Up Show. You know, every single day we rebel against remedial rhetoric, and today will be no different. And when I say good day to you, make sure you say it back so I can feel that great productive energy coming through that screen. Good day, Miss Jana. Good day, Natasha Vincent. Natasha on it early. What's up, Genesis? Good day to you, beautiful. Man, it's been an interesting weekend. It's been an interesting weekend. Man, I be just trying to mind my own black business. That's what I attempt to do because, you know, we don't waste no time. We get right into the conversation. I really be trying. And clearly, I be failing at it. Because so way too often, I keep getting attacked by the sassy man apocalypse. What's up, very sexy red? Good day to you. Thank you, Genesis. Oh my goodness. Every single time, these men are really cowards. It is weird. I never in my life seen so many cowardice men. I didn't know they exist on this level. Clearly, it's not just the internet. It's worldwide. We are literally having a fight against as men versus sassy men lately. And clearly, all these men, all these Rembros, these red pill incel, these manosphere men, these no good suckers are on their Darian. They on their Darian dude. I don't know what's wrong with them. There's something wrong with their DH balance. Their DH balance is off. I don't know who got them like this. Why are they doing this to themselves? Like, because you don't have to be on your Darian. All you got to do is walk 15 minutes this way, 15 minutes that way, and start off with just 2 push-ups a day, and I will help get the estrogen away. Do some damn yoga. Oh my goodness. Do some damn squats, deadlifts. Do some damn dumbbells, some bench press. So you don't have to be on your Darian. You can get off your goddamn, you can get your DH balanced. But it seems every single time I'll go outside and just have a conversation, the most irrelevant person on the internet is the one that's getting attacked the most. It's weird. Whether it's Fighter Complex number 7, I was on Izzy's panel. We were just having a conversation about, you know, this whole Carmelo Anthony case, because it's a guy that had an interview with somebody that is close friends of the Carmelo Anthony's family. He was a white man talking positive and productive about Carmelo and how he experienced Carmelo and how Carmelo is a good kid. And for some reason, just speaking positive or productive about a young black kid that is doing all the right things, it ruffles up people's feathers. Somehow, some way, it ruffles up people's feathers when you're talking positive and productive about somebody. Very sexy red, because they say Sharon don't come outside of his space. He too scared to come outside space. But guess when the last time I heard that I'm afraid to come outside of my space, very sexy red? When I was outside of my space. They said I'd be hiding. And it's so weird that they really think I'm scared of their sassy asses. It's crazy. I thought I'd just go somewhere and just have a conversation about the topic. All I did. You know, outside in these YouTube streets. I'm outside. Oh, man. And then as soon as I go there, you know, they got the short kid. He want to just talk crazy in the chat. Like all these men, I'm starting to see that they really have a problem. And the one of the main problem is good young black men is what I understand. And I'm starting to realize that I must represent what is good in black men to them. And that bothers them. Because every time I come out and I start speaking, I put up some kind of mirror to them. And then now they got to face the facts of who they are or what they cannot be. Anytime they see me, they realize how much they are lacking in life. This is what I'm starting to notice. Because not one time have they come on these panels and then argue what I'm saying. They try to make these fake points and try to point people in a wrong direction that make it seem like I'm the dishonest one while being themselves dishonest. And then they wonder why they single. It's because you don't want to just be honest about yourself. You are not a straight person. You're not a straight man. I don't know why you're afraid to be yourself. Listen, it is a dochi out there for you. And you could go ahead and find her. All you have to do is be honest. I don't know why it's so difficult for you men to be honest about what you like. Dochi is out there waiting for you, sir. She ain't going to pass no judgment on what you like. She ain't going to pass no judgment. So all you sassy guys, you could go ahead and find you a dochi. You don't have to fight me. Just because I'm bringing out the real out of you and I'll be... I put it out of you, goddammit. What's up, Byron? What up, young? You don't have to be mad at me because I pull that shit out you. Just let it be. Be free. Express yourself. We know what it is. Mel, they misunderstood. Dochi was trying to tell all of these Rembrands that it is okay. I will support you. They don't want, she do not see that. This is what they don't understand. Dochi says she does not want a man like me. And I'm okay with that. Dochi said, hey, listen, I don't want to deal with no goddamn straight man. That's okay. She has a preference. But what I'm trying to say is that, hey, listen, you Rembrands, you sassy man apocalypse, you could go ahead and be on your deriot with her. She's willing to accept you in your DH balance or imbalance that you have. Because clearly it's something wrong with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to rock with a person like me. That's fine. She want to deal with some of you sassy men that like to go both ways. And it's okay. It's okay for you to start being honest about it. It's way too much evidence that is pointing us in a direction that majority, maybe 50% of men are not straight. That's what the evidence is pushing us towards. Because if our man is not a straight man, then it's okay. We see y'all dance moves. We see how y'all keep on stealing women's everything. We see y'all. The girls have sprinkle. What all you sassy ass men did? Very sexy red. I forgot it. What was What was the thing? A woman came up with sprinkle, sprinkle. What did the man come up with? Somebody remind me, what was it? What was the opposite of sprinkle, sprinkle that these men had to take from a woman? There we go. Very sexy. Thank you. Drizzle, drizzle. Y'all need to just come out and just let it be known. You have a Dochi out there waiting for you. It's okay. No judgment. We understand. It was a bunch of ladies after the sprinkle, sprinkle. They said, hey, you know what? I don't want to be strong and independent no more. This is what the ladies were saying. They said, you know what? Right now, I'm in my soft girl era phase, is what the ladies were saying. I don't think so, Davey. I think you good, Davey Dix. What did the man come up with after that? I wonder. When the girls came up with, I'm in my soft girl era, what did the guys come up with? Huh? I wonder. That's what they did. They took yet another thing for females. Soft guy era. Black Hawk, you funny as hell. Oh man. So that's yet another thing that they took from women. So like when you start to really think about it, right? And you really break it down, Haitian the sensational one, right? You start to see that hey, a lot of these men are not like this. It's this whole time for the past 10 years, we've been living in this fake falsehood that men are the best at everything. To be honest with you. He can say, like, yeah, men are funnier than women, they're the best comedians. Man, it's only about 2 to 5 comedians that we actually believe that are funny, that are men. Majority of them, they ain't even funny. Like the main thing is that right, even from back in the Eddie Murphy and all them, the shit that we find funny is when they try to act like women. When they talking ish about women, the things that most of you men find funny. I don't know what Paul talking about. Paul just talking to be talking. This is what a lot of these men do. They just grab some ish and just throw it against the screen and hope that somebody speak about it. But when you just really peel back the onion, you turn this into a cry fest, you realize these men are not really funny. They just really disrespectful. And they really just disrespectful. And so what it is that a lot of these men are hurt. And so what they see when they see a man on stage talking ish about a woman, they be like, oh yeah, that's funny because these men are hurt. That's what I'm starting to realize. These men are really hurt and they don't know how to express themselves. And I'm sorry. I apologize to all the sassy men out there that is on their period. I had no idea what I was doing to you. I did not know I was messing up your DH balance. I apologize. Is it too late to apologize? Oh, and then so we got Bud over here. No, but that is true. Like you can't. It is what it is. Like they would keep saying these nonsense, right? They would just throw out random slurs at me, but they can't back up none of the words they saying. What's up, Bubba? All they do is steal from women's perspective. They take all of the funny things that women do and then they put it in a man's body. And then they say that they are the funniest. It's crazy to me. So when I go to Izzy panel and we just having a conversation about Carmelo Anthony, about this young man that is a very good kid. His grades show for it. He goes to school. He goes to work. He's on a track team. Athletic. He's a great kid. That's right, Natasha. These men be on their period. Absolutely. And they DH balances off because they don't want to be honest about themselves and just come out the closet. It's all right. Just come out the closet already. It is a Dochi out there waiting for you. And this is how we know they have a real problem. We know that a lot of these men be on a dirty because every time I'm having a conversation, I'm focusing the conversation. It's okay. Let them talk. It is okay. We don't have to time nobody out. We're not sensitive like how they are. And here's the thing. Every time we having a conversation, they could never actually rebuttal against my words. They want to throw other insults out. Like, so I go to No Captivity's channel yesterday, I believe it was. I had a little few minutes. I was having a good time. Everybody went outside. They went to go walk. And then so I go to No Freezy's channel. Great channel. My guy, Next Level Moving Forward. He was hosting a panel there. I was like, let me go hang out and check out my homie. Had a great topic, beautiful conversation. So I'll go up, hit the link. I'm adding to the conversation. I'm talking towards what was being said. And then the attack starts. And then see, even Devin D, he swear that they rebuttal things that I say. I would love for Devin D to come up here and explain to me what did they rebuttal that I said. They don't rebuttal what I say. What they do is they attack me. They attack my character. They attack my personality. They attack my channel. They attack everything else except for the words that I'm saying. And some men are just so stupid that they just follow along with it. Yeah, that's right. They cooking you, Sharon. Like the man Rahotep came up there. I'm talking to the topic. And the man Rahotep is doing what? He's talking about something that somebody else said. Oh, and that Sharon, he's just like Chaotic Truth, and Sharon is like this, and Sharon did this. It's probably because the woman you married. This is a man. He didn't say nothing that attacked what I am saying. And the craziest part about it, why this man, Rahotep, did not address anything what I said. He want to attack me and my family like they normally do, because when I bring that mirror up and his old ass realized that he got 1 foot in and 1 foot out, the upper room, he compares me to Chaotic Truth, and he said me and Chaotic Truth is exactly the same, and we both, a coon. And then you know what happened 20 minutes later, y'all? 20 minutes later, that man Rahotep was sitting up on Chaotic's Truth channel. This shit is sad. This shit is sad. What's up, Otisu? I do not understand it, Sugar. Sugar Bum, I really do not understand it. And then so Devin D said, and then we have Denied Facts. He came up there. He said, Sharon, I agree with you, but I don't agree with 100% you said. Okay. But you haven't picked out something that you disagree with yet. What you disagree was that, hey, other men. So this is the thing. This is when we know that these men are all on a period together. He is so afraid that the other men are going to call him a simp for agreeing with truthful things that I say. What's up, Freedom? They are so afraid that they are going to agree with truthful things that I say, and other men's going to call them names is why they get scared. Because they trying to sugar bum. You're right. They want me to themselves. They want me. They want to mess up. They want to try to get me on the period too. But no, sir. I walk 15 minutes this way, 15 minutes that. I do at least 2 push-ups a day. I keep the estrogen away. Because they actually believe 100%. They believe that you got to be disrespectful towards ladies. And this is the only way you can get respect in this goddamn manosphere space. But guess what? I ain't no sucker. Literally and figuratively, I ain't that. You other men that just want to agree with men just because they're men, you are suckers, both literally and figuratively. Y'all ain't no different to Kanye before he turned 14. You ain't no different. That's why you scared to just be honest. Then he want to say, so that was denied facts, right? He literally said he agrees with me, but he don't want to say that he agrees with me. He said it literally on the stream that he is afraid that the other men are going to make him feel scared. The reason why I got the panel because all these men claim, these 4 individuals that came up there to argue with me claim that I don't matter. But yes, you came up here to talk to me when I was talking to the topic. But yet, none of these men would say, hey, why y'all don't go up on his channel and have a conversation with him then? What are you scared of? Because they know they're going to get faced with the truth, the ugly truth. Speaking of the ugly truth, let's start with Fantastic when he came up there as well. Speaking of the ugly truth. Speaking of the ugly truth, let's talk about Fantastic when he came up there. He acted as if I called him up there. What's up, Roy Sam? What's up, Brownie? Good day to you. So what we understand that I push the link out all the time. Hey, we want to have a conversation. You have a disagreement. Hey, we can have a conversation. Don't wait until I go somewhere else to now you find your way to argue with me because what? It makes you feel good. They let out yo, see, this is what it is. This is what I'm starting to realize, that my masculine energy what makes someone to release their feminine energy. That's why when they see me, they're like, oh, yes, I can finally talk to them and I can scream and yell at them. And I'm going to say a whole bunch of nothing. And you know what's crazy? They brought up Imperius in the argument. Sharon, you always bring up Imperius. Imperius be in my chat complaining why you don't want to let me up and talk. It's literally what happens. But they say on my channel, I allow racist people to come and just say whatever. He literally be in the chat and say, Sharon, let me up. I want to talk. He literally jumps in the back when I drop. They say, Sharon, you don't want to have a conversation. You don't want to talk. I'm just bringing out the ugly truth, Don. And speaking of the ugly truth, me and Mr. Fantastic, we had a conversation. And he was saying how it's so crazy. The very first thing, he had no disagreements with what I said, but he wanted to come up there and just argue with me because he got to get that feminine energy out somehow. And the only way you can get that feminine energy out is by talking to somebody masculine. But I don't want that shit. Like when you on your period, sir, go ahead and handle what you need to go handle. Go to the gym. You're a good boxer and all that. Go ahead and box it out. I don't want to box with you. Tony Garner, your man had a whole Durian episode. His DH balance is off, and he had to come up on the panel because he seen me outside of my channel, and he's like, yes, I can finally talk to Sharon and let me argue with him. And what he said, first thing he come up and say, I don't like the fact that you are pro-black and you have a white wife. This is the first thing he says. Don't talk about anything that I'm actually saying. What do you disagree with what I said? Nothing. He disagrees that I am talking positive and productive about black people. And when we say black people, mainly we're talking about black women. They do not like the fact that I talk positive and productive about women because I'm being honest about the information that I see in front of me. Because I'm honest about the information that I see in front of me. They want to say, hey, but you didn't find one black woman to be with is their excuse. But then all you have to do is peel back the onion and turn this into a cry fest. Right, Remy? So now I'm not black anymore. Now I don't have black children. I don't have black nieces, nephews, cousins, mothers, sisters, none of that. But then all I did was ask him a simple question. So does that mean Harry Belafonte is not pro-black? He couldn't answer it. Does that mean that Frederick Douglass is not pro-black? Oh, he has nothing to say. We could go down a long list. Is Maya Angelou, is she not pro-black anymore? Because it is so crazy. Like, they do not want, thank you, Kasim. I appreciate that. They do not want to argue what I'm actually saying. They want to paint a narrative to make other people believe what they want to believe because they are on their period. They are upset that a man could be authentically themselves and build something from the ground up is what they are upset about because they cannot figure out for the life of Mr. Fantastic cannot figure out for the life of him how in the world Sharon Bracey, small YouTube channels getting the same numbers as me. And I don't have the same reach as him. I ain't named the Prince of No Manosphere. I ain't no co-host of no big platform. Other people, like, he don't understand it. And this is their problem. They don't understand that. They just don't have the talent that they think they have. What you have is a time difference on me. That is it. Because I'm willing to grind much harder than whatever you think that you are doing. I'm actually witty. I'm actually having conversation in real time. I actually speak about things that I experience and things that I don't have good experience on. I said, hey, baby, you should have, when I want to have a conversation about being sovereign, I'll say, yo, Otis, can you please have a conversation with these folks? When I realize I'm not getting through to the young men, I'll go say, Kasim, I'm a little bit too harsh for them. They feel like I'm attacking them. Somehow Kasim is able to say the same message I'm saying, but he's able to get it to there where they can hear it. It is what it is. I'm a little bit too rough around the edges. I understand that. Maybe it's the construction background. I don't play around. I don't play around with people. I don't sugarcoat men or women. I don't sugarcoat shit. Especially with men. I don't have no time to be sugarcoating things with y'all. You're a grown man. How you don't understand what you're doing? And again, so we have plenty of examples of men that are in prominent spaces where they are pro-black with being in interracial relationships. So it's null and void, Devin D. I wonder what. So now I want to know, how can you explain that Mr. Rimtastic said anything proper that cooked me? Where? And this goes to show how many men would just want to side with other men because they have some kind of status in their mind. They don't have no goddamn backbone to stand up on. This is why every time when they come here, they're scared to hit the link. Literally, somebody will come up and say hello. They jump off the panel. Scary. And then as soon as I go out in another space, they want to have a conversation with me. And trying to attack me and my family, not the words that I'm saying. It is a dolce out there for you, sir. I'm sorry that you're on your period, but I'm not equipped to deal with a man on his period. I am not equipped for that. And then he goes on to attack everything. Like, bruh, do you not understand that everything that you're attacking, you don't have? And the fact that you are scared, literally, look at the suggestions that he said. How come up when you wearing the pants on this channel? Look at this, literally scared. Literally, the man said, this is why on my channel I allow people to talk, because you let them talk long enough, whether they being dishonest and they building off a fallacy, the truth will come out of them. So later on in the conversation, I was quiet. I just let them get it all out, because clearly they got to get that dairy out of their body. You know, I'm the one that's gonna pull it out of them, because I don't hold no punches. I don't really care about their feelings. If they go ahead and cry in the car, I don't give a damn about none of that ish. I don't care. And I'm sorry. I really don't. I don't care about your feelings. I'm a goddamn man. I think the weird part, this is why they do enjoy certain people that treat them with kid gloves a little bit nicer. But the weirdest part, the people that treat them with kid gloves, they won't do that with the people that they're training. People that do kids coaching do not even treat those children that they are playing football and basketball. They are coaching these kids up to be football players and basketball players and any kind of sport play. They don't even treat them with kids gloves. They talk to them like they little young grown men. It's wild. It's wild that somebody like Paul really, we understand that Paul Lance is probably just an avatar, and it's probably somebody else, because they're not really gonna show who they really are. We know that. We know that these men cannot be honest and be seen in my chat. We know that these men would say, Sharon, I never do a show about you, but any place I go. So this is the trick that they try to do. So they wait until I go somewhere else and I'm having a conversation. They bring up something that has nothing to do with the topic at hand and make the conversation about me and say, see? And then when they go on it, so they get it all out because they wait until I go to other places to confront me. So they can say that technically, hey, I never talked about you on my channel, but clearly I'm on your mind. You know everything about my life. You know who my wife is, my children. They try to talk about my baby mothers. He talked about my demonetization. He talked about everything. And what he said at the end of it, he said, "Why would I come to your show to help you make money?" And there go the truth. And there we go. That's what Mr. Fantastic said. He literally said, I'm a hater, Sharon, and I hate the fact that you are winning. And I would never go to your show because I don't want to help another black man. It is what it is. Not a black man that's going to hold me accountable. No, it's not true, because no, it's not because of a one-on-one, because I could have a one-on-one conversation with them. When I go to other places and then they try to attack me, those are not one-on-one conversations. It ain't nothing to hash out when somebody is on their goddamn period. This is the problem that y'all not understanding. Y'all men are not men. Y'all scary. Y'all want other men to collar you. You want other men to agree with you. You want other men to say, yes, I understand you. It's weird to me. All of a sudden, when something happens on my channel, it is this grand scheme of content strategy. Sharon, you only do that because, so what is you doing? What is it? It's because they don't want me to win being a man. They want to keep redefining what manhood is. They want to have this fake manhood that they keep trying to represent that they cannot hold on to themselves. Yet on all these other platforms that they are on, they are literally on platforms where they have bounties. But the problem is that the other platforms that they are on, they are lovers of men. And so they let men say anything because they think men are funny when they being disrespectful towards women. This is why most of the comedy skits that they love to recite, it ain't even funny. It's about disrespecting women. Because these men is something really wrong with them. Just go ahead and ask them any comedian, what's your favorite comedian? They would say their favorite comedian. Then you ask them, what's your favorite joke? And I could damn near guarantee 95% of the time, their favorite joke is a man talking about a woman. They will literally say how Fantastic will literally say how he is for a black man and then talk about a young black kid that is not a hoodlum. He'll literally blame me for everything that every content creator attempts to do. It's crazy. Like the crazy thing, what's up, MJ? The crazy thing, Mr. Fantastic is not even known for his own platform. You're not even known for your own platform. You've been building that thing for over 10, 5, whatever, how many years? And you just upset that I can able to achieve the same thing you can do in a very short amount of time because I'm authentically myself. I don't fake the funk. I don't lie. I don't make myself a single person and try to act like I cannot find a woman. You know you don't want one. All these women out in the world, you can't find one? Boy, if you don't get the F out of here. You act like you have all the answers to why these things is happening? It's crazy. And then do I even need to have a conversation about the rim prints? About how much of a joke he is? And they only argument is that, hey, I'm the one that's pandering, I'm the one that's catering and all these things. But what am I saying that you disagree with? This is the key thing that I need y'all to understand, especially all the men that are secretly watching. Because this is the thing. We know it's a bunch of men secretly watching. We know Rahotep is one of those secret watchers that loves Sharon. He can't wait to have a conversation with me. But somehow, some way, even though he called me all these names, I'm a coon and all these things. You know, the first thing he did, he ran over to the Chaotic Truth channel and he was having a conversation over there for hours. Oh, speaking of it. Even though he'll call me and say that I'm not for who you running over to. What's up, Leslie? Good day, sir. And I just want men to start being men again. And we could be honest about our shortcomings. And so this way we could build and move forward in life. This is how we build and grow communities. Make sure that you be honest with yourself. Because all these lies, they start to build up in your chest, and that's how you get your period. And you don't know how to express it. Then every time you see a man like me that's being authentically himself, doesn't care about if you say his hands is jazzy, I don't give a damn about none of that. And then when I start pulling that goddamn feminine energy up out of your body, get that estrogen level back down, so this way your DH balance won't be so goddamn off. What up, Cassius Clay? You know what I'm saying? I gotta give you that Darian pill because some of you men, y'all been on that red pill so much and y'all don't really understand that red pill is the estrogen pill. Shout out to the 144 people watching. Make sure y'all hit that like and that share button. Thank you so much. Because that's the only way I'm going to build up my new channel. And y'all already know, if you can, hit the Cash App, hit the like and the share, because that's what I need. We got to get the other channel up to 500 subs, please. I appreciate you. Don't be afraid. So again, Paul, I don't understand what is it that you confused about? I'm always gonna be pro me. I don't get that at all. I don't understand that. What makes you think? So why is it that I'm the one that gotta be pro white and she's not pro black? This is how badly these people. This is how badly they think of black men. This is why they want Carmelo Anthony to be a hoodlum, a hooligan. That's why they cannot actually have a conversation, because they want to keep black men down in the dump so that anything that a black man does, it has to be less than somebody else. It is no way in the world, and these men mind believe that I can actually be running my household. It doesn't matter if my wife was white or black. It's just something that they use because they actually think it hurts me or it does something. But in reality, it doesn't show anything about me. It shows more about you. It shows more about who you are when you are talking down without actually putting no evidence forward. It shows. You don't have no leg to stand on. You have no points to prove. These are the no good, ain't ish, red pill, incel, manosphere men. And they don't even realize how much they are harming themselves by saying BS rhetoric. So again, Candace Owens have nothing to do with me. Candace Owens is doing whatever she says. Whatever she says, I could go ahead and combat her words, and I would never bring up her husband. That's the point, Paul. I could disagree with whatever she is saying and not bring up her husband. But a lot of you men, y'all on your deriot, so y'all not smart enough to do that. Anytime y'all see somebody that is better than you, because I am the authority over a lot of you men. And this is the problem. And y'all are afraid. This is what children do to their fathers. They try to, but dad, what about when you did it? Y'all don't even realize how y'all my sons. Y'all don't even realize how y'all my sons. That's the craziest part about it. This is what children do to their dad. Because they know for a fact that they could go to their dad and their dad is going to give them the proper advice and the proper pushback. That's the person that they can learn how to communicate with. So they're going to challenge their dad to the utmost. You my sons. And I ain't get a Father's Day card from none of y'all, which is sad. It's sickening. It's okay. I'm sorry that I cannot go to each one of your houses and have a conversation, sit you down and give you a hug. I apologize for that. But still, I'm still your daddy. And that's why you buck up. This is what people don't understand. When you talking to young children, what they do is they come up and they say, no, but you did this and you did that. And what about when this happened? And they will bring up so many irrelevant things. And this is why you got to bring them back in. Being that father figure that I am, I'm trying to let people like Paul, my son Paul, understand. No, son, you're going at this the wrong way. You need to get rid of the deriod. You need to put that red pill away, son. What's up, Robin? You need to put that red pill away, son. This is why you're on your period. You see all this energy that you got? That ain't the proper energy that you should be having as a grown-ass man. See, now Paul, this is the thing. They told me I can't review other people's streams because that's me. Clearly, I don't that 90% of my shit is about other people's stuff. It's crazy. That's right, EJ. But people like Paul, he would never actually hit the link and have a conversation with me at all. So I just want to let y'all men know that. And then now let's also get into this goddamn crazy ass situation. This situation is crazy. This is crazy to me. And it all translates into these things. Because let me also explain this too, before I get into my thoughts on this shit that I'll be talking about. Oh, going there, I know, and it's crazy how these men be on a period. It's crazy to me. Yo, Robin M, it's crazy. That was insane to me. The weirdest part about it is that Mr. Fantastic himself was on DJ Hamp's channel. This might be risky, saying and complaining and crying, saying how white women are so great. It is so weird. When it fits their narrative, it's okay. White women are the best women in America. White women don't do this, and white women don't do that. They literally had to have a conversation. Aaron and DJ Hamp and said, Fantastic, you are wild. It's so crazy to me. Somebody like Mr. Fantastic would try to attack my wife, but then say, yeah, Paul Pierce is right for saying what he's saying. It's crazy. So, but Paul Pierce saying that he only date white women, it's okay because it fits his narrative, right? That he want to push black women down, even though Mr. Fantastic is for black folks, even though all day his whole ideology is built on disrespecting black women. All day. Yes. But see, that's what they trying to do, Ms. Jada. They trying to say things that is wild so they could get a that's what they trying to do, so they could try to use that as an excuse too. That's what they do. MJ said, hey, Sharon, enough is enough. Shout out to the guest show. About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, man, what does it say? It's that stop entertaining riffraff. They get off on it. Ooh, that is a great point. And we know any super chat is over a certain amount, we get coming. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is very true. It is okay when Shannon Sharp does it. It's okay when Paul Pierce do it. The dude Gravy, when he said it, and all of a sudden it was all good. And like, yeah. Oh, but when Sharon do it, oh, you can't do it. These men are double-minded, and it is sad how double-minded they are. And you know, the crazy part, like Narrows and Dollars won't call it out. Paul won't call it out. Devin D won't call it out. And clearly they must be afraid of of the other men because they believe in some hierarchy. They believe that these other men got power over them. That's what it gotta be. It gotta be that these men believe that these other men have power over them, that they cannot challenge their thoughts. And then I woke up this morning, I checked the news and think, wow, speaking of the white woman, racism is really out here thriving like it's a 401k. Because that's what happened in Minnesota. A woman at the park called a 5-year-old autistic black child the N-word. Got caught on camera, and instead of facing consequences, what happened? Can somebody tell me? Instead of facing consequences, she raised $600,000 from people who apparently thought, yeah, let's fund this. Now, I don't know about you, but I thought racism was supposed to be sneaky. You know, coded language, dog whistles. You know, that's one of the things they love to say. You know, the kind of stuff where people pretend they're not racist while being racist, which we see happen on a day-to-day basis on these panels and on these shows. We hear what they are saying. But nah, this lady said, I'm going to do it in broad daylight in a park in front of children and then profit off of it. That's the wildest part. You know what's the wildest part about it? The wildest part about it, it worked. It worked. That this lady seen a clearly autistic child grab some toy at a park, which is normal for kids, whether it's an autistic child or not. And it's normal for kids to grab toys and just want to play with them. She grabbed it from the autistic kid and started calling the kid all types of N-word this and N-word that. And she justified because he grabbed some goddamn toy. This is the justification. This is the same thing that happened to me. They try to find something to justify, to spew out their hatred. All it takes is one thing to happen. All of a sudden, all gloves is off. It went from grabbing a toy to an N-word kid to a racial slur. It went from grabbing a toy to a racial slur. This is the escalation. This is why I brought it up and bringing it full circle. Just like I'm having a conversation. Oh, but you got a white wife. What the fuck? Where's this escalation at? How you go from grabbing a toy to racial slurs? These are two kids, 5-year-old kids. How do you do that? Because you always had hate in your heart. And clearly a lot of people in marriage, $600,000 worth of hatred is spewing out in the world. Where are all the people that was crying and screaming and yelling and saying, hey, this gift and go that Carmelo got? And one day she counted Carmelo 600,000 with her own 600,000 for calling a young autistic black kid a N-word. Where's all these people that's supposed to be outraged? She started up saying, hey, I just need 100,000 to protect my family. Protect your family from what? You are the aggressive one. And this is the problem that we have in. She's the aggressive one. And now all of a sudden, look, this is what I'm talking about. All of a sudden, black is saying, now we control actions of white people funding on their own. But when it was the other way around, Carmelo Anthony, you did not say that. You were saying how it was wrong. So why you cannot just be a man and say, yeah, man, you know what? That's effed up that she was able to get a bunch of other racist people to support a racist narrative and just be honest about it. But what you say, well, I can't do nothing about it. But when we talk about Carmelo, What did they say? It says, wow to me. This is, and it's clear to see that black men do not want other black men to do anything good. Black Beauty, that's why it was so crazy to me, right? He was the main one that'd be talking about that stuff. Robin M is crazy. And so, and this is what and this is what the MAGA effect is, right? Is racism without the mask. Now let's talk about why this is happening, because this ain't just about one woman in Minnesota. This is about a movement. The MAGA movement didn't invent racism, but it sure made it comfortable enough to say the quiet part out loud. It's like before racists was sneaky, whispering their nonsense in private, but now they are like, yeah, I said it, and yeah, I say it again. And also, here's my GoFundMe link. Here's my Give, Send, Go link. Hey, everybody, I said something racist, now help me. And this is what happened when you normalize hate. When you tell people that being politically incorrect isn't just telling it like it is, where you make folks believe being openly racist is some kind of a brave act, and suddenly you got people thinking they are freedom fighters because they called a kid a slur at a playground, or they call a woman a slur on a panel. Like, man, you are not Rosa Parks. I'm sorry. You're just a terrible person. This is crazy to me. This is what they actually believe. They don't realize how they are the hateful ones. They really believe that they are the freedom fighters. These red pill incel ministers, men, they're no different. They ain't no different. They really believe that they are. This is why they come up here and they go ahead and talk bad about a certain gender and a certain race of gender, because they believe that they are freedom fighters. You are not a freedom fighter. And what these panels, these red pill incel, these manosphere, these no good suckers did, they made it okay to talk down on a gender and a race of a gender. This is about a movement. It ain't just about this one white woman in Minnesota. It's not. And y'all got a little too goddamn comfortable. They would literally argue me down, and then this woman would literally talk down on a young black autistic kid and get 600,000, and he worried about if I got $1 cash app and who send a super chat. Let's talk about that 600,000, because that's the real kicker. This woman didn't just say something valid. She got rewarded for it. And that tells you everything you need to know about where we are as a country, because apparently there's a whole economy. It's a whole economy of racism now. Let me drink some more water. You say something hateful, you go viral. Claim you the victim, and boom, instant payday. Meanwhile, the actual victim, the 5-year-old autistic child, gets what? Trauma, a lesson how the world works, a pat on the back for the NAACP. Because let's be real, if this kid had raised 600,000, people would be out here saying, oh, this is just woke culture. This is just victim mentality. But when a racist raise money, it's free speech. Correct? It's free speech. This isn't about one woman. This is about how hate is being monetized. It's about how certain groups feel empowered to be openly racist because they know they're protected. It's about how MAGA movement has turned bigotry into a brand. This is why the black conservatives move a certain way, correct? And it's about how somehow in 2025, we still having the same conversation our grandparents have. Donald Trump recently said, oh, who is this cracking girl? She got low IQ. You got some goddamn nerve. Openly say that as the goddamn president. The same president that said he's going to beat the damn Pope. The disrespect is crazy. And then yesterday on May the 4th be with you, he posed himself as a goddamn Star Wars character. What is going on? He in there with a goddamn red lightsaber. Talking about let the 4th be with you. What's wrong with y'all? And let's be real, this ain't just a Minnesota problem. This is happening everywhere. People are getting bolder, louder, and more shameless. That's the worst part. And they think that they are heroes. That's the crazier part. They think they standing up for something. But what they really do is proving that racism never left and it's just a marketing team now. And again, you know, we'll see. I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link for anybody that's willing to come up. Anybody that feel like they are threatened by a bounty, or you gotta say, hey, I want to have a conversation with you for a few minutes without me getting bounty. That's fine. Just say it. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. And it's simple. We got to stop letting hate get paid. We got to stop letting people profit off of racism like it's a goddamn side hustle. And we got to stop pretending that this is just free speech when it's really funded ignorance. Because at the end of the day, this ain't about politics. This is about basic human decency. And if you need 600 to justify your racism, maybe, just maybe you the actual problem. It's freaking crazy. Welcome to the show, Miss Jalen. Good day.
Good day. How are you? Good day, chat. Man, they were hitting you on all sides. I was watching it this morning because I'm up from 4, so it was just crazy. And it's even crazier that I was called a racist in your chat today. And it's weird because I learned a lot being out in this space. A lot. And you know what I learned? People are not going to like you because they just not going to like you. No matter who you're friends with or what clique you hang out, people are just, for whatever reason, they're just not going to like you. Period. And I don't have a racist bone in my body. Not a one. But because I'm supposed to be in a wheelchair, 60 years old, and all these false narratives. And I read something yesterday because I was in the movies. I saw your movie. You owe me $18, by the way. I saw Sinners yesterday, and it was funny because on the screen it says silence is golden. I was like, damn, I wanted to screenshot it so I could keep it. And I was like, it's true. And I'm much older than all of you. And I can't sit here going back and forth with you, but it's just the shit that comes out of your mouth is just, y'all trolls, I get it. Y'all been here since YouTube been around. I'm not an internet person, but I'll save it for Friday to say what I gotta say. I don't want to ruin your show. No, Sharon, look, they don't like what you say. They don't like what I say. They don't like what people say in the chat. But it's drama. Is what gets their juices flowing. And the thing is that I can't come up here and tell you how to speak to people. You know, like people just find what you say offensive. They don't agree with you. And I saw, like I said, I saw the video this morning. And I don't know how you deal with these people. I really don't. I don't know how you. You're like they attack your wife, they attack your kids, they attack your daughter. Even the pretty women out here, even the ugly women, y'all gonna get attacked either way. If as long as you keep saying no to them, that's the problem. You keep saying no. I heard one lady talking, on the video, and she was like, I don't want she's gonna learn. Like she just learned that it's all a game. If they're in your DMs and you don't kick it with them, or you're not paying attention, they're gonna go against you eventually. Just like even the trolls did it to me. I seen it with my own eyes. Them talking shit about me, and I blocked them. And I told them today, do me a favor. If you feel the way you feel about me, just block me. Y'all take this internet too serious. Y'all play too many games. I was watching one of my content creators, and she was doing content on someone, and the person passed.
Damn.
He got deleted by his husband. I don't know. I've never seen him personally. Like I just learning who he is, but it was some internet BS. Like, but they want his brother spoke out and say he wants to be spoken about positivity. But these people don't want positivity. You're wasting your time. And there's one last thing, and I'm out of here because I gotta finish working. Attacking subs, attacking people, attacking us on YouTube. It was okay when I was supporting all these channels. Now I'm racist. I'm all of these things. But who laugh last? You ain't pushing me off this channel. It's just not gonna happen. You could call me a Power Ranger. You could call me whatever you want. No, Robin, I'm not literally mad every day. I'm looking at the chat now, and I've been blocked you because I saw what you did, and you just like everybody else, you fake as hell. You understand? You fake as hell, and you know what? You just mad because I got a wrench and you didn't. You mad because you're the first one running around here talking shit, and then when it comes to you, you don't like it, right? And the same thing like your buddy Sugar Bum. She been blocked since a year ago, talking about I'm after married men. That's all y'all do is chit chat and lie and make fake drama and fake narratives. You understand? So at the end of the day, none of you don't mean anything. No, you mad because you can't show your face. You mad because you can't show your face. You mad because you told me that I should be with a white man, but I'm with a black man, and you mad because you told me my condolences. No, you mad, Robin, because you are a troll. You understand? You are a troll. You are a liar, and you're fake as the rest of these people. And you mad because I blocked you because you don't mean shit to me. Just like Devin Broped ass, right? Calling me a racist. He's mad because why? Because he come over here talking crap all the time. I've shown my face, Robin. That's the problem. You missed it. You all missed it. Okay? No, I don't smoke cigarettes, Sugar Bum. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke. This is my voice. You mad because you're a dude. And they, oh no, wait a minute. You have a twin sister. Oh, you see? See, all our information is sold in the background, and you are so busy trying to say, oh, I'm better than you, I'm better than you. all they do is get together with us, right? They get together with us and take our information and sell our information. And all you do is make this fake bullshit. You get all this fake bullshit. No, I agree, Robin. I greeted you every day, but then you got in your fifis because you're a woman. You got in your fifis like you was one day you bipolar, like the rest of you. Y'all freaking bipolar, and I don't got time for bipolar behavior. I keep telling you I'm older than the rest of you. I can't sit here keep going back and forth with you. All you want to do is just make fake content, and Sharon is trying to do real content while y'all running other channels talking shit about him. I got all the screenshots. I got like supposedly Sharon knew that I was gonna block somebody. Come on, please. No, I'm not crazy, sweetheart. I'm far from crazy. I'm far from crazy. Okay, y'all just all in these cliques. You have no good intentions being here with Sharon, and then I'm sitting here. Yeah, Auntie is mad because you're a boy wanting to be a girl or whatever the hell you are, right? And this is not even Friday. It's a Monday. Monday. And it's sad. It's just so sad that I don't live on the internet. I could disappear like this with the snap of a finger. Oh, but I'm stalking you. That's the best. I love that the most, Sharon. I see your face. I'm stalking people. And I'm like, where am I stalking you? But you know what? Like, really did it today? Like, Devin Broped. Like, you, Devin, let me tell you, you are so ugly. Like, you swear you fine. You swear you, listen, all you are is a lick. You a trick. Okay? You a trick. You got to pay for the post. Okay? Anyway, Sharon, thank you. I gotta get back to work because I don't know. People be like, does she got? I got a job. I got a job. She got a job. She got a job. If you saw me, you guys would be really upset with me.
Okay.
I'm 60 years old in a wheelchair. No, Devin, I don't know you because you're too busy having YouTube nut in your mouth all day. That's all you do, run around in all these panels. Or lick, go like this. Lick up all that nut that you be swallowing in these back chats. Okay? No, sweetheart. You got a lot to learn. You have lots to learn. Okay? You have a lot to learn. Okay? You talk about you got a corporate job looking like a rope, just double Dutch. Let's double Dutch, everybody. And the nostrils, ugh, Lord, you can see the brain. You can see inside. You can see inside of his brain. No, Robin. You know what, Robin? You see, you said his name, okay, and that's why I say that's why you block and you messy, okay. That man did absolutely nothing to me. Okay. That man did absolutely nothing to me. You're the one, okay, in the background, still doing what you're doing. You see, you're so busy worried about me. Okay. I can show proof there is no connection between me and that man for more than a year. So you guys keep bringing him up and bringing up these fake narratives, right? And you want so bad to make me wrong, but you know what? I have control. I have control and I have silence. I don't have time to belittle myself with people and the likes of you. Okay? So you pump YouTube in your veins, sweetheart. Okay? So when you playing with your little top little apple and YouTube, that's all you do. You get off on YouTube. Anyway, Shimon, have
Yeah.
a beautiful day. Okay, everybody, like, share, subscribe. Okay,
Hmm.
let's go to the next channel.
Hmm.
Okay, let's grow over there. Okay,
We
and
almost
then
there. We almost at 500. We need 150 more to get to 500, y'all.
we
Let's
need
do it.
150 more. 150
Let's get it
more.
together.
150. You know what, Sugar Bone? Let me say this on my way out. I am not married. I don't have children, so I can't be a grandma. And my womb is better than yours. Okay, because I still can have children. Okay, but I'm not like your raggedy ass and your other raggedy ass friend. Oh, wait a minute. Does she got children? I don't give a fuck. Bye, Shaman. Bitch.
All right, I got two people in the background. Uh, I'm gonna bring them up. Uh, I'm gonna bring up. I'm gonna bring up in the order that they came in. So, welcome to the show, ruled by Venus. And then I got one more person. I'm gonna bring you. I'm gonna bring you up too, but I don't want it to be too crazy. So I'm gonna bring you up in just a second, so this way everything can be nice and calm. Go ahead, Venus. What's your thoughts?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't hear a lot of it. I just came up. But what are you doing? Like a one-on-one thing today? What are you doing?
I know, I'm just having a conversation. I'm just making sure everything is safe because the other person in the back, y'all be having some smoke for each other. I want to make sure everything is good and y'all can just have a conversation.
Oh, the
Everybody,
person in the back who be having who's that?
Afro nerd.
Oh, I'm not entertaining any arguments with these
Okay,
people. So
okay,
that's not
perfect.
happening. I
All
will
right.
drop. I'm not doing it.
Now, I was talking about this lady before I bring them up. I was talking about the lady that used a racial slur against a 5-year-old autistic child, and now she raised 600,000. And I don't see nobody batting an eyelash over it. Carmelo Anthony trying to defend himself. He raised 600,000. It's all this outrage. I don't understand for the life of me how that is possible, but it is this MAGA situation where there is okay for people to spew out hatred. And this is what it translates to. It started with just MAGA, and then it went to the black conservatives, and now we get to this whole thing where everybody is okay with just getting a profit off the hate. And this is what kind of happened to me yesterday. This is a part of this whole idea of getting profit off of hate. And this is why they try to attack me when I go outside of anything outside of my channel, in my opinion.
So I was saying this yesterday in the chat over there. Uh, the way black men treat each other is problematic, and nobody addresses that, right? It's like, okay, white supremacy is an issue, which it is. Women
Mhm.
are an issue, which they are. But I think the biggest enemy of black men are black men, first and foremost. Because, yes, even with the Carmelo Anthony situation, it was black men who were demonizing this young man, going out of their way to paint him to be some criminal and wanting him to suffer the worst consequences, right? And then to your point, they turned a blind eye when other races do horrible things to us, right? They're not as outraged, they're not as compassionate. They don't have all of these feelings. It's almost like in the reverse. And so I think it's a self-hatred thing with
Mm.
some of these black men, and just this need to, whenever they see a reflection of themselves, which is another black man, they only see negativity, right? That's why it's
Mm.
easy to demonize this young boy. It's easy, like, remember that woman who they said threw the hot water on the cop and the cops deleted
Well,
her in her house?
he didn't even get a chance to, but yeah.
Yeah. And again, it was a lot of black men who were justifying her being gunned down in her home by white police. Or if you pay attention to who's usually in support of those things, it's black men specifically. So there is some like deep internalized self-hate that nobody is talking about. But you have to ask yourself, if every time you see another black man who's a reflection of you, black man, why don't you ever give him the benefit of the doubt? Why aren't you ever on his side? And then the things that you guys do jump on board for are horrible. Like, we could have men on here talking about beating women, and the black men will support that man, right? So they'll get on board for all of the wrong behavior, and then they won't show support for any of the right behavior.
Yeah. No, I was yes, I agree. When you are cooking it up, and I was just Sean Dave saying, what is these things? It's just these are scars. I got stitches over here. I got stitches over here. That's just you know,
What happened? You had a fight?
plenty.
Oh, those are old scars. Okay.
They used to say, hey, the same thing that happened to me here, it used to happen to me in real life. Venus, they can't whoop me by themselves.
No, I understand. Um,
So, that it is a thing that I think now we could actually see it though. Like you see how you was able to pinpoint it very precisely. We have enough evidence now to see it, and we could backtrack all these men that's on a period. That is something going on with them.
hmm I
They
really think that has a lot to do with it. It's the internalized self hatred, and a lot of people can't. They're blind to it if they suffer from that, right? You are conditioned to view everything outside of black as better and view
Mm,
black as worse. That's why, again, they don't give black people the benefit of the doubt. They will quickly jump to the most negative conclusion whenever black people are in these situations. And them same people will defend white people who are clearly wrong. Like you can see the internalized racism that they have against their own group because they start sounding like a white racist person. They have all
mm.
these excuses for white people and they have no grace for black people, but you're a black person. That doesn't make any sense.
None whatsoever. And the crazy part is that so this is another rhetoric that they would say if you disagree with anything of black we hate ourselves. And so the problem is that majority of the time y'all not disagreeing with any kind of logic or anything that is pushing us towards that ideology. You're just saying things, right? So like so I dropped the link. I'm gonna let Afro Nerd up. I think y'all be probably most likely good on this topic. I don't think y'all gonna really disagree that much. Hopefully, I'm about to bring him up in a second, but they would not actually have words to back up this disagreement part. Just like yesterday when they were trying to attack me, it was no real disagreement. They was just trying to attack me and attack anything that's around me. Anything that they was trying to just say things that say, hey, I'm gonna find something that's gonna piss them off instead of actually attacking the words that I'm saying. Because most of the men, they actually really agree with me, but they just don't want to agree with me because they're gonna get attacked by other men is the issue. Welcome to the
Oh, and
show.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I would like to address that comment about every time we disagree is self hatred. No, disagreement is disagreement, and self hatred is self hatred, and we know the difference, right? Now, if I disagree with something HQ says, I should have some sound arguments to express to her what I disagree with, right? And this is where you guys don't understand. This is how you expose your bias. When you're always quick to go against the black person in a scenario, but then none of your arguments following it make any sense. And when you guys almost start adding details that aren't there, you start making things up to try to prove a point. That's when you expose yourselves and we can see the bias. So it's not about disagreement. We know what internalized self hatred looks like. We know. And feel free to come up here and correct me if you think I'm wrong, but that's all I had.
Perfect. Welcome to the show. Afro Nerd, what's your thoughts?
Hey, Sharon, what's up, man?
I'm
And good morning to everyone on the panel. So, first of all, listen, man, you have my sympathies, empathies with what you're going through. You know, going back to being demonetized and all that. I hope you're able to kind of figure out a way. I sent you some stuff behind the scenes to hopefully assist you, a template and all that stuff. So hopefully we can get you back in the black. Okay,
I appreciate that. That was a nice play of words.
yeah, right. So, a few things, right? So, I know that I want to talk about this woman who's. I looked at her GoFundMe. It's not really a GoFundMe, but it's whatever it is. It's like $650,000, man.
Crazy.
$650,000. Matter of fact, if you blink, it goes up a couple of hundred grand, because I think a few days ago it was like 350, and now it's 650.
Not only that, Afro Nerd, she started off with just 100,000. She moved it up because she was getting so much support. She moved it up to $1 million.
Yeah. She is going to be a millionaire off of the N-word, right? So we got to be honest. and I don't know if people are going to dig what I'm going to say, but I'm going to go by what I feel in my heart, right? I think Venus, we may agree or disagree, but she kind of hinted at this. This self-hatred thing with Black folk is it opens the door a little bit, or makes it a little easier when you look at it on a large scale, in a large scale way. So what I'm saying is, there's not that to me, I use the word minstrel quite a lot. I use neo minstrel, right? So when I say that, what I'm saying is someone like a Little Durk, someone like Cardi B, someone like, pick whatever, Glorilla, the rappers from 35, 40 years ago. You have an industry where many of us have been saying the N-word and making money off of it globally, where white folks can go in and buy the product, and when they recite the lyrics, there's this whole, well, can I say it? Can I say it? Kendrick played this a little bit. Kendrick would invite a white fan to recite the lyrics of his songs, and then he would lambaste the fan when they would recite the song the way that he wrote it, right? There was another rapper, I forgot I think he's deceased now. I forgot his name. I can't think of the rapper's name, but he would do the same trick, but then he would be happy about it. Right? He would be gleeful that a white person would recite his lyrics and get it directly on point. N-word, he thought it was like a toy. So you have neo minstrels who have become millionaires, kind of sort of in the same way this woman disrespected a child. So this is where Black folk are going to have to do some kind of self-reflection to address this. Even on Black YouTube is quite flagrant with the N-word usage. Now, I said it once or twice, and I was saying, we don't feel comfortable. I know people were joking, but I was trying to say it in a certain context. When we used it, we were more surgical about the usage of the word. Now we have this thing of, did he say it with the hard R? Did he say it with the A? Can white folks say it with the A? You see how crazy it is? Because if they say it with the A, you already said, well, that's not the same thing. Mm-hmm. But we know we don't want white folks to say that word, right? So we haven't really been clear on the usage, the power of the word. I'll tone down, land the planes, they say, but there's a book by Dr. Randall Kennedy, right? He's a law professor, Ivy League law professor. He has a book entitled N-word. I'm not going to say the full word, the hard R, right? The book is entitled, it's a book. Can you imagine a book about one word? Now, he's doing it as a favor because he's talking about the legality. He's talking about the history. But the fact that there's a book, a lengthy book about one word, goes to show how powerful the word. The white man invented this word. He invented a kind of atomic bomb for Black people. Well, we cannot extricate ourselves from this word. So this is a burden we have to bear. So I'm not surprised that some racist cracker decided to use this word and to monetize it. We can check this woman, but we might want to start with correcting some of this stuff with our product, this cultural product that really bears I don't see the fruit that it bears. And I'll just say this last thing on the nerd tip. I know I say the last thing on the nerd tip. As you would expect, I play video games, even as an adult. Okay, good. So I play music in the background on a Spotify, right? So there's a lot of old school, classic, and up-to-date hip-hop I play because it helps me, it energizes me, and I can tell the player on the other side is liking it when I'm playing. But you know how hard it is? How hard it is to play with your favorite musicians, whether it's Redman to whoever, Doechii. I like some of Doechii stuff. I don't like what she said. She got an issue with me as a single straight man. Anyway, right? So, but imagine if I'm playing. There's a white person, male or female, on the other side, and I'm trying to play my favorite artist, but it is very difficult to edit when I'm playing. Like it's like inward Tourette's with our music. I can't even play a music. I can't go into a business establishment. You can go into a white suburban business establishment or even in a urban business establishment, Foot Locker, whatever. they will play the latest music that has that word in there. What do? We've normalized this. We have normalized this, and now we want to be butthurt when this cracker monetizes this with abusing a child. I land the plane. Got to figure it out, man.
I don't think one has anything to do with the other. I know HQ is next. I don't understand the correlation at all. That the weaponization of the N-word against black people existed long before rap music did. So I don't see a correlation with that. But go ahead.
Can I respond? And I'll quickly. Look,
HQ
I'm
says it's okay.
I'm gonna give a real time situation that happened with me, yours truly. So I'm with a friend of mine. I'm in a Jeep. This is going years ago, and broad daylight, and there's some white girls in a car next to us with their windows down, right? And they are having a grand old time when DMX's "My N-Words" comes on, right? They were reciting it like, and so they're doing "My N-Words." They're reciting the song. They're singing it. And then they turn to the left and look at me and my friend, and then they sleepishly slump down in their seats. Now, personally, I didn't really have an issue with it because I was like, well, you bought the record. Like, this is what you did. Like, I can't tell you not to sing the song of your favorite artist. This is just the way things are. So, respectfully, Venus, there is a correlation. If we introduce the word, make it palatable, right? Whereas
Did you hear the part where I said white people have been weaponizing the N-word against black people way before rap music was a thing? So we cannot accredit that to rap music. That's what white racist people have always done. Nothing to do with music.
That's not what I'm saying. Music is a commercial. Music is a type of propaganda, right? So we can't be light of that. The Jewish folk know this implicitly. When it comes down to trying to promote hatred and a kind of mindset, psyops and that kind of thing, to get people to think a certain way, you can't throw stones and then act cute that you're not a contributor to it. We know other ethnicities that are not monetizing these words. We know we can't say something smart about a Hispanic person or a Jewish person. They know how to smack you back if you are reckless with their words. We are the only ethnic group that has been able to join in on the disrespect. We're joining in on it. This is a different situation. It's a different animal. Other groups have their words, right? But we know not to say them, and there's no correlation with them putting it in a commercial setting. N-word is a commercial word. So now you make it. Yes, we understand white folks have always hated us, but you don't make it easy. You don't put out the red carpet for them by having this word. We need to be more clear on it, because I've seen this word, whites who have used it and say, "Hey, wait a minute. Black folks have used. I'm comfortable with. They got a whole excuse. We've made it easier for them." So I'm saying,
but she's not.
White folks,
she's not doing that. That's why it's irrelevant. She's not doing any of that.
She's making money off of the N-word. That's what she's doing. She's making the word is so light.
So I think the issue is that like she's making money off of hatred, not off of the actual N-word. So she's just spewing out her hatred for a certain group of people, which is we are the ones that it seems like we the only ones that deserve the hatred, and that's what she's making a profit off of, right? So because if she would have did it to a Spanish person by using a racial slur towards that, it probably wouldn't have got the same kind of traction because people don't seem like they hate Spanish as much as they hate us. And so she did it off of hatred. So even if she never said the N-word and she just grabbed the bottle and did all these disrespectful things to this 5-year autistic kid, I think she would have still got the raise of the money because she did something towards a black kid.
Sharon, the word is a lightning rod. Because if you have an Hispanic person and use the S word, right, that word does not carry the same currency as the N-word. The N-word has always been the problematic word. It is something in the word. The fact that I just mentioned that there's a book on the word.
Okay.
It tells you everything you need to say. We can go back and forth on this, but we know the N-word is the trigger word. Black folks have killed You have been killed over the word, strung up over the word. That's the last word many of us have been hear. Whether you were strung up by a white person, or if you have an anger with your brother, he will call you that word. The word is the trigger.
And I mean that's a valid point. I do understand that. It's like that's the bat signal, so to speak. That's putting the signal in the sky so everybody can see the N-word. It's the N-word signal. Right. And everybody come flying down. Yes, we can all be racist, right? And like even some of the people that donated to her, a lot of people donated $1,488 to her. And I don't know, most people understand what racism is, but however, that is a part of the KKK understanding of
mantra. So some
14,
dude,
so it's 14 means something very special to them, and 88 means something to them.
Some 88,
88 is HH, which is hail. That's what the 88 stands for, and 14 is the K. That's they word. And so a lot, and that's why it jumped up to 600,000. Also, I want to bring in somebody because it seems like HQ is all right now. I want to bring somebody that has a complete disagreement with us. Welcome to the show, Kev Stutters. What's your disagreement? Go ahead.
What's up, y'all? How's everybody doing?
Good day to you.
Good. All right, so I'm gonna start off like this. Me personally, I don't give a fuck who says the N-word. White people, black people, whoever. Oh, okay. My bad, Sharon. Okay. But I don't care about who says the N-word. And as far as this one white lady, her calling the little kid the N-word, was it wrong? Yes, it was wrong. But at the same time, I think that us as black people, that we are making too much of a big deal about this when this is a big nothing burger. That is what I believe. And honestly, if I was in, let's say if the child that she called the N-word was my child, I would have just gave her a big FU, and then after that just had kept it pushing. Because I don't got time to be sitting there arguing with somebody. Why would you call my child the N-word? Stuff like that. Like, nah, bro. Like, I got better things to do than sit here and argue with you about the N-word and why you shouldn't be calling my child the N-word. F you. Just keep it pushing. Y'all go back to playing. That is where I feel about it.
So what would you tell your child that's been called this racial slur and got things snatched out of your 5-year-old child's hand for doing regular 5-year-old child stuff when you go to the
park? I didn't see that. I didn't see that. So she actually has snatched something from the actual child?
Yes. So the whole situation happened because they was kids in the park, and kids, they grab toys because that's what kids do. They don't really have an understanding of this is not mine at 5 years like that. And plus he's autistic as well. So that puts another component into it. And he's a clear autistic kid too, right? It's not like he's like one of the autistics that can pass for a normal kid. So he grabbed the toy, and then so she grabbed it back from him violently and was like, N-word this and N-word this. And a parent in a black father that was there at the park was like, he was the one that confronted her, and he got the recording, and she doubled down on it. If he's gonna be an N-word, I'm gonna call him an N-word. And somebody need to teach that N-word how to act, and N-word this. And she said it probably like 20 times. She was trying to be racially this racial situation.
Right. Oh, that's something different or whatever, because I didn't know all that, because I didn't know all those facts. Like, I just had heard y'all talking about how she called the little boy a N-word.
And that's
something different.
It's not different. Even if she just called him the N-word, it should make you up in arms. It should have to go to the fact that you have to snatch something from the kid, because that word is used in a very negative and is used as a weapon. Words is used as weapons, and we know that. And it's a dog whistle, literally. But now, because the MAGA is able to be open about it, they even willing to support it with all these other racist people getting behind it by giving her 600,000 for calling somebody something hateful, hate speech, literally.
Yeah, man. I see. But like I said, man, like I didn't know about all of the other stuff. Now that actually changes things, right? Or whatever. If she had did all that, then I probably would have went a little bit further. As a matter of fact, like there ain't no probably. I would have went a little bit further. Then she would have became all kind of whatever B words and all type of stuff like that. Like, but I didn't know about the whole whatever, like her sort of like snatching stuff from the kid, like you know what I'm saying? You know, and if you can tell that there is something wrong with this child, like I mean, obviously, like why would you call him that? You know what I'm saying? Like that's like calling a person with Down syndrome the freaking like R word. Like we don't do that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, you know, like that's the changes things.
Right. That's not even a part of any, like it's just wild that this is acceptable in today's time. Also, let me shout out to the Cash App. Thanks. And I've seen the authority. Thank you so much.
Can I respond to Kev on that real quick?
Absolutely,
Something
yes.
you know,
she said she relaxed. She said she's gonna sit back for a little bit and she'll get it when she finished.
So Kev, to be respectful, right? I hear you, and I'm glad that you're kind of realizing that it's a little deeper than that.
Yeah.
But it is the main thing is this: if we have this thing like we don't care, right? I get it, but this is a racist is going to be becoming a millionaire. She wanted $100 or something thousand. Then she said, you know what? I'm going to aim for $1 million. So as I jokingly said to Sharon, a couple of days ago, I looked at it. It was like 350,000. I blinked. Now it's 650,000. So you can't be this light about this woman saying this, and she's going to become a millionaire off of a child who really was abused. As a 5-year-old, a toddler gets called the N-word. It's one thing if it was a 35-year-old man, which still would have been reckless, but they don't give a damn about your babies. And I'll say this also: I have a friend, a childhood friend, who is in the New York school administration system. He's a school administrator. He told me years ago about how some of these white young females are kind of sort of on that same tip with your children. That they're kind of, when a child runs up to an adult, a white adult, they're not looking at skin tone. They're just looking at an adult that they admire or that that they are friendly to. That white teacher, not all of them, but many of them will recoil when a black child comes up. We've seen videos of white boys and girls that have gotten awards or were supposed to have gotten awards. The white teacher will give the awards to the other classmates, but when the darker pigmented child, right, is up for the award, they get refused. They get a lesson in racism real quick. So saying I don't care, and then this woman makes $1 million off of this, I don't know how you can't not care. It's too big, man. It's way too big.
Well, this is the thing, though. I don't believe that us actually like complaining about it a whole bunch is going to change anything. Like there's no way that you're going to change that you are going to change like a 40-year-old woman like to stop being racist if she's been racist her freaking like entire life. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and most of the people that probably had donated to this woman are probably racist. Like, it's like, bro, like we're not gonna change nothing, bro. Like, there are always going to be racist people here. There are always going to be racist people around. I just don't understand the whole point about like complaining about
the issue is other ethnicities have their own N-word versions, variants, right? Everybody, Jewish folks, right? But the issue is there is a penalty, right? The penalty should be very severe. You could cut slick if you want to with me, right? Because I'm waiting for a come up. So if someone calls me the N-word, I'm going to say, you know what? I got my lawyers to address you, right? Yeah. So we gonna handle this. And I've seen people do this. Smart black folks. Them white folks start crying. Please don't sue me. I got a house. I have my mother's on life support. No, I'm sorry, but this is the way it has to go. You have the devil gets his due. I mean that as a double entendre. But if you keep on having this, not you personally, yet, but if we have this passive, like it's all right, no big deal, I don't care. No, other folks, when Michael Jackson, global superstar, used the K word, Michael Jackson got slapped by a certain ethnic group saying, hey, we don't appreciate you using that K word. He used it in context. Nope, we're not going to allow you. Meanwhile, those same people help to monetize the disrespect with your word on wax. We will use you. We will give Little Durk or any of these other rappers a paycheck for doing this. But you're not us. Okay, so if you use the K word, you get penalized. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. So is anybody on here familiar with the country singer Morgan Wallen? Yeah. Nay? No. Okay. So there is a famous country singer by the name of Morgan Wallen. So he got caught on he had got caught on camera calling one of his white friends the N-word, right?
I remember that. Oh, okay. It was like a year, like 6 months ago.
Yeah, right. This dude has been banned from every freaking like award show, all type of shit. Like he can't even perform, or whatever, like in certain areas. Like, so these people, like, they do get like, I guess, like disciplined or criticized. Like, so we can't say that this right here doesn't happen. Like, and at the time, like, and to be honest with you, Morgan Wallen, he might be like the most famous country singer that there is right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, so this does happen. I mean, I guess it just doesn't happen a lot, but I mean, it does happen.
So, and the problem is that, so why you don't want it to happen more? Why you think that we should let it be a free pass?
See, man, bro, I just really don't care, bro. Like, I just think, like, and I think that people shouldn't care. I think that it's nothing, bro. Like I believe that people should be able to say whatever they want to say, like whenever they want to say it.
Okay, so but now, what about the racist people that do have power with that word? You don't think you should buck up against it? Because clearly that's
word, different. That's different or whatever. Like if you are dealing with a racist person with power, like, but but this is the thing though. Most of the people like who actually like are racist are like they are freaking like average people, like who don't have any power at all. Like, so why would I my bad. Like, so why would I care about what they have to say? Because like I am not about to get all in my feelings like about somebody like who cannot do anything like or have any type of power. I really don't care.
So that's the issue, that people really say this remedial rhetoric, right? So they do have power. This is why they become police officers. This is why they become firefighters. This is why they start businesses. This is why these people that have no power do what they do. This woman now has $600,000. That's a little bit of power. She could go ahead and campaign somebody right now in a small place like Minnesota. So all these things, like we keep trying to act like we just allow these little things to happen. Little things turn out to be big things. This is how you build a house. You start with something small and you build upon it. So we cannot just go ahead and say that, oh, just because it's just one racist group that it is okay. No, the KKK started off with a few people and it turned into this big thing where they infiltrated the police force. It is something that we had to, it's something that grandma used to say, nip it in the bud. You have to nip it in the bud.
Sharon, is generational wealth too. Like this woman has $1 million. Let's say, might as well say it's $1 million. If it's 650, I'm going to blink again. It's going to be 1.2 million up there, right? 1.2 million to a poor racist cracker who could potentially, if she's smart, which hopefully she's not, right? But she's still a young woman. 1.2, you put it into into a mutual fund, could be 5 million by the time she's 60 or more. Right, so you're talking about generational wealth off of calling a toddler the N-word. Like the whole come up is crazy. Like if there's a lesson like how easy it is to become wealthy off of black struggle, pain, disrespect. Now, ironically, black folks do this also. Like the fact that we have a whole genre of music, commercial, corporate, where you can kind of say what you want to say. I can wet up this cat at the street light. I can all these kind of weird things. I can openly say I can kill this man or woman. I can disrespect my woman. I can N-word this, like all this negativity on wax that blacks and whites and globals are able to ingest, and they make money off of that. So the corporate minstrel makes his money disrespecting his own, just as this white woman has disrespected you and her come up. There's money to be made in black degradation. It has always been that way. You were a slave 250 years ago. There was a come up off of that, right? So during segregation, the disrespect, they could take your money, you could ride a bus, disrespect you, they still take your token while they tell you where to sit. So I'm saying there's a theme with disrespecting Black people and making money. So whether it's even our own, whether it's World Star Hip Hop, where it's just degradation, YouTube, right? World Star, or Media Takeout, or the Shade Room, a lot of Black disrespect where a certain select few Negroes make money, right? Off of the disrespect of other Black people. You don't rise off of that disrespect. You don't rise off of that disrespect.
Thank you, Afro Nerd.
That's it.
Thank you, Afro Nerd.
I got you. Hey, Sharon, I'm gonna come back on in about like 5 more minutes. All right, I'll be right back.
Shit. I didn't even know I was on mute. Go ahead, HQ.
This started when, well, we won't even say when it started. This started January 2017. This is when this started, when people started getting the nerve to speak up and say the things that they wanted to say out loud. Of course, it's a shame that I'm assuming that there's some Black people that actually donated that 600,000 fund. It's probably some people that have donated to that are Black. That's the sad part about this. Okay. And we have people on the YouTube streets here who condone this kind of thing. And we saw this when the young man Carmelo Anthony was arrested. We saw all of that. The point is now they're emboldened to say what they want to say. They feel like I have people on my channel that come on channel and say things to me. And it's like, oh, okay. This is how you feel. This is how you really feel. Oh, we ain't taking it no more. You Black people, blah, blah, blah. Now we have people that are emboldened to say the things they say. She wouldn't be getting the support out into the light, out into the daylight, if this person that's in charge of the White House had not made it okay or signaled that it was okay to do these kind of things. There's no way that this should be okay in this society. But see, now I have to look at my white coworkers. Now I have to look at my white neighbors. Do you really feel like that? 600,000 is a lot of money. Do you really feel like that? And I don't know that you really feel like that, right? And this is what we're running up against. Now, I don't know who to trust. Besides, we have Black folks who are supporting not necessarily this N-word usage, but the bold rhetoric that these people are now coming out against. We know we have violent people in our community, just like there's violent people in the white community. The Black folks that are standing with this Carmelo Anthony thing, against him, it's like, let me denigrate the Black. I'm a Black person. Let me denigrate the Black person first, so I can validate these white people feelings, so I can be acceptable to these white folks. This is what I see. When I see people say the things they say against Carmelo Anthony and agree to this say this is okay. Oh, the word is okay. We made it okay, so now it's okay for them to say. This is the highest level of self-hatred I have ever. That's why I get on here and I say coon ass Jesus, because you really do come across as that coon ass person. I'm sorry, I hate to say that word, but I out loud anyway. But this is what it comes across to as me. And they really need to check themselves or think about it. But it's so ingrained that white is better. It's so ingrained that white is more beautiful. It's so ingrained that Black is not as beautiful. And when you have that ingrained in your soul, that you think that is the correct way to move about in the world, your world is colored. It's going to always be colored. Oh, they're not racist. Oh, he should do the worst. The Black people violent. I'm Black, but I can tell when Black people, we more violent. I can tell. You can hear from the rhetoric. Okay, so they're going to condone this thing that this young lady did, and then we're going to sit back, and it's like we need to stop that movement now. But here's the thing. Long as you have somebody in the White House that is code signaling, however you want to call it, the DEI. Let's snatch all the DEI stuff, because the DEI stuff is really Black stuff. Let's snatch all this because we don't really like Black folk. that gives all of them license to do that. And as long as we had this person in the White House and this person has this power, we're going to have people out here doing what they're doing right now. So we got to sit back and wait for 4 years for it to get over, because this person is going to continue to be the person that he is, and people going to think it's okay.
That was great. And also, for the catch up, it says Black people want to repeal First Amendment with a question mark. No, that's not.
And a Black person sent that to you, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Wow.
So this is what we're talking about. The depths y'all go to defend. Like, let's just think about this as humans. We're having a conversation about a 5-year-old. That's already a problem, right? A 5-year-old. And then let's add autistic. That's already a problem. A white woman verbally, like, disrespecting, being racist toward this Black mentally disabled child, right? And then you will have Black people asking you if you want to amend. They want to use the First Amendment to justify why. So it really speaks to the lens that you see Black people through. So you don't view Black children worth any type of respect, I guess. Or Black people, because I'm trying to understand what makes y'all minds even go to wanting to defend anything when you hear these things. So it's like, again, it really is like you guys are brainwashed, like, real bad. Just as a person, Black or not, I don't care what. It doesn't matter if the kid was Black or not. You got a 5-year-old who's autistic who snatched something from a kid, which regular kids do. Right. It's a very normal thing. Right. So now you want to use the First Amendment to make that okay? Like, I don't understand y'all.
And also, the First Amendment does not. You still can't just say whatever you want to say. You still gotta. You can't have hate speech at all. It's not protected by that. So you cannot go around just saying racist. I got you in a second, young. Just give me a second. And so we understand that the fact that it should be two parties that's going against this woman. It should be all, like, some things I think all Black folks should, like, this should be one thing that all Black folks say, hey, you know what? We could get behind this. No problem. And still we have people that's willing to fight. I don't care about the N-word, who says the N-word. What do you mean is that to a little child? Even if the child is all the way up to 12, you should have a problem with this at a public playground. A grown person saying the N-word to somebody so young, because parents have some kind of authority even over other kids. A grown person walking up to a little child saying something to them, that little kid is already looking at that child as some kind of authority figure, usually. So that grown person calling you a little child a racial slur should be a huge thing that every Black man, woman, child, race, color, creed, sexuality should be like, hey, nah, this ain't it.
Somebody in your chat, sorry, it's my last name. It's driving me crazy. Somebody in your chat said words are not illegal, right? They're still defending it. But get on the internet and say that you want to do something harmful to the president and see what happens to you.
Right.
Get on the internet and say that you like children and see what happens to you. Get on a plane and say the wrong thing and see what happens to you, right? Get on here and say something about the little hat community and see what happens to your page, right? So for whatever reason, again, Black folk know how to understand respect, rules, and boundaries when it comes to everyone else but themselves.
And also, I got you, young. Give me a second. Also, because I know BMU don't have that much time. Welcome to the show, BMU. I think he might have a disagreement. Go ahead, BMU.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I was listening to HQ speak, and I wanted to say clearly that I don't think that we could say the White House is responsible. The White House now is responsible for the for the N-word, because I'm familiar with history, and I don't remember Trump being there in 1950, 60, 49, 35. 70, when they have pictures and evidence of people swinging from trees, and they created songs. Nina Simone said strange fruit, identifying Black people swinging from trees. So the N-word has been accepted for a very long time in a very vulgar way. And if you go in your pocket, HQ, before you pay your bills, and you look down on that dollar bill and that $5 bill and that $20 bill, those people own slaves. So you're using currency that have people who love the N-word. who, if you go to Mount Rushmore, there's people on Mount Rushmore who own slaves, and they praise them, and they have big monuments with their faces on them. If you go to Washington, D.C., you'll see Thomas Jefferson monument, and he had a slave in his basement getting her pregnant. Every time she dropped the baby, he put another one in her.
So
right, we praise these people. So when did Trump? How does Trump alone made it okay to have the N-word?
So you don't seem to understand. It's not about the N-word. Okay. So you don't seem to understand that. The N-word is... Hold on.
Help me understand. I wasn't done, but you can go ahead, though.
The N-word is immaterial. It's the disrespect, the boldness of you being able to say it is the problem. The N-word is a problem in and of itself. We get that. But the fact that you felt bold enough to say it 20 sometimes to this person on camera, we haven't had this boldness before. We've had this boldness in private. We've had this boldness among white people amongst each other, but you haven't had it out in the you haven't had this blatant disrespect out in the open, and it's okay, and it's being funded. That's what we're talking about. I'm not saying anything about
HQ. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Don't forget to add in now is being funded, right? Like before, it was like people saying stuff and right, and we could go back and forth. You call me a razor, I call you one razor. But now it's being funded, and this is where the Trump administration comes involved with, because now they feel okay to say what is usually to be quiet. Now they can say it out loud. Go ahead.
You know what I love? You know what I love though? HQ and Sharon and everybody else that's listening. I like it. I like that they coming out and they putting their money toward what they believe. I like the fact that racist people are coming out, because now they're no longer hiding. Now we can see them. We can see them. Where this lady said it 20 times, we see her. Now we know. Oh shit, we know who they are. Listen, the vampires become Blade. They're daywalkers now. And now we can see them all day, every day, talking to kids, calling the N-word. And what should have happened is what would have happened back in the day. See, that's what I'm saying. Men need to start standing for something. And I agree with you, HQ and Sharon, and everybody else that agree with it. Men need to start standing up for what they believe in. There's no way possible I'm going to be at a park with my 13-year-old son, and a white man call my son a nigga, and I don't drag that bitch from the top of his truck down to the lake and probably drown him. I would probably spaz out if a man disrespected my child in that way. With me, I probably deal with it differently, but my child, it's going to be a physical altercation. It's a promise. And so my thing is, men need to stand up for something. We can't just allow, and even a woman, if it was a black woman, I don't need one of them black women, the ones that be saying they'll slap a bitch, slap a hoe. No, you should have been in that park that day when that lady called that boy that nigga, and y'all should have whooped her ass.
But see, I think we should not focus on the N-word. We should focus on the blatant respect that seems to be prevalent going through our society. It started with that. It's a signal. It's like a dog whistle. Let's snatch all of the things that belong. See, we thought DEI was just some unequal hiring practices. People was like, oh, well, they didn't benefit black people at all. The whole point of them taking it away was to disrespect and to denigrate and to take away the contributions that black people have made in this country. Because if that was not the case, then why would they have tried to take down the Tuskegee stuff? Why would they be trying to take down the Black Museum that Obama put up? Why would they be trying to take those things down? They're trying to erase the black contributions in this society. So I'm saying, you allow that one thing of disrespect. Now our president is saying, oh, we're trying to erase all of y'all. So now we have the racists being as bold as they are, saying this out front. This is just a symptom. This is just a start of the disrespect that they're trying to do for the black people. Y'all think it's just about them immigrants. It ain't about them immigrants. It all started about black folks having the power and black folks becoming equal. Why do you think racists hate black people? Because now the thing that they kept in a cage is walking right next to them and got the same rights as them. That's what it's about.
HQ, let me say this real quick.
Before you jump in, BMU also, but matter of fact, go ahead, BMU, because I know you don't have a sound.
No, I think that black people are very resilient. And I think, let me give you an example right next door to you. Look at Sharon. They came for Sharon's channel and took his monetization. Sharon gets up every day and still get on this fucking YouTube and still do his thing, regardless of what they did to him. He's resilient. Black people have always been resilient. We will always be resilient. They stole our style. We got big lips, they go get injections. Our women got big asses, they go get BBLs. Our women braid their hair, they go get their hair braided. Everything, their music, everything. Go watch Sinners, their music. They steal your blues and your gospel and turn it into music that they like. We are resilient. If you look around, go outside and take a deep breath and look around. That old tree that's 150 years old, a black man planted it. If you go to Washington, D.C., the monuments that's built there, black people built it. The White House, built by slaves. Everywhere you go is an imprint of our resilience as people. So we should not be running around here in fear of anything, because the reason they fear black men is because we're strong, we're more athletic, we have more strength, we're very intelligent. And the reason that they didn't want us to read and write is because they knew that we were smarter than they were. Our women were more curvy and could cook and could season food and could take scraps off the back of the porch and make gumbo with it. See, we've always been a resilient people. And so when we had this talk about, oh, they're going to erase us, you cannot. It's impossible to erase us, period.
And also I want to say, so like it was also a slow process because now we can't even sue for civil things as racism right now. And that's something that he also put as an executive order. So even if it happens in your workforce and somebody was to come out and say the N-word to you, you cannot sue it and say, hey, I'm being discriminated against. Like it's a weird line. You still can, but it's a very weird line that you cannot even go after people. So slowly they are peeling back all of the things that supposedly that we all are benefiting from our forefathers from doing by getting sprayed down with water hoses and bit by dogs, men and women. And then us saying that it is okay for them to be openly racist is not a good thing. We need to be speaking up the loudest when things like this happen. Things like Carmelo Anthony, we should be in lockstep. Person. We should be in lockstep with this. We should be in lockstep with supporting this this kid not getting racially slurred in a public park in America. This is not supposed to happen.
And Sharon, let me say this. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna drop off. Let me say because somebody didn't comprehend what I was saying in the chat. What I said was, go outside, take a deep breath, and look around and see everything that we, as a people, what we've done. Secondly, the reason that I'm so passionate about this, my grandmother, guys, just had her 93rd birthday, 93 years ago. Imagine what my grandmother was dealing with. She's resilient. She could have been hung up, slung up in a tree or anywhere. In the South, we're in the South, in Louisiana, of course. And you think my grandmother sit down and tell me these stories, and she sit down and tell me what happened to her grandmother and her grandfather, and how they had to pick cotton, and how many pounds they had to have a day, and how they had to walk with no shoes. But I listen to my grandmother, and I see the resilience in my grandmother, and she's still here at 93. My grandmother say, son, I've lived long enough to see us in horse and buggy to drive in Cadillacs. The resilience even in my grandmother. Now I said, grandmama, rest easy, baby. She sit up in the chair every day. Her feet are propped up. She can watch what she want to watch. Anything that she needs or wants. Guess what? My grandmother has walked in the marches. My grandmama was in protest. My grandmother got hit with water hoses and got hit in the head with a billy club when she was marching for civil rights. And guess what? I said, grandmama, you can sit up right now and prop your feet up and have your grandson, who you went out there and marched for, pay your bills. Because of you, I am. That's what I tell my grandmother.
And that goes to show, women been protecting for a very long time. This whole idea.
Exactly.
This whole idea
and yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, this whole idea that men are the protectors is insane, right? Like women been a part of protection for a very long time. I don't know why.
But you know what, Sharon? We promote marriage. Let me say this because I can't leave him out. My grandmother and grandfather, before he passed away, were married for 63 years. They were in lockstep in everything they did, bro. Lockstep. When she marched, he marched. When she was in the field, he was in the field. When they had children, he was the father there. He was the going out and providing. My grandmother would go out and my grandmother said she used to straighten hair for 50 cents a head, and she used to sell a dozen of eggs at the chicken coop for $1 to make ends meet with my grandfather. When he bring his money in, she was already helping him with that. So that's what I'm saying, man. 63 years of marriage. My grandmother just turned 93 years old. My grandfather passed away, unfortunately. But they were in lockstep, and that was the image that I saw growing up as a child myself, to see how my grandmother and grandfather moved.
And I also want to say this because you pointed out some things that Black folks do very well, and it's tend to seem that we are better than other races.
Yeah, I'll be listening, guys. I gotta go.
No doubt. And then, but I think the problem that most people don't understand with that kind of rhetoric is not hateful. A lot of times when we hear other people like this lady that was talking down this young Black kid, she's doing it in a hateful way. She is saying things hatefully. You saying something that is a true statement versus I am better than you, and therefore you are lower than me. That's when the hate comes in. But if I just say, hey, I dance better than you, that is not me being hateful.
And Sharon, I'm gonna have to drop because this chat is annoying me. Somebody said eternal victims. So here's the thing. That child is a victim. Genius. Victims do exist. So when they have y'all mentally beaten down to the point that you don't even think it's okay to acknowledge when somebody is a victim, that is a mental problem. You're not going to gaslight us. Yeah, the word exists for a reason. People are victims. Victims exist. It's okay to acknowledge that. And I feel like they have these types of Black people. I feel like either two things are going on. A lot of these people are not like FBA. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. I noticed that a lot of people who come from a lineage that's from a different country, they automatically come with this built-in bias against Black people. They automatically come with this worship of white people. That's why they're so biased. They say stupid shit like words aren't illegal. Okay, so go threaten a police officer right now. Just dumb. This is what we said earlier. This is how you expose your bias when you start saying shit that doesn't even logically make sense because you're so beholden to make a point. And if you're saying, I don't care about skin color, I care about what's right. Okay, so remove the skin color. What are you defending? No 5-year-old who's autistic should be being treated that way by any adult. So something's not making sense with the logic.
Even if the kid was not autistic, right? It still doesn't hold up. It still does not hold up whatsoever. That's the craziest part about it.
Like, so nobody's mother taught them that words have, like, I can't understand these arguments, Sharon. Nobody's mother taught them that words have consequences.
Okay,
so you can't even go to work. You can't go to work and talk however you want. You can't say certain things to women. You'll get Me Too'd. You can't say certain things about the LGBTQ. So this is the thing. The shit be right in front of their face. But they'll come and tell you when you want to defend a Black person, words aren't illegal. Like, how did they beat y'all down mentally so much so that you're willing to like you almost don't even see Black people as human? You guys are doing the same thing the oppressors did. So we understand rules and respect and boundaries and limitations on what we can and cannot say when it comes to every other group.
Wow.
Every other group. But a Black 5-year-old who has autism, no, words aren't illegal. It's First Amendment. Like, y'all sound pathetic. Like, we need to be able to identify those types of Black people and completely separate. And I mean in real life. Like, if you're around Black people who speak that way, please understand that they will throw you under the bus in a second. They are not safe for you. Get away from them.
Okay. And I got you. I'm gonna bring you in right now. And welcome into the show, Hank. We got somebody that I believe he disagrees. So we're gonna hear him out. We're gonna let him get his full thought out. Go ahead, Hank. And then we also bring in Chicago Real, Young Riaz. I got you. Thank you for being patient. Go ahead, Hank.
Yes, let me be clear. I sent in that super chat and I may just be dead inside. So I'm a black autist, but at half his age, was belted continuously by my black father. So I may not care. I must be coming from a weird angle, but I was belted. People probably said the word. I don't care because it doesn't do any actual damage to me. It doesn't do any actual damage to anyone. But I've been told by the community to actually be ticked at a couple silver word. But what do you want me to do? I'm not spending my own lawyers to try to censor a word. Do you want me to quiet her forever? I don't know. You just say being angry that she's made money off of hurting black children. I was a black child, and the crime is that my family didn't get paid as much for physically hitting me. So I don't understand the anger, and I don't really. You're just not making a good argument.
So the thing is that we have to be in support of our people. We cannot allow whatever things that happened to you when you was young just to be swept under the rug because you are a young black kid, right? So now we understand that we are the people that have the discernment to do something about, first by speaking up and getting other like-minded people that's willing to bare minimum. The bare minimum is speak up and speak the truth and say, hey, what you did to a child, first of all, was wrong. No matter what color this person is, right? What you did to a child is wrong. And then now, if you put on autistic, what you did to an autistic child that's clearly autistic, right? That is wrong. And then on the third set, and then you put a racial slur on top of it. No, us as a people need to come together and speak out against these things, because when we allow the other side to come out, we see what happened with MAGA. And now all of these so-called racist people feel like it's okay to just be openly disrespectful to anybody that does not look like them, and that is a problem.
Yes, but I'm being told I'm not a real man because I'm not controlling all the other black people. So, well, you're not controlling me, so I guess there's no real black men.
What you? I'm confused on what you're saying. Say that again.
Well, last time I was here, you were mad at me for not controlling the black community, what other people says. But I guess I'm not angry over the N-word. I don't care. It doesn't make a big difference to me. We could do something about it, but is it worth it?
Yes.
All right. So what you want to do?
That's right. So it's absolutely worth it to fight for your people and just have justice for us to be treated as normal human beings. It is not okay to beat down on me because of my skin color, and we got to push that out so our children and children's children they could feel the residual that we did not. So this young kid. So since we are being quiet about it, this is what happens. It happens in Minnesota where a white woman feel like she can just do whatever she wants, but no, you cannot do this to whoever you want, especially if it doesn't look like you. And this is why we have to speak up and stand up. This is how things start. This is how you get the ball rolling. Donald Trump became president from talking. So this whole idea that words don't mean anything is BS. It only doesn't mean anything when it comes to us as black folks. No, talking is how you get things done in this country. Majority of these things that happen, majority of wars started with words first. We have over 200 people in the chat on both channels combined. Please hit the like and the share button. Thank you. So again, we got to stop saying that black people do not have a voice and we should just shut up and dribble. The only way you can become a president is by talking. It's the only way. So this whole idea that we got to talking doesn't mean anything is nonsensical. It's only used against us. They trying to put us in our place. The reason why Shador cannot be who he is because, oh, you have to be humble. No. Ain't no goddamn humble in me. I'm going to speak my mind. I'm here. We fought. Hey, it is what it is. I'm going to use that goddamn law system. So I don't understand why we think that it's okay to humble ourselves for other people.
So does that mean I can ban any words I want? Can I use this? Because there's words I don't like that aren't N-words. So can I do that?
Say what?
Can I go ahead and use that law system ban other words I don't like?
They already do that.
Well, there's some words they allow they don't want to allow anymore. So can I do that? Is that okay with you?
Right, that's what I'm saying. They already do that. So already, if you say something about the small hat community, you'll literally lose an acting job. You'll lose if you're a regular person, you'll lose your real job. You won't be allowed in certain places. They do that already.
No, there's a special list of words I personally want banned. Is that okay with you?
What I'm saying is that it's already a list of words that you can't not use. And the N-word is one of them. It's a racial slur. You cannot use hate speech towards people. It's already in law. This is not something new. I don't know why Black folks do not want us to get the law to be upheld for us. Stop letting other groups tell us what needs to be done. This is the problem. It's not enough Black men with a backbone to say, hey, we need to move in lockstep on some things, and this is one of them. You are not going to talk to our young people the way how you think you're talking to them. No.
Well, you're kind of telling me how things need to be done. So
because I'm telling you something out of love. I'm not telling you this out of hatred. I'm not telling you this because I feel like I am above you. I'm telling you this because I experienced something, and I'm giving you my life experience to help hopefully and pass it on to you so you can move forward and be better about it if I could do anything. So that's the difference. I do not racially slur you. I do not talk to you.
I just throw a fit over a two-syllable word, though.
See, but don't disregard. So what I'm saying is that I'm giving you. So you said was no logic arguments, and I'm giving you logic arguments. Instead of you accepting the logic argument, you're trying to find a way to rebuttal it.
Even if I follow the logic, you don't get out of your conclusion. That's what I'm saying. Right,
because you don't want to. You're trying to hold on to this thing that we cannot be autonomous Black human beings in America. You think that they are above us. They are not.
They're not above us just because they have a magic word that triggers some Black people.
It's not just the word, it's the way how they use the word against us. They're using it racially. Other groups are protected with certain words you cannot use against certain people. You are going to get reprimanded by it. And then now we have an administration that is peeling back all of these laws and say you cannot even sue somebody for racially profiling you, racially slurring you, racially discriminating against you, all these other things. So it's already in law. All I want people to do is follow the law. Give me what you said this country is supposed to give. That is it. No special treatment. All right, we got somewhere.
Okay. No, we don't. We got nowhere. I'm just gonna walk off the panel. I'm not sold on it.
It's not about me selling you something, but it's not about me selling you something. It's about you understanding logic.
Well, if I don't agree with you, I don't have any logic. Okay, that's not a big deal. See you later.
It's not about agree. Okay, if you want to leave, you feel like, and I thought I was.
Yeah.
What's up, Chicago Gorilla?
Man, where's Rahotep, man? I want Rahotep on your head again.
Rahotep he got banned from the channel, because he was on his period the other day. So
Oh, because yeah, that's what he was fussing at you about initially. Yeah.
Yeah. So once these men get on a period, hey, it's kind of hard to deal with them. Yeah, Rahotep DH balance wasn't aligned. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dog. And I'm trying to understand what the brother was saying. I understand there may be some barriers, right? But the idea that it's only words and sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I think you were, alluding to, like with the small hats. I wish you would try and call them something other than
what they are.
Yeah, you see what they did to Jesse Jackson,
right?
See when he referred to him. You know, it wasn't that funny to him when Eddie Murphy did the joke on Saturday Night Live either. Mind you, on that. Who is that?
And what they did to Kanye West, they took all of his wealth in a millisecond, right?
They tried to. They ain't pulled that. Let me tell you, what they did to Kanye West was worse. They didn't take his wealth in the way that we think, like in that way, because he bounced back. But they are literally pulling his teeth in front of us. Like they are pulling that man's teeth, and they about to what you call that when you make him a eunuch? They about to make him a eunuch. That man going through it. It's terrible. It's terrible to see.
The new album don't sound too bad. I got halfway through it.
Yeah, I can't, man. When he listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I rock with Kanye, but when he started talking about my dukes, man, I can't. I can't. So I ain't listened to it yet, but I don't intend on listening to it either. But yeah, because that if you watch Genius, you know how much he loved her son to a fault. That's why he is the way he is now, right? And he loved my dude. So for him to be saying all this craziness, yeah, that's why I say they pulling that man teeth out in front of us, man. Like he supremely doped up. That's the only way you saying that type of stuff. But anyway, I'm on mute.
Yeah, I think it's wild, and but I'm glad that these things happen because now we starting to see that the line in the sand is getting thicker and thicker. It's way thicker than we ever thought. I did not know it was this much vitriol against our own kind. I had no idea, Chicago.
From your own kind, right?
Yeah, I had no
idea.
It's
the black people who are killing me, right? Like but I'm convinced they're not FBA, and they're not.
But Sharon, it shouldn't surprise. Well, Sharon in particular, it shouldn't surprise you if you don't have knowledge of self, right? Like if you don't know who you are. And again, you go back to Malcolm X, who taught you to hate yourself, right? Like, by the way, I did finally get to see Sinners. I went Saturday and saw it.
It was good, right?
Yeah. It was, at first when I left the theater, I was like, I don't think it's that many deep messages. Then the more I'm thinking about stuff and I'm walking through the earth, I'm like, oh, wait, they did touch on that in the movie.
Yo, Rilla. So when I first left the movie, I didn't even know if I liked it or not.
Right.
And I'm walking out of it. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck did I just see. I'm like, and I'm trying to reflect on it. And as I reflect on the movie, that's when I appreciated the movie.
Yeah.
Because, it took a while for it to really like absorb it. And I think when you first leave it, it's so much imagery, and they did it with so much subtleness, like how racism used to be.
Yeah.
They did it with the subtleness in the movie, and then now we living in a world where it's just so obvious that it is so obvious that it's literally like a TV show. Like this happened on the playground is something that happens on a TV show. We be watching like, man, that's some SVU Law and Order shit. That
right. Right.
That movie, every black person needs to see it twice, because I do think, like you guys said, you may not necessarily retain everything you need to the first time. I think it was like wonderfully done. There was a lot of the main takeaway for me was like understanding what happens when you're like these people in a chat, right? Because what brought the problems in, it was this allegiance to non-black people. That's what brought all of the problems into the club. Right? Yeah, it was the white woman who convinced the black man, let me go and see, right? Let's try to get their money. And then it was
she was passing white.
And she was like a one drop rule black woman. And then it was an Asian woman. And then it was an Asian woman who invited the vampires in.
So I'm gonna tell you what I got from it. I'm gonna tell you one thing that stood out. Go ahead.
Wait, can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead. Venus on her Black Panther.
Hey, I think it's so interesting that the things that Venus pointed out, I see it in a completely different way. Go ahead, Chicago.
Wait, I just want to finish my point.
Go ahead, Venus.
That was literally the whole, like, there were a lot of things on a spiritual level too. It was like about strongholds to me, because the dad warned his child about the problem with blues, and even after everything he experienced, the music had such a stronghold on him, he still chose that. at the end of all of what he saw, right? So it has several different messages in it. It spoke about strongholds on a spiritual level. But yeah, on in terms of what created the issues for them that night, yeah, it was the one drop rule white woman who convinces the black man had it right the first time. He said, "No, you cannot come here, go away." The white woman got into the black man's ear, convinced him why this would be a good idea. Then she went outside to go and work with them. And then what did they do? Turn her into a vampire. Then she brought that shit inside. Then the Asian woman gives them the invitation to come in and fuck everything up. So the main takeaway for me was this is what happens when you don't stick to your own people. That's what I got.
Yeah, so I see how you could arrive there. I didn't take it into account like that, although I wouldn't disagree with how, stuff went kind of way left when that stuff happened. But in the beginning, it talked about, like, I think Annie said something to the effect of, like, there's a story, or there's a saying that, that goes that there's those who create the music that can conjure up spirits. And so that got me to thinking, I'm always thinking about music and culture and all that stuff. And I asked a question on my Facebook page, the music that you're listening to today, what spirit are you conjuring or summoning? Because that's what I got. That was one of the things that stuck out.
Me too. Yeah,
What's his name? Miles Catton or Caden or whatever. When Sammy, when he was singing that song and perked that vampire's ears, like, and because he could hear it, right? And it perked him. It's almost like he summoned him to that juke joint. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that those same spells are being weaved or woven today, right? And people don't even realize. Again, Sharon, I always use that "You Don't Even Know" song. If you listen to it and you hear Future in the beginning, that joker say, "This shit sound crazy," and then in a lower voice, if you turn it up, you can hear him say, "This sound demonic." That always stuck with me. But I'm on mute.
That's
that was about money too. I'm sorry, Sharon. It was that's why I think it was wonderful. There's so many takeaways from that movie. That's why I think I want to see it again, and I think a few people need to see it again to really grasp all of the messaging that was in there. But it was about money too. All of this was because the one twin, I think Smoke, he had like the capitalist mindset. Like he took on the mindset of the oppressors, right? That's why when he came home, he was talking bad about his woman because she was accepting what monopoly money, whatever he called it. He didn't respect the system the black people had, the bartering system. He strayed away from his people. He went to travel up north, different places, and then he brought those ideologies back home. And that was the root of this as well. It was about money. Like that's what I got from it. It was like money, not just being okay with your own people, your own traditions, your own customs, and what happens when you like internalize what the oppressor got going on. It's going to bring you your demise.
I mean, everybody take what they take from it. I think it's very interesting. For me, I seen Stack. He was pimping Mary. That was his hoe. And she was doing what hoes do. She went out there to go get that black man his money.
Nah, it was her idea. She was the one convincing him. That's why I get it twisted. Them women be running these men. It don't be the other way around. It was her idea.
And look, also Venus, don't forget how did Stack survive? By chasing that white woman through the woods. That's how he.
No, that's not how he survived. Oh God! But you know that I noticed the black woman was the one who had all the answers. The black woman knew what to do to fight the vampires. The black women had to protect everybody. That's what I did see.
And also Annie let somebody that she didn't see in 7 years pop her off too.
That's a fact.
That's what she did.
Hey, she said your body ain't forget me.
And look, also she wound up cooking 100 catfish for somebody that she ain't seen in 7 years. And then not only that, then she became the goddamn bartender, and then she became the manager and say, "Hey, I'm gonna take these wooden nickels too," because hey, this is what I've seen. I think there's a lot of things that was missing in the movie because it showed a lot of different dynamics of relationships. It showed the pimp and the whole relationship. It showed toxic relationship between Stack and Mary as well. Because we didn't, like, if you're not paying attention, you're not even realizing that the reason why she got married and moved to the other state,
he told her to.
He was pimping her out to those people in the first place. So most people, I think, probably looked at it as just a relationship show. It showed toxic relationship, and it also showed pimping and hoeing. Also, it shows a man that he's willing to go grind for 7 years, leave his woman behind after whatever happened to their child, leave, go be a criminal somewhere else, do some nonsense there, have to run away from that state, come back home and bring all of that heat back to the home because he brought all that with him. And also the catalyst is his own daddy. So the real hate was the goddamn guitar. The guitar is what really brought in all the goddamn right. That's the real hate, is the guitar. And also was the same thing that destroyed the vampire at the same time, right? So it's so many different things. And then how the damn devil itself, the vampire, because the devil is in the movie, but we actually never see it. If you pay attention to all the way at the end of the movie, when the in the credit scenes, that's probably when he was singing to the devil, most likely.
What?
Oh,
I stayed all the way through. Now I gotta go back and
yeah, so when he's singing this little line of
mine, and saw that. Yeah, I didn't realize. I thought they just put that in there. I didn't. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when he's singing this little light of mine is the double entendre, right? So he's also auditioning for the devil, while also this little light of mine. What killed the vampire? The light of the sun.
But what is the story of Lucifer? What is the story of the devil? It's about music, right? In the Bible.
So if we and so this is why for me, Chicago, I know people be getting like, damn, you call all that on the first take. Like for me, when I watch things, this is why I don't really watch movies and stuff like that. I try to stay away from.
Now I want to read the screenplay.
I can't. I don't really listen to music that much how I used to anymore. Like I got to listen to. It's very intentional now. Like I know what I'm listening. You know what I'm saying? Like because like I pay attention to so many different avenues that it bothers me if I just can't just listen to it as a or watch things as
I love the montage that he did when he first started singing.
Oh my god, that was so horrible for me musically.
Why?
I didn't like it either.
It was great though.
Wait, tell me why musically? Because I'm not saying it was a dope song, but go ahead.
I ain't like how they was trying to mash up. The quality was so horrible. The mixing.
I see what you're saying. No. Visually, I would agree, but even sonically. So I'm not saying like it was a dope song. I love the concept of what he did. He was bridging the gap. He was saying generationally how these things exist. Right. So even when you think about the juke joint, because remember in the juke joint, he panned to a scene. And you see what we would consider gangsters and dope boys on the crap table, right? And then you mash that up, you compare today and yesterday, or times gone by, whatever, right? And I love that concept, not the song in and of itself, but where he was going and how he was able to connect the dots. The other thing that it did get me thinking about is I've been listening to blues all weekend now.
Been listening to Kingfish.
I know. I listened to BB King live at Cook County Jail, right? And then Buddy Guy, I missed because he was supposed to retire last year, and I think he's approaching his 90s. But it looks like I know he has a club here, and apparently he's there with Shauna every weekend. So I said I need to go out there and see, because when you listen to the blues, it's crazy to me. I made this post too. I think I made it in the Lapeef group. But these lily livid coward ass niggas would sit up there and say those men were making simp songs, right? You're not even listening to this man agonize. You don't know why he's agonizing over this woman or why he's expressing his love for a woman, and you're not even half the man your granddaddy was, and got the nerve to say them songs were for simps or created by simps.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, let me shout out to the Cash App. It says paying fines for my potty mouth.
Damn. Let me go on mute.
But it also showed how like music, the devil, I don't want to sound ignorant, but like there is a link between the Satan and music, right? And what it showed to me through all of those genres that they mixed in was like how, yeah, the devil, the way that he was able to summon the devil when he was singing is kind of like present in all of those genres of music. And I think it's a special gift that Black people have. That's what I got from that. Like our music, for some reason,
No, that's what I got too.
yeah,
Venus.
spiritually, our music
Yes.
resonates on a different frequency. That's why
When you compare what they were singing with the damn, because my wife was sitting there like, was he doing that river dance? I was like, yeah. All that shit was on season.
By the way, Chicago Rilla, that was Diva's favorite part of the movie, by the way.
When he did the river dance?
Mm-hmm.
Why was that her favorite part?
Cause she ain't got no sense. Where be that?
She be like it. No, I think she just be liking. I gotta hear her take on this, man.
Because guys, think about this. When you listen to drill music, there's a emotion you evoke out of you, right?
Absolutely.
Same as when you listen to gospel music. Same as when you listen to R&B music, right? There's a certain gift
soul
that
music,
Black people just have. The something about something in us, right?
So
well, we can conjure good or bad. That's how powerful we are.
Hey, Venus, also, I don't know if people caught it in live time too. It's like, so also when he turned everybody into vampires, also he was singing the same Irish song, but all of a sudden they turned a little gospel now because
I didn't peep that, but you're right. When you just said that, it kind of went over my head. I peeped it in the moment, but I didn't lean into that. But you are 1000% right. Because when they first did that with the banjos and stuff, and by the way, we created that too. Right? Like, by the way, if y'all wasn't aware, the banjo belongs to us.
Y'all not gonna like this take too, but this also speaks to I kind of sort of undermining of a Black man's authority in two instances, right? The first time when the brother like had a hard no on who's allowed, and then the white woman like kind of going behind him to convince the other brother to go against what his brother had said, right? And then the second time when the same Black man is trying to protect the group and he's saying no, keep everybody out, and then the Asian woman oversteps his authority and does what she wants to do.
Oh, that's a good catch.
So that part, before I bring Bola, I think that part is twofold, right? Because the reason why she did it is because somebody was stealing an Irish liquor. You shot 2 people in the street. And so now somebody done killed your goddamn brother, and all of a sudden you want to talk about it? Get the fuck out.
Now, whatever the reason is, that's what the end result. It was like not respecting the authority, because the devil is smart, right? So he's going to play on your emotions. So he has her scared about what's going to happen to a daughter, rightfully so. That's what the devil does, right? He will confuse you. That's what happens for real in real life, and then you'll do what she did. You'll make decisions that are much worse than if you would have just calmed down. That's really spiritually how that goes, right? However, that's what I saw. It was the white woman and the
that
Asian woman
invited Legion in.
Right. Wait. It was the white woman and the Asian woman who undermined the Black man's authority and overstepped them and brought them their demise.
This is what I say. I see when it comes to us gangbanging, we'll shoot each other dead in the street. When it comes to the, you know what the Irishman represents, right? The Irishman represent police. We hear bagpipes when they die, right? So when a Irishman or a cop kills our brother in the street, all of a sudden, hey, I don't know what
Kumbaya, my lord.
Kumbaya.
Wait, Sharon, why you don't want to acknowledge what I said though? Like, why you trying to rush past that?
I got to because that man was Venus. That man was ignorant to the whole movie. That KKK man came there and said, "Boy," he said, "I don't got no boy money."
Wait, who was? I'm talking about the part about undermining the authority of the Black man, and who was doing it the whole film. It was everybody but Black people.
No, what I'm saying that if they was not undermined, they was used to him getting shit popping. That's what he was representing. Anytime somebody said something, he reached for his gun. Hey, he said, "Boy, I ain't got no boy money." He even pulled the gun out on his neck. Hey, I'm gonna sing anyway. All right, you gonna be a dead nigga singing?
No. When he says
his authority was violence. His authority was not, hey, let's sit back and think about this.
No, your authority is whatever you say it is. There's a time for violence and there's a time to strategize. before violence, right?
Perfect.
So when he's trying to strategize and telling everybody, hold on, you don't overstep him and invite the devil in because of your feelings.
So
she did overstep his authority.
No, she did not.
No, but what he's saying is everything that he did prior to that was violent. So now that you're trying to get into that thought process of trying to figure it out, people ain't trying to buy it because we've never seen you strategize prior. If there was a mixture of you strategizing and using violence, then maybe. But if everything you do is violent and now you want to strategize, that's where the pushback is gonna come. And
when have we ever seen vampires before? So we can't use the we can't use the I've never seen this. We've never seen this. So we have to approach this thing that we've never seen in a different way. That's just common sense.
Okay, so perfect. I'm glad you said that. So they did. So they listened to Annie. They made the steaks. They ate the garlic, and they made the garlic water, and they did they prepared already. So they knew they was going to fight already.
Hey,
no,
before I jump in this meeting, I got a question for you.
You keep talking about the black woman, but I'm talking about the black man, and for whatever reason, you don't want to acknowledge the white and the Asian women who stepped over his authority.
No, she did. I mean, the point that Venus is making is prevalent. It is true because, again, they usurped authority over black men, and it's not just this movie. But I just wanted to address something that Venus said that I think that went over a lot of people's heads. The reason why I say it is definitely in music is music is the only thing that needs no permission to penetrate your spirit.
Damn.
This is why he's in music.
Thank you,
because regardless of whether you invite it or not, music penetrates everything because it invokes different spirits of happiness, anger, calmness. So this is why he's in the music industry, and music is in everything. Whether it be movies, whether it be opera, whatever, music is in everything. And the main takeaway from this, because this was loosely based off the black man, I forget his name, when he went to the crossroads and made that deal with
Robert Johnson.
Yeah, it was supposed to be loosely based off that. So the music invoked a certain type of spirit. And that's why what Venus said is very important. Because these are the things that we're listening to. So when you're listening to the drill music and this rap that we're listening now, it's hurt music. When you listen to them, they don't give you a solution. They only talk about, I'm hurting. And then other people hear that, and it just spirals them out of control into pain. So this is why it's important to talk about therapy, why it's important for men to come out and be those mentors for these young men out here, like you guys were saying about an hour ago, about being those mentors and standing up for something, or you're going to lay down for anything. That's all I wanted to say. Have a blessed day. Love you all.
All right. So I want to say something.
Bolo understands me. Sharon, I don't know what's going on with you.
Whatever.
So Venus, I got something for you and Chicago Real and the rest of you guys. Listen, last week we talked about this movie. And I'm telling you, being from Louisiana, when you said the two women are the reason for what happened, they're not. Go back and watch the movie. Right before they ran into the club, you will see Annie doing a Yoruba on the table. The Yoruba is a thing that you use with bones and fragments and things you take, and you allow the spirit to tell you what's going to happen. So remember, she kept throwing it, and every time she threw it, the same thing happened over and over again.
Right.
And so when she knew that was telling her, you're gonna die tonight.
But
that's why she turned to old boy. That's why she turned to him and said, you know what? If I turn, I need you to go ahead and take me out. Right? She said, I don't care. I need you, because she knew already that she was going to die. She just didn't know how.
But how does that take away from what I said about what the roles those women played?
Because that was their destiny. Just like if you look at it, just like Judas was for Jesus, that's what she was for them. She was telling them, this is our destiny tonight. We dying. And ain't no way we can get out of it.
So if Mary never did her thing,
but do we still acknowledge Judas for what he did? We do, right? Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I
think Jesus came up because of Judas. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jesus got a lot more than he did on earth by Judas betraying him. And so in this situation, the lady inviting him in, Annie already knew. She knew it was over for everybody. And that's why she told him, she said, I'll see you soon. And because I got somebody I need to meet anyway. And
Yeah, but
she said, you do too.
when you say what she already knew, that has nothing to do with what. I'm not talking about who knew what. I'm saying who did what, right? What actions
Hmm.
were taken. That's all. So I don't
Yeah, that
disagree
needed,
with you.
yeah.
Yes, she knew, but at the end of
Hmm.
the day, yeah, the demise was brought by who? The
But they
white
need, but
and the Asian woman.
yes, but that was their destiny. No matter what, it
She
could
just
have.
wanted to say that Chinese lady undermined the black man
Yeah, yeah,
authority.
yeah,
The both of
yeah,
them did because they did. It's
yeah.
just a fact. But I'm shocked that you as a black man don't see it that way. But
No, I don't see it that way.
that's another
Yeah.
conversation.
Not that scene. I don't see it that way at all in that scene. Absolutely not. I think
Yeah,
if you're about that action, then be about that action.
and Sharon is absolutely right about the end of the movie, because if you look at the difference between when God created the devil, Lucifer, he said, you are the most beautiful angel I've ever created, and you're going to be over the music. So you got to understand the root of music comes from somebody now who is very demonic and the devil. So you have to be, this is the beginning of time. So you have to believe that in the music, that's why I'm saying, like, right, if you go to an arena of 20,000 people, and while they're waiting on the concert to start, you play back that ass up and see 20,000, 15,000 people up on their feet, dancing in the middle and twerking in the middle of the house.
And also
Like,
that also goes into play with who cloned Tyrone, right? That was another thing that was very similar to right?
And you know what? That dance scene where you say you don't like how he mashed everything together, dude. There was so much in that scene, Sharon. You got to go back and watch.
No,
They show.
visually, I think it was really good. That he put all
Oh
of
my God.
like visually was dope, but I didn't
He
like
he
how
showed how music started in the beginning in Africa with the African drummers, to all the way to girls twerking. Then he showed the crip walk. Then he showed. I mean, it just went through how he merged all the things together to show how music affects us as a culture. Man, you just kind of. Oh,
Wait, I
and
got
it
a
so
was
question for
lovely.
and
y'all.
also the reason being is before the questions, or another reason why I don't feel like she undermined him because they could have let her ass go.
Yeah.
She was trying to
Well,
leave.
it was too late. Once you said come in, the invitation is sent. It
No, I'm
wouldn't
talking about
matter at that point.
She tried to leave
no
about 3 times
before
and
that
he held her back.
scene. She was trying to leave. They was the one that pulled her back. Let her ass go.
That doesn't
Yeah,
have anything
I
to
would have
do
put.
with that doesn't have anything to do with what happened in the next. Once you bit somebody's hand to scream to invite them inside, you did undermine. Like it's the fact it's either A, black men are so used to not having authority that y'all don't even see a problem with that, or B, you're being biased. I don't understand how you
Now,
don't see that is
hold on,
somebody overstep. I'm wondering if the black woman had done that, would y'all be turning this blind eye right now? I don't
now
understand.
Venus. Let me tell you what I heard Sunday. I was listening to a YouTube channel on Sunday, and I heard a guy say we could take something else from the movie. He said nobody, when you're in your safe space, nobody can come inside of your safe space unless you give them permission. He said this needs to be the ideal of how people protect themselves and protect their bodies. And you can't.
So BMU, who this is my point. This was the black man's space. The black man did not give that permission. He was undermined. That's the point I'm making. Hey, I don't get it.
Well, hold on now. If you keep in mind, you do remember when who was it? Was it Smoker Stack? When Stack was like he was really into the music when it was like Kick Your Robin Clean, right? He was ready to let them in. He was like, man, they do sound good. And he said no. And Smoke said no, they're not coming in here.
Right, and that's why I'm appointing him the authority because his final decision was what was accepted. It was clear
Mm-hmm.
at that moment who's in charge and who makes decisions here. It was clear, even over his own brother. I said no, so it's no. That was the
Yep.
decision. So
Yep.
anything after that, countering that, is undermining the authority. I'm not. I'm confused.
Sharon, say something.
Sharon biased, obviously, so he don't want to see what I'm saying. But it's just the truth. The Asian and the white woman undermined the black man's authority and brought all of that drama into their home. and everybody died. And that's just what happened.
Who brought it to their doorstep?
Who brought it to their doorstep?
Mm-hmm.
The music brought it to their doorstep. The music brought it to their doorstep.
It was Smoke and Stack. They brought the evil with them.
No, the music is what brought the evil. You talking about the guitar?
All of it, yeah. They the ones that created the juke joint. They the ones that made Annie slave over a hot greasy fish and cook for 100 people. They also made Annie they made Annie do the bartending. They also made Annie be goddamn the security guard. They make you can't be taking advantage.
We know that the muling of the black woman been a thing. That's a fact. I'm not negating that. That's where they were wrong, right? We always got to run to the black women when it's time to fix some shit. When it's time to get some shit together, we're gonna, extract her for all of her labor and all of her skills. That definitely was a thing too. But in terms of the vampires coming in and ruining everything, yes, that was because of the white woman convincing the black man to go do business with them, and she went out there and did that. And then the Asian woman inviting them in. Those are the two entry points for vampires. It was the white woman and the Asian woman. I'm sorry, I don't know why we are pretend like we don't see it. It's just true.
We just see two different things.
Fair enough.
And I believe that she was doing what hoes do.
I'm with you, Venus.
She's doing what he taught her to do. That's why he said, "I'm going to pay somebody to whoop your ass," and she said, "I'll whoop everybody's ass in here because you taught me how to fight." So she was just doing what she was told to do. That's what she was taught to do, to go get that money. Okay. Chicago, Real, you still there? Because I know you wanted to ask a question, and hopefully you didn't make it to your. He'd probably be in his meeting already. Too bad he couldn't get to ask his question. But I thought it was great, and I think hopefully we disproven the point that we should not be speaking up about these racist people that's coming out nowadays, right? Because it was so like this idea of MAGA allowing it to be acceptable is not even a question anymore. The fact that Donald Trump last interview, the first person he wanted to talk about in the Democratic Party is Jasmine Crockett. And he calls her low IQ. That's insane.
Wow.
Say that again. Wait, say that again.
Donald Trump, he was talking about the Democratic Party and saying like how he don't understand what's going on with the Democratic Party. He said, "Yeah, I just listened to that woman Crockett, and she's low IQ. That should not be acceptable anymore."
Especially when, what was the thing that black people have a lower IQ than everybody else or something like that, right?
For a long time, they've been trying to say that. So that should not be acceptable. Like, nah, you can't say that, bro. Not coming from you. You can't say that shit. Sorry. That sounds like you trying to make America great again by using old school rhetoric. We hear it, right? That's the dog whistle right there. That's that was a dog whistle, calling her low IQ. Venus was able to pick on it right away. That's what they used to say, right? So that's the thing. But now it's not so much dog whistle with everybody else. That was the first time I ever heard him actually dog whistle, where he said low IQ thing. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. And then the crazy part about it, these MAGA people, they follow him blindly. When he was talking about he's going to run for a third term, all of them like, yeah, I'll vote for Donald Trump again. I'm pretty sure there's some white folks in here right now, some MAGA folks in here right now, some black conservatives right now that would say, yes, if Donald Trump was to figure out a way to go and run for a presidency for a third term, they would back it up, even though the Constitution says he should not.
Even though a lot more people are suffering a negative consequence than what they thought, right? Didn't UPS just fire a whole bunch of people? I don't know, but this is kind of like that hatred really will trump everything. It really does. It's like it's such a powerful emotion. that people don't even care about like how something might affect them. It's just the hatred first and then everything else second.
It's wild. Because so now, right, Byron. So now we say lawyers and people that go to private school for their whole life, went to college, got degrees, are low IQ.
Wow.
And let's be honest, Trump has a low IQ. Like, what are we talking about? Like, he doesn't even really communicate that well. Just in basic interviews, he just kind of does what people do on panels, like railroads and shit. He doesn't. His IQ ain't the highest. He comes from a rich man. He already had connections and different things, so his life went how it went. His IQ is not necessarily the highest either.
Right. It's crazy. Yeah, young. What you want to bring to the conversation, yeah?
Pretty much though about the first part of it though, like when you were talking about the autistic girl earlier, I was like, I felt so sorry for her, like really empathetic. So it's not just the time for racism, but I just basically know from experience myself being an autistic person though. Just talking about the first topic though, when you actually started though, based on that's the only thing I can offer though. Basically, I felt sorry for her, and it was wrong period though, because I know from experience.
Thank you. Welcome to the show, Mr. Seven. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
Not a damn thing right now. I'm still getting set up right out.
All right. Go ahead, Bolo T.
I came back. I just came to make a correction. Nowhere in the Bible did God say that Satan was the most beautiful angel he made.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, hold on, Bolo.
Say he was the most powerful. Yes.
Hey, and good morning to you, Black man. You know I love you, sir. What did you just say about what did the Bible not say about who?
Satan was not made. God never said Satan was the most beautiful angel he ever made. Doesn't say that.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't say that. So what I'm saying is, yeah, was he powerful? Absolutely. Right? I believe he was a cherubim. I got to look into that. But he wasn't the most beautiful angel he ever made. Doesn't say that. So that's all I came up to say. Yeah, have a blessed day.
I'm gonna make an announcement. I'm gonna go live today. I haven't been inspired in a while, but now I really want to do a review on this movie because I feel like I could really go deep with this whole thing for real.
Jacques Cousteau?
Okay.
You gonna go Jacques Cousteau?
Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts. Okay. Something that y'all black men not gonna like, but it is what it is. Okay.
Okay. Look, I did try coming over Venus Puppies. I think I can't type in the chat anymore. Could you actually check if I got blocked in your chat, Venus? Because I could not type in there.
You're blocked in my chat. Listen, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm always looking at y'all because the block list be crazy as hell. One of y'all probably did it.
Hey, look. And also,
I'm probably guess it by mistake.
Hold on, y'all. And everybody that's on the main channel, we're gonna go over and support the new channel. I need 150 more brand new folks, so please hop over there. Thank you so much.
Do we need to drop or anything, or you just okay?
You're good. Oh man, that is hilarious.
Oh my God, Sharon, I thought about this when you left yesterday. How come when you on the other channels you don't announce the new page so people can know to follow? Why you didn't mention it yesterday?
Because you know, to be honest, Venus,
I know Freezy and he wouldn't mind. So I don't know about other places.
And right, so but people always trying to make me seem out to be like some clout chaser and all these other things, even though everybody does very similar things to what I do. And I just don't want to deal with the BS rhetoric. They try to say I have bots. They try to say I have this, that, and the third, because they just don't understand how somebody like me can have 200 people in a box on 2 channels. And my new channel is doing better than some of their old channels. And they are so-called alumni of whatever. They've been popping since whatever. They've been the latest thing since whatever, but they so stuck in the past. So I just try not to. I'm scared to type in chats now.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't blame you, but you should announce your. The reality is, everybody know your presence does bring value to people's panels. So it is what it is. Same way mine does, and I know it. It is what it is. And it's okay to say, yeah, this is my new channel, because that's what most people, content creators, when they go on other platforms, that's kind of what they're trying to do, showcase themselves to get attention to their channel. It's no secret, and everybody knows because everybody's talking about how your channel got demonetized. So okay, so hey, here's my new channel. If you want to come support, I don't think there's nothing wrong with saying that.
Right, you might not, because you're a genuine person, right? But majority of people, they not so genuine, and for the most part, some of them, I don't really want them around me anyway. I'd rather build it up genuine on my own, and hopefully I get people that's never even heard of this space this way. People can't say BS that I'm, second fiddle to somebody. I've been doing this thing on my own since I started it, and that's why I tried to stay away from even, I try to stay away, because I want to get my own people. And it's like, we see it in my chat already, that is a bunch of people in my chat that ain't in nobody else chat. We know that, but for
Yeah, a
some
lot of people, I never seen these names in other places.
but they would try to make it seem like, hey, Sharon is clout chasing. Like they literally will go on panels where they pay for people to be there and say, I'm the clout chaser. It's crazy.
I would like to say one thing to that. Sister Venus brought up a good point. I would use myself as the example in which she said, as far as like when we just kind of go to other channels to get ourselves known. Everybody know I kind of got this thing. I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. I started off saying, I don't tell people to push like if you attract to my channels because you're here because you want to be. But to get to her point, that's what I did. I just pop up around you niggas, and I got my name known. I pop up, I say my V, I digress, my mic is muted, and thus people I'm into where I am. Never had to tell nobody to come to where I am. So I will give credence to what you said on that. And I'll say this part because I almost forgot, Sharon. Yeah. If you got time sometime, I want to actually do a show with you, sir, me and you. As a chef, I want to have a show about food. And you know what I was saying? I need me a good cucumber eating slice month to come up and talk. I want to do vegetarian health versus carnivore. That's right. If you are available, I want you to come up. I want you to advocate why people should not eat meat anymore. I want to advocate why it should be in our body and why it's healthy. Whenever you're ready for that, sir, I'll go ahead and DM you. I want to set that up. I digress. My mic is muted. We're going to get to it on that.
All right. I like that. And so, even they don't understand how difficult it is to have just even have 80 people on this new channel, how difficult that is.
Yeah, I think I was saying this yesterday. I think what they did to you is wrong, because um I don't know, for me the demonetization is like taking things to another level, and it gives hatred for real. Like, yeah, we get into arguments, we don't like each other around here, but when you're trying to like attack somebody's pockets, that kind of says something to me. Like, you have a deeper issue. You really have a strong dislike for this person, or you think their message is just so harmful. And I don't know who did it, but I can almost guarantee it's some black men involved. I just know it is. And like I was saying earlier, it's the way black men treat each other is the absolute worst. Like, it's the worst. But no, y'all don't acknowledge that. Y'all point fingers at women, at society, at everything but each other. But y'all do each other some of the dirtiest ways I've ever seen.
It was a black man that said he did it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%, and that's, and you know me, Vin. It's like, they try to make it seem like, but it's literally a channel that had it was brought to my attention that they got a group of people that had me a part of a mass flagging and everything. So it is what it is, but they want to take any kind of credit away from me from just anything that happens to me. It's okay for Paul Pierce to say, "Oh, white women are the best," but when it comes to me, "Oh, Sharon, how can you say anything good about a black person?"
But I wanna bring something up, because Jay Prince, when he was going at you, he said, "I never been flagged, and I say some egregious things," and he's right, right? He's a black man who promotes beating on women. He's a black man who encourages black women to get hung if they date white men. He's a black man who is like very problematic. If you cared, right, and really cared about black people, he's correct when he says that. He says some of the most egregious shit And nobody felt like, oh, I need to stop this. But you are the person that deserves that. Is wild to me. It's wild to
Venus,
me.
Venus, sister. Just because JP came out his monkey ass mouth and said something crazy like I don't know, all black women are for sale, don't mean he says egregious things. He's just being JP.
No, my point is not really about him. My overall point is, like I said, black men are behind some of the worst behavior. Like, honestly, they'll see all of that. We've seen several shows where men can talk about beating on women, treating them like objects, all type of just the worst things I've ever heard. I've heard on YouTube. No lie, real shit. Okay, and that's fine. But because Sharon criticizes men, he deserves to have his monetization. He's not promoting violence. He's not promoting any kind of sexual misconduct. He's not promoting any kind of racism, internalized self-hate, any of that. And that's the person who deserves to be treated like that from other black men. But the black men who promote violence, sexual degeneracy, disrespect, and actually are a bad image for you all, that's the person that runs free. Like, black men are twisted in the head to me, for real.
Yeah, it is definitely I didn't know how deep it was because I'm just not around people that think like this and say it in the open like that. So I'm just not so this is kind of like new to me to have the realization how much they just hate anything that a
Can
black man
silent mute? I can't hear. His background is loud.
Okay, I got you. Okay, yeah, there you go. And so like I didn't realize how many black men cannot see themselves doing anything good. So anything that represents something of good that's outside of them, they gotta try to attack it. It's like a punch. I'm like a punch in the face, literally, to them. This is why every time they see me, they get it on their dairy. Every single time.
It was about money too. That's why I'm saying jealousy, because I noticed when most people get mad at you, they mention your cash apps, they mention your super chats. Like, they don't understand, they don't realize that we could kind of see you telling on yourself. They mention you have a lot of women on your channel. So we could hear the things that are like they're mad about. But again, we all be mad about shit on here. I ain't mad at that. It's the like going that far though to demonetize somebody to they got kids, right? Like, you don't like, I'm trying to understand what level of hatred uh does it have to be for y'all to try to go at another black person in a financial way. Off of what? Like, what did he do that was so bad? Like that, I just don't think that was deserved. Like, do your shows, curse them out, have your smoke, like y'all been doing. But for specifically for you, I haven't seen this happen to anybody else over here. And that's just a different level.
Right. And what I really believe is that I pull up that mirror to them that nobody else is willing to show them, and so that they could just go ahead. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother. Finish your statement. I just wanted to ask you a question for you and the panel when you're done.
Yeah, and so and that's the problem. And so when they get treated with that they could do something different and is actual experience, like somebody's doing it in real life. I'm not just talking. Like, a lot of them are just talking. They don't have no proof of concept, whatever they are talking about at all. They literally would sit on a black man's panel that have a black wife, that is an educated black woman that's doing the cooking and cleaning, that's that stay-at-home mom and all these other things that possibly got crazy degrees. And they would talk down on a black woman. They would say that black man just got lucky. So what they really saying, that black men don't deserve things, so unless you get lucky. And this is the problem and I keep telling, like, no, it don't got nothing to do with luck. It's about how much work you put in. And that shit right there triggers them because they want to blame women for their problems instead of dealing with the root issue. The gun is not what's killing people. It's the person that's pulling the trigger.
We know that a lot of black people don't like the truth. So when you hold up that mirror, it's very painful. And so they want to hit you back. They want to hurt you back. Because you don't even know, just by speaking the truth, you hurt some of them. So now it's personal, and I want to hurt Sharon. I want to hit him back. And that's what a lot of that be. Because I go through the same thing. You know that. You go to any other panel, a bunch of people running up behind you every time because they want to have their moment, because they want to humble you, because they want to be able to say they told you about yourself. Like, I realize the words we say be meaning a lot more to these people than they mean to us. Like, we'll just be discussing a topic. You just hurt 40 people's feelings, and now they hate you forever, and they can't wait to catch you every time they see you. Like, they really be internalizing this shit and just obsessed with you, and it's just unfortunate.
Why you so obsessed with me? It's that period. That's what. Okay. Mrs. Actually, question. I'm bringing AR.
All right, cool beans. Yeah, I just want to know, any of you or anybody who would like to answer, what I believe that people don't like is we go too far on what we call narratives. So my question is, what would you say is the fine line between what we call a narrative talking point and what actually takes place in real life? So in a nutshell, percentage out of 100%, how would you say in these spaces are just talking points, and what is the percentage of it's actually real life that's being spoken, in your opinion? Because I think they're upset at the fact that you don't spew the narrative. And I think I get the same thing on a low key. I'm just not as big as you number wise, but I get blackballed too, bro. Niggas don't mess with me tough because I refuse to like gang up.
Yeah, I think majority of the narratives that they spit is just now I'm able to disprove them easily with what they are saying. I don't have to paint a narrative about that said person. And this is why he want to say, Sharon, you tagged me in the stream. Yeah, but I don't use I'm tagging you because you have certain words. I want to make sure it's known that I'm not scared to have a conversation. But if tagging you is some way me trying to claim some fame to you, then nah, I won't tag you. No, I don't need to watch you, bro. You ain't so like bro.
I don't know, Sharon, me personally, I know you guys have seen, all you guys have seen it. Venus, all y'all have seen it. I've done a video where I've been up on the panel with y'all, and it's a wonderful clip I like, and I tag you. You know why? Because I want your name to be out there. I'm just trying to advertise you. That's it. Like, honestly, if anybody has ever got, like, that's the only reason why I've ever done it. That was dope as shit. It was fire, and I want people to hear it. I have a platform where more people can hear you, and I want them to hear you. We don't know how many people might have came to you all or me or anybody from all of us.
Mm-hmm. But that's how you know they look at it in a negative light, right? Me and you, we don't look at tagging each other or sharing each other and any of those things as some kind of negative. Even if you're doing it when you disagree with me, I don't look at it as a negative aspect.
No, that's my way of letting you know I'm not scared. I'm not scared. No, I'm talking to you. I'm not gonna ain't no who's he want. No, your name is highlighted in blue. This is about you. This is for you. End of message.
And so, but that they try to transform that into a narrative where you are clout chasing now all of a sudden, right? Before they would say like, so like it's a twofold. So that if you don't tag them, they say, oh, you talk about me, but you don't never tag me because you're scared I might show up. And then when you do tag them, they say, hey, you clout chasing me.
That means you can't win for losing.
This means that these people are liars real bad. Like, this is why I be saying it's demonic, right? Because the devil is the author of confusion. Let me tell you what they'll do, right? Let's use me. Venus is a problem, a clout chasing, everything else. I don't have any shows with any of these people name on it. Type my name in this shit and see what happens. Type my name in this shit and see. These people who will like, they'll tell you you're not important, but they'll sit on panels for hours discussing you, right? But then you go to my channel, you ain't gonna see none of them tagged in no video, right? Because they're actually really not important for real, right? We're gonna pay attention to the actions versus the words. So they'll tell you you're a clout chaser, Sharon, but then they'll sit around with videos about you. They'll tell me I'm a clout chaser, but they'll sit around making videos, making money off of our likeness. You're actually chasing the clout, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just liars. And I don't understand how the audience who watches us all don't see it plain as day. They're liars.
Right, because what they would do is they'll wait till other people bring it up, and then they would jump on that pen and say, I ain't never talked about you on my channel, but as soon as I'm talking about somewhere else, you run there.
No, I'm saying they'll talk about me on their channel and you,
as well too,
but then they'll paint you to be the problematic person in the space, but then they're sitting around fostering environments where they're telling lies and truths about other people and profiting from it. But they'll tell in the same breath say you're the problem.
Absolutely, because even that day when I was on Freezer Chan, like I wasn't trying to talk about nobody. I wasn't trying to talk about myself. I was there talking about the topic, and then somehow all y'all grievances come out because they just can't help themselves. When I'm telling you, when they see me, they diarrhea falls out. They need a diarrhea pad.
Sharon, you know what? If anybody understands, maybe that's why it bothered me seeing it. I understand. Okay, it happens to me often.
All the time.
Like
right?
I said, these people internalize your words and clearly it cuts them deep. You've been moved on from the conversation, you forgot about the shit. It's 2 weeks later, and you just in a conversation and they want to come fight you because you hurt them to their core. And that's what be going on. A lot of these people are really, really hurt for real. And they're liars. That's the part too. I can't get past the lying. Yeah. You can't call me a clout chaser and you got shows about me. I don't have shows about you. Can't call me a clout chaser when your content is all about reacting to drama, other people's content and problems. But then you're going to tell everybody other people are clout chasers or other people are problematic. But you sit up and lie on people. You spread rumors about people. You spread misinformation. Right. You throw crosses. You try to get in between people's relationships. You're behind the scenes causing all types of chaos, lying, causing problems, right? Telling people's business, right? All of these are the things they're actually doing, but then they'll say Vetus or Sharon are the bad people. But look at the actions.
Not only that, they literally support somebody that said 50% of Black women got herpes, and what we know that is like you using that information wrong, and you are you giving out misinformation.
But this is my point. That's why I'm like, well, how are you so damn bad? But the things that they get behind are actually harmful.
It's actually
in
harmful.
Real life. It's twisted.
Like literally, when I would tell them, like, "Hey, no, a woman having a degree is not a bad thing," they will fight me tooth and nail. When I'm telling, "Hey, young men, we need to go out there and go ahead and get degrees," they're like, "Hey, our education don't matter." Y'all are insane. Like y'all gotta pick like these double-minded.
It's demonic. I'm gonna keep saying it.
Hey, these double-minded men are running rampant in these.
But Sharon, this is the scariest part. These are the most popular people here. So what that tells me is the majority agree with them. The majority are running through life thinking like them. That's why it's a problem. And because so many people are in alignment with it.
Nice. And so you know what it kind of reminds me, like, like Sammy, right? So like they look at me, they really want me on their side. That's what they really want.
If you were bashing women on some red pill shit, that's what I didn't understand yesterday when they were saying like all you care about is money. He would make more money if he was doing what y'all do. Absolutely. And he's choosing not to. And he knows, everybody knows all you gotta come do here is say women ain't shit, and all the men and all the money's gonna come. Absolutely. So if he was really chasing money, he would be doing that.
And so, and the weird part about it, so the reason why they try to do that, because they trying to paint it as if what I'm doing is not unique. This is what they trying to do. They trying to make it seem like I have no real talent. I have no people to follow me because of who I am, right? So they feel like if I was having the same message as them, that I would be nobody. I'd be just another blip in the market. But no, that's not true. I'm way more talented than most of y'all niggas.
Sharon, the way you talk with your hands is magic by itself, sir.
Thank you.
All right. You're a very talented person, sir.
And you know what's crazy, Mr. Seven? If I was on their side, they will love my jazzy hands. They're like, yeah, the way how he be moving his show, they would have a whole
so expressive. Look at the animation.
That's what will happen. They will find some way to say, you know what? No, we going behind them.
This is bullying, and this is again Black people who have inherited all of the problematic ways of their oppressors, and they don't realize how they enact those same behaviors on other Black people, right? So this is like they want to bully you into conforming into their way of doing things. And they want to evoke all these consequences on you just because you have your own way of thinking and doing things. So now they want to resort to well, we're gonna make him pay for that. And that, like, y'all don't realize, like, that's how you guys were buck broken the same way. Like, you don't understand that that's what has been done to black people.
Right.
And you guys are just doing the same thing.
And this is why I had brought up earlier, is that they believe that they are the freedom fighters. They actually believe that. They believe that spewing out this hatred is freedom. I'm saying the honest truth about these women. I really love you. No, you don't. You are not speaking to anybody with love. Not even men. You're not speaking to men or women with love.
Right. Like H.T. Bowman said in the chat, on one breath, black people aren't a monolith. That's convenient when it's cool for them. Correct. But you're not a part of the monolith. You're a problem.
Right.
It's again, the lying in this community really makes me nauseous. Like how easy people get up here and lie and paint narratives and just stretch the truth so far away from reality. And again, Sharon, people are so asleep that the majority are in alignment with them. They don't even see it. It has become so normal to lie, to spread rumors, to do all of the deceitful ass shit that they do, that is going right over people's head at this point. It's normal.
Hey, listen, the sassy man apocalypse is upon us. And it goes to show that a lot of these men are not original thinkers, right? So even when you think about all the movements that they have of lately, they got drizzle. What is that? A knockoff of a woman, sprinkle. When they had the soft guy era conversation, that was a knockoff of a soft. I'm trying to rest in my soft girl era. Like all of these things, they are not original people. Like we see these men that become great comedians. What are they best licks? Is when they are imitating a woman. This is why Red Pill Ranger put on a wig. He put on a wig because he said, hey, I'm gonna go in my white closet, and you know what's gonna be funny? When I walk out that closet with a goddamn Brazilian 20-inch wavy on my head.
And it still didn't work for him. That's why he's so obsessed with me. He feels like the attention I got, he should get. He should be as popular as me, right? Because he want to make it his business to tell me what I'm not every chance he gets. But what's really underneath that is I'm jealous because I want that male attention and I don't get it. No matter what I do, I even put on a wig to be like y'all, and it still don't work.
Right,
because that'd be the reality.
That's the reality, because they be trying to push up the sassometer. They be trying to push it to the next level. EJ, that's what they try to do.
Can I ask you this, Sharon? Huh? I want to ask you this. Like, I know you be playing around, but like in the heart of hearts of Sharon, like all jokes aside, when you say this oh so famous statement, lovers of men, are you just like trying to get up under their skin, or you real like you John like really mean that for real? Like these dudes really be on some other shit?
No, they really are lovers of men. No doubt in my mind.
Okay, respect to that. I just wanted to know. I want to know, because I know if you was just like, hey, look, you throw a punch, I'm gonna throw a shot back. Or if you really like, nah, you dudes is really, you know what I'm saying, wild with it.
Yeah, because they were literally, they would be on Paul Pierce's side saying that white women are the greatest thing since sliced bread. They would say, goddamn, he getting those white women because they are more submissive, this, that, and the third. We hear them go all down the line. They going to Passport Bro and do all these goddamn things. We hear them say it, but then guess what they would say about me, Mr. Seven?
What's that, Sharon? What they say about you, sir?
How can Sharon talk and he has a white wife? It's the first thing they say.
I mean, you're not married to a white man, so I don't care. Sir, listen, I could care less. See, the thing is, whoever you're married to, I don't lay down in the bed with y'all. That don't have nothing to do with when I go out on the weekends. That don't have nothing to do with anything in my life. I just enjoy chilling on the show with y'all for a bit, conversating, kicking the shit, and going about my beautiful, peaceful life.
Right, but what I'm saying, Mr. Seven, that this white woman coming out destroying, this ugly white woman that's coming out destroying Shannon Sharp, the second accuser, nobody is like, damn, this is what white women do?
No, this is what old dumbass niggas do when you get money and you don't know what to do with yourself.
What I'm saying is that if all three accusers were black women to doing this to Shannon Sharp, man, I tell you, the amount of shit that would have went down in these spaces would have been crazy. But
Sharon, wait for it.
Since he has a record of not one white woman, not two,
right,
but 3 white women doing cases on his ass, you don't hear you hear it's trying to die. They trying to die it down.
But Sharon, don't be surprised. Just like with any case, from Cosby, Kelly, Puff, all of them wound up having brand new, out of the woodwork spaces. You don't know who's gonna pop up next week claiming a claim.
No, what I'm saying is that,
but I got you though.
No, what I'm saying is that if it was a black woman coming out as the second person, they would have been telling us, see, this is what black women do. Black women are lies. They knew what they was doing.
No, that's a fact. I give you that. That would be a perfect opportunity to try to shit on sisters once again. I'll give you that.
And they would it would be a whole new song. They know it. But since when they see me talk, all of a sudden that Daria just fall out of them. It ain't my fault. What's up, AR? Good day, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Give me like 2 minutes. I gotta do something.
And so, like when I pull that Daria out of them, right, and they realize that red pill is really an estrogen pill, and they've been filling their bodies up with estrogen this whole time. And this is the reason why they move the way how they move. They don't move in masculinity.
Do you think it's a feminine pill, or do you think it's an overstimulated masculine pill to the point where it could be considered the borderline of toxic?
So no,
possibly.
So this is what it is. That whole red pill ideology is just a way to trick men into liking men. So they mask it first off with self-improvement. So they try to make.
Oh, you mean like men go their own ways, that type shit.
Right. So they mask it by saying like, yeah, we just want you to get stronger and make more money. And what they don't realize that it is a call to turn you over. They say, hey, yeah, bro, come over here and hang out with me. Women ain't trying to really get, if you want to get better in life, you come hang out with us, men. Us men are going to get you there. Matter of fact, take off your shirt while we over here too, because they're like,
Sharon, you be doing too. You be out there. You be out there, bro. But you know something? Even from back in the day, if we go back to rap videos, old DMX, Stop, Shut Them Down, all of that. All these rap videos back in the day, for the most part, as tough as they were, they still had women in the video. So my point is, there was a time in which, even though dudes were more tough, hard, whatever, we still recognize, Queen Latifah's and MC Lights and, you know what I'm saying, you name it, Lauryn Hill's and everything. So I don't know, bro. I will say I don't understand this whole, like, even down to the music, because when you said that, I thought of rap music. And there's a lot of these dudes nowadays, they don't be trying to have no women in the video. I'm like, why are y'all in this dark ass room with your shirts off jumping around? Who taught you this?
Right. And what we coming to find out that a lot of these, what I'm saying is that, a lot of the people that are out here saying that vagina stinks and is ugly and women are not that pretty, and if I'm with a goddamn transgender woman, she looks like a woman, so therefore it's slowly coming out that a lot of these men are not, they are afraid to be themselves is my only issue. Just come out and
I don't know
who you are. It's okay. Like, we see there's plenty of men that's lately been coming out, right? And they expressing who they are and saying, hey, I'm on my Daria. We see them with their goddamn comic relief. We see them doing the dance moves. We see how they are actually moving. It is not as many sad to say, it seemed like we had a 50.
Last part. It's the last part. I mean, my whole thing is
7 with straight men. It is what it is.
Yeah, this is my last part because I know other people here, get in and everything. And shout out to the whole panel, man. When that whole thing about vagina, blah 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 blah. Look, all I'm gonna say is, if that smells, what did you not pay attention to first? Now, my father always taught me this. He said, always pay attention to a woman's hair, smile, manicure, pedicure. If she keep her feet nice, her nails, her hands nice, it ain't got to be from the shop, but she just takes care of herself. She takes care of her smile and her hair. 9 times out of 10, the box is clean. So if you got in that bedroom and something ain't right, you probably ain't pay attention to them ashy ass heels, that stinky ass breath. You ain't pay attention to that dust ball on the top of her goddamn scalp. It's a whole lot of stuff you've been missing. Okay? Because generally speaking, I promise you, fellas, if she takes care of her feet, her hands, her feet, hands, hair, and teeth, 9 times out of 10, that box is fresh. I promise you. Fiji, I know what it's like.
Welcome back to the show, Hank. Good day, sir.
Yes, I'm just here to let you know. I'm not sure you know this already, but on your old channel, you can actually, it's possible to redirect people to the new channel after you end the show there. So if you configure the redirects on both channels to work, you may be able to redirect, or maybe, I think at least the Power of Destiny, aka Flow State, was able to do that when he had the demonetization. He was able to do the redirect, but I'm not sure. But look into that. You may be able to do that. If not, you can always pin the link to this channel when you're about to end it over there. That's where they know exactly where to go.
Okay, no doubt. Thank you for that. And so, and that's what we're just dealing with, Mr. 7. That we're just dealing with a sassy guy apocalypse, and these men are trying to convert other men. This is why they try to isolate them and get them on their side, regardless if they have a wife or not. They try to get them when you are not talking to your own wife and say, "Hey, babe, this is what's going on in our relationship." They'd rather you come and talk to them about it. Yeah, man, that's just how women are. That's why we got to be brothers. Shit is scary.
What's up?
These sassy men, AR, these sassy men, apocalypse.
Did I miss something?
Yeah, it's a bunch of sassy men that's on a Dariet out here.
Are they in the comments?
And they tried to attack
in the chat,
me.
I mean?
They tried to attack me yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. Were they on the, where were you yesterday? Wasn't yesterday Sunday?
Yeah, I was at a different show yesterday.
Oh,
and,
man.
Ra Hotep, he showed up cursing me out.
Oh, of course he did.
Denied Facts, he showed up there cursing me out.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, you know Artifact. I
thought he said deny facts or something.
Yeah, because that's what he does. He deny facts.
Oh.
Yeah, he's denied facts.
That's fire.
Didn't, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Denied facts. We also have Mr. Rimtastic. He's another one. He came up there to argue with me. And then we also have the Rim Prince. The Rim Prince also came up there to argue with me as well.
So you're getting bullied.
They attempt to, but he can't bully me. That's
what I tell you, man. Send out the Brooklyn signal. You know, all of us will come and support you, man. I'm best I do or die. You hear me?
You heard me, Paul. That's what we know.
Hold on, where'd the military go? No. We ain't gonna skip over that. No, he didn't hit the hurt.
No, that's crazy. Yeah, I guess I'm not up to date with the drama. I know earlier you guys were talking about some other stuff, so I didn't know if like something happened on the panel or something that caused something to happen.
And so they would just say things like, you know, Sharon is a woman's name. Shut up. What is, even if I did have a woman's name, what does that have to do with the argument that I'm saying at hand whenever I'm talking?
I even looked it up. It's a unisex name. I verified that.
Hey, we appreciate you, Hank.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So like they think that, you know, because they just like monkeys. They just want to grab some shit and just throw it against the wall, and say, "Hey, you got a girl's name." What did I got to do with what I said though? I don't know. Hey man, look, I don't understand it, AR. When we trying to have a conversation and you trying to say, "Hey, what about your name?" The fuck? Hey, listen, I think one of the questions they asked me, AR, do you believe that men are over sexualizing women and women are over financially involved in a man or something of that nature, right? Do women want finances over men? So I said, yes, men are over sexualizing women, and no, women are not concerned over financials as much as we say. Your wife is white. I'm like, what the fuck?
Were they trying to say, like, maybe they were talking specifically about black women? So they was like, your wife is white, so you wouldn't know?
No, regardless, I don't know how that has anything to do with what I said.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And they're like, but the Robinson, that's the girl's name, Sharon. Okay, but what did I got to do with what I said? You don't even run your household, Sharon.
You know what'd be funny? Let's say go with that. You ask them to rename you. That would be hilarious. They say, okay, all right, you're right. What should my name be now? That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, Hank, what would you rename him?
Actually, I haven't thought of that yet.
Okay.
All right, I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, I wanna hear that. Hank, you're like a way funnier Jalen.
Absolutely,
like,
I'm way
cooler,
funnier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Have you guys had a conversation? Because I think that would be pretty dope.
The last time I was here, I think Jalen was in the chat. I know he was on panel, wasn't he? Yeah, he was on panel, but we didn't really talk to each other.
Yeah, he's kind of weird, but in a bad way. Like, yeah. But I don't know, man. These people don't come on here. I guess they like used to come on here, and before I started showing up, so I didn't get to see the fun. I don't know if PhD bullied them out or what happened, but I wish they would pop up in Red Pill on here so that I could get some interactions with them.
What I kind of find out that they really actually scared to have a conversation with me on my channel. So what they do is if I ever venture out, what they do is that's when they will find a way to attack me. But they scared to actually come here and have a conversation with me. Because they feel like I have control over everything. And they don't want me to have control of anything. They want to be control of the situation because they think it makes them look better.
Oh, I've been in those kind of situations. Well, if we go with there, they'll have to abuse their mods just to get their point across or try to make themselves look good. They'll make themselves look bad. So it's not going to make a big difference either way.
Yeah.
And what is your thoughts on this new? What is your thoughts on this new case, AR?
The Ohio one with the cop.
This one in Minnesota with this lady. She snatched a toy from a autistic kid, called him the N-word multiple times, and then she went on social media and started a GoFundMe and said she needs some protection from everybody else in the community, and she wound up getting $600,000 for calling a young black kid at a playground the N-word.
Like a hard ER?
Yeah. Multiple.
See, I mean, I said it before. My opinion is apparently too extreme, but I just think that if someone calls someone the hard ER like that, I think you should be able to shoot them. So that's my opinion, though. Well, it's too extreme for most people.
Okay.
So the fact that she's getting GoFundMe for it and all this, I mean, it's insane. But let me reread this because you said something in your description that I wanted to comment on. This is about certain groups. Yeah, you said that before. It used to be like the racism was kind of hidden before. It's not that extreme, guys. Like, come on. There's like, historically speaking, let's just shoot these people. But racism was kind of hidden before, and it's kind of come out in the open ever since the MAGA movement. And someone on here, I think earlier maybe, was talking about how they it's the positive side of it is that they're no longer hiding, so we can see who's racist and who's not and all this other stuff. And I agree with it. Like, the hiding it in the background and acting like it doesn't exist. And then it kind of get like, obviously the black community has never really said that it doesn't exist anymore. But because it was hidden so well, or well enough, I should say, not so well, but well enough, there was plenty of quote unquote moderates or people in the white community or other communities that could deny that racism still exists, or it still exists to the point that maybe the black community is saying it exists. And I think as we, in this era now where we have a president that says forget due process and people in gangs are terrorists and citizens should be deported to El Salvador and stuff, we kind of see who they're talking about, and we're not seeing the pushback that we should be seeing from the quote unquote moderates, the quote unquote independents. And so I like having it out open because we get to see what was, I don't know, being sugarcoated before and not actually addressed. And it's caused tension because a lot of people in the white community, the black community is just bitching, racism doesn't really exist anymore. But then it's obviously still out there. and we have a president who I've never called racist. I'm not going to say he's racist, but he is very narcissistic, and the people around him, he has white nationalists around him. He just doesn't care. I wouldn't say that he's racist, but he definitely doesn't care about the black community. And he uses white nationalists, or white nationalists use him, however you want to say it, to push their own agenda, and he doesn't fight back against it because he doesn't care about the black community. So we're seeing that, and I don't know. It's nice seeing it out in the open, so there is no more, oh, well, the black community is lying about racism still existing or having effects today or whatever. So I don't think that he's racist. So I don't find him to be racist.
So I guess that's the issue. So I don't disagree with putting him out in the forefront. My only problem is that it's a profit now. And it's
always been Fox News. Republicans, the South, Democratic South, Democrat is in the party South. They got fundraised off of being racist, off of racist.
So why do you think they wasn't able to say it before, but now they are free to say it now?
I think that I think part of it, I'm not gonna say this is the entire reason or anything, but I think part of it has to do with the fact that the quote unquote progressive side of the Democrats have gotten too loud and they're anti anything that might offend somebody. You can't say that type of thing has now merged or has taken a big center stage. And so it's allowed people that would normally be against certain things to kind of say, well, if it's either being able to say just things generally speaking or not be able to say anything because it might offend someone, I'm going to stay on the side that is generally speaking. And if I have to defend a racist to say, because freedom of speech is freedom of speech. So they might say, I'm going to defend a racist to say the racist ability to say these things instead of, we can't say certain things because it might offend someone. Then they're going to take that side. And I think that's kind of, if that makes sense, I was kind of yapping there. But
because those are two different things. Having a conversation about it, right? After said earlier, you got a book that's called The N-Word. That's having a conversation about. That's not
a
necessarily.
Book?
Yeah. That's
Several books entitled N-Word. Someone mentioned Dick Gregory's book. That was, he's a great comedian. He had a book called N-Word, but then Dr. Randall Kennedy had a book that discussed the legality around one word, how powerful one word is. To be able to get a book out of it is quite amazing, right? And just one quick thing, I don't want to be here too long, but this whole notion of not being able to call Trump racist when he's clearly enacting racist policies.
Who's not able to?
Well, you said you're not comfortable in calling him a racist.
I never said I'm not comfortable. I don't believe he's racist.
Okay.
I think that he's a narcissist. And he's white, and so a white narcissist is going to do things that is racist adjacent just by virtue of being white, but that doesn't make them a racist. It just makes them a narcissist who thinks that they're the best in the world, and anything that benefits them or anything that might benefit white people would also benefit them. So they're going to go towards that. But I've never seen him or heard him say anything that I would deem to be racist, but that's just me.
Okay.
He's a narcissist. Like if you go back to Central Park 5, that wasn't a racism thing to me. That was a narcissist. He just can't admit he's wrong. And it has nothing to do with the black community or that specific case or anything else. Anything he says that he's wrong about, he just won't admit he's wrong. Whether it affects white people, whether it affects black people, Hispanics, whatever, he just won't admit he's wrong. And we saw that in the Central Park case.
I'm not going
That's
to
a narcissist.
I'm not going to argue with you or debate with you about his narcissism. You may be onto something about that. I think that what's at risk for black people, and having your thoughts are dangerous. I don't have the time to make a distinction where there's without a difference. I'm not going to make a distinction without a difference, because whether you want to go into whether he's narcissistic or not, whether you want to use the term racist adjacent, these are euphemisms. They're too kind for what we're talking about. When you're doing black excellence erasure, when you're dismantling the Blacksonian, the black portion of the Smithsonian Museum, when you are dismantling the great Jackie Robinson's military record, there's a litany of quote unquote racial things, right? Or racial adjacent things that I'm not going to be making that distinction. I think it's too serious of a thing. We've had too much of a history of racists in charge doing this. To me, there's no difference between him and Andrew Jackson, or whether it was
that's kind of wild.
Why is it wild? Why is it wild? Why is history wild? History doesn't rhyme.
History is wild because it's because wild stuff has happened in history. That's why history is wild.
Right. But listen,
you're saying that you're
let me land the plane.
Okay.
History repeats, but and it rhymes, right? Let me repeat that.
History doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. Yeah.
Thank you. Right. Mm-hmm. So this notion that we can't go back into the archives to see what this culture has done to Black people is ludicrous. This need to make things present. Like, what's different in 2025? No, it's not really that different. Right. I just saw something about the great KRS-One that made me think. KRS-One, the rap artist. He said that. Why is that giggling? Why is it funny?
Why did you think I wouldn't know who KRS-One is?
No, I'm saying it to the audience.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm giving him his grace. That's how I speak, right? Okay. So what I'm saying is, KRS-One, might have been recently, made some comments. He was musing, thinking about stuff out loud. He said that years ago, might have been 60, 70 years ago. Just like you had a Million Man March, you had a march of Klansmen on the nation's capital in full regalia, right? So he said, you had millions of Klansmen on Washington's Capitol. What happened to those uniforms? He said, what happened to those uniforms? Those uniforms just didn't disappear. Someone had to wash them. Someone had to have them professionally cleaned. They were embroidered. The point he was making is those Klansmen, millions of Klansmen's uniforms still exist. They're still there. 60, 70 years later, someone is hiding them in a closet. Someone has them as an heirloom. They're passed down. So what it says to you is that when we say talk about history,
are you landing?
I know. You know what? I'm
bringing up a lot of stuff, and I can't.
Well, you know what it is? I like to speak intelligently. I like to give out facts.
My God,
I don't like to just. Well, I know it hurts you. Why is it painful?
Dude.
Why is it painful?
I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to get you to I just want to respond to you.
But you're succeeding.
And you just.
I'm gonna land a plane. I'm gonna land a plane to make you feel comfortable.
All right, you said you were, and then you just kept on yapping. So I'm just asking a simple question. Why are you getting upset?
Brother, if you get strung up on that tree, I hope you ain't saying you're just yapping now.
You're just yapping.
It's Negroes. I'm not saying the other word.
Here you go, man.
Want to be. It's always this stuff.
Oh my God, bro! You get to your point. So
my point. I will get to the point you interrupted.
All right, hurry the hell up. Yeah, because you said you was gonna land and then you never landed. You aborted the landing and you just did a touch and go. You did a touch and go. You were like, I'm gonna land, touch, and then go. You went again. Like, pick one. Are you landing or are you just gonna keep flying?
I know you long for Mass's whip. I know you long for Mass's whip. I'm not the one. No, it's so painful.
Are you gonna get to the point, man?
Information.
Are you gonna get to the point? Do you want to have a conversation or do you want a monologue? I guess that's what I should have asked you. Do you want a monologue or do you want to have a conversation?
It wasn't your turn to speak. Can I finish my point? You won't let me land the plane.
Okay. I gave you time to land the plane, and then you spoke for another 5 minutes.
Because you're interrupting me.
Okay.
I'm going to conclude because you're hurting.
All right.
Right. Preparation H. You're hurting. Right. So what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. The bottom line is that these uniforms still exist. It's not going anywhere. And the history states for itself. I'm not the one to make euphemisms about race and calling a narcissist. Oh, he's not the racist, though. He's the racist, though. I land the plane to make you feel more comfortable.
Good job. All right. So I don't think that Trump is the one making a lot of these.
Brother, get some.
I don't think Trump is the one making a lot of these decisions. So Hegseth, I think he's border. I would need to learn more about him, a little bit more about him in his history, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was racist. Obviously Steve Bannon, Stephen Miller, or whatever, white nationalists. I don't have any problems calling them racist. I don't think Trump is doing a lot of this stuff. I think he's incompetent. I don't think he has the intelligence, the cognitive abilities, or anything else to do most of the stuff that's happening in this administration. I think he's just being used by other people. And he can't even recognize it. So that's one. So a lot of the stuff that you're talking about with the DOD or these other things, that's not. I don't think that's Trump. I think that's the racist in the administration, the white nationalists in the administration. Trump is a loyalist and a narcissist. It doesn't matter who you are. If you are a loyalist to him, he will do things to benefit you, and that's what we see. We see people that are loyalists to him that don't talk out against him, that peddle his bullshit, and he will allow them to do things because it doesn't impact him negatively. So it is what it is. That's a narcissist and loyalist thing. So that's for that first part that you yapped about. The second part with the Klansman thing. Yeah, I agree that a lot of the people that were Klansmen pass it down to, their kids or whatever. I'm not going to say that the country is more racist now than it was then. And I don't think there was ever millions of Klansmen marching on the Capitol. And so I don't think there was millions of robes passed down that are being used now. That's just my opinion. I don't know what the point of you saying that was, unless you were trying to get to the point of, well, it's racism just behind the scenes now, which I had already kind of agreed to when I first started talking. I don't know why you were saying that though, and in response to Trump, because I don't know what that had to do with anything.
Okay, so is there such a thing as a bashful racist?
Okay, we're getting hung up on this. I don't understand why we're getting hung up on the racism.
What I'm saying is,
you're not going to convince me that he's a racist. I'm not going to convince you that he's not racist. So what is the point of going back and forth about the semantics?
My point is, the state of Black America is,
and this is the issue, is that people like you, they say, oh well, he's close enough to a racist, so I'm gonna call him a racist, and then it turns other people off from other things that actually matter, because you have, oh, he's a racist, even though he's never done anything outwardly racist, or at least there's nothing that is concrete racist. So then you have people going, oh well, you were lying, you were attacking him for something that he's not, you were doing this, that, and the other. And so when the truth comes out, it's like the boy that cried wolf. When the truth comes out, when something that is undeniably true, you don't have the same backing that you would have had if you weren't just throwing insults and epithets at him just because that's what you want to do. Oh, well, he did something that I think is racist, therefore he's a racist. That's the problem with people like you, is that you don't use words properly, and you just say, okay, well, I think he's a racist, so I'm gonna call him a racist. And I'm like, I don't think that he's a racist, because I haven't really seen him do anything that I would say is for sure racism. However, he is 100% a narcissist. That's demonstrably true. And so when I call him a narcissist, and I'm talking to someone that might consider themselves a moderate or independent, or someone on the fence, they can't look at me and go, well, you've been calling him a racist since, you only started calling him a racist when he ran for president. You weren't calling him a racist when he was voting for Democrats or supporting Democrats. That's not, you were supporting them then, or whatever. And so they don't look at me and do that. But with you, they do. And that is an issue with the Democratic Party. And I'm not saying you're a Democrat, but you use a lot of the talking points that they do.
Okay, so just for the record, I'm a registered Republican.
I don't care what you are. You still use the same talking points. Okay, well, it's fine.
So what I'm saying to you is, you are talking in such a circular way, kind of about his racism. Like, you're trying so hard to be so specific when I think that what's at stake doesn't really matter. Like Jerron, he's a New Yorker, like I'm a New Yorker. We are very intimate about Trump's history.
What part of New York are you from?
Let me finish.
What part of New York are you from? Just real quick, what part?
What?
What part of New York are you from? Are you from a borough?
Yeah, I'm from a borough of New York. Yeah, I'm not from upstate. I've spoken about this before. I don't want to get into details.
Okay, I'm from Bed-Stuy. I was just wondering.
Okay, all right. So you're a neighbor.
It's in Brooklyn.
Okay, yeah. Wow, I don't know about Brooklyn. Nevins. I used to park on Nevins. I know Brooklyn quite well, right?
I probably know better than you.
I go to Afropunk. Oh, fine. Look, whatever's close to boat. I see that. Unfortunately, you want to take this stuff lightly. There's a dossier on Trump and his racism and his father's racism. Fred Trump was a part of the Bund, the American racists, the American Nazis, where they were at Madison Square Garden in the late 30s.
Are we judging? Late 20s. Are we judging kids by their father's sins?
Maybe we should.
Okay.
The son of a racist. Oh, he's a narcissist, though. I don't know where we're going with this. I don't know why we would do this. Black folks don't have.
Of course you don't. Which is why Trump and the Republican Party is able to paint this narrative that the mainstream media is lying, because they have people like you that just say shit that doesn't actually stand up to facts, or at least won't convince the moderates and independents people on the fence, but you keep on regurgitating it. Oh, well, you guys need to see how I see it. If you don't see it how I see it, well, you're just fake, or you're just this, that, and the other. And you insult them, which is why they go the other way. And so you are part of the problem. And I'm trying to help you see that you are part of the problem. You are part of the reason that people like him get into power. And I just want you to understand that. I need you to look in the mirror and go, oh, this way of thinking, this way of talking, condescendingly to people that disagree with me, that might say he's not a racist, but he's a narcissist. Oh, they need to see it how I see it. If they don't see it how I see it, then they're the problem. You talking like that, this Democrat, this quote unquote progressive way of talking, is the reason that he is where he is, and the people that support him are where they are.
Okay, you can have that. What I'm saying to you, respectfully, is that some things are so square in our face about what he's doing. I'm never comfortable, and I'm saying this as a conservative. See, some conservatives will do what you're doing. Actually, they will go around the block about things that are very self-evident. This man has a history. When his father and him were realtors preventing Black and Hispanic folks from renting apartments, they were sued because of that. The Central Park issue with the Central Park, the exonerated Central Park people, pardon me, these young brothers. He took out an ad on these men, right? So I mean, there's a litany of things going on where everything is very racialized about Blacks and others. This is happening in real time, and you want to try to make these kind of high-minded connections. I don't think we're there. I don't think we need to be there. I don't think we need to do. I don't think we need. I don't think we need to do.
You don't think we're not there. Blah blah blah. We're now going on 8 years. This is now 9 years. He was elected in 2016, so we're a little bit past 9 years with your way of thinking, and it has gotten him a second term. So maybe your way of thinking isn't the way we should go. Maybe it's the high-minded thinking that we should. Maybe it's that route we should take, because maybe it would get people on the fence. Maybe it would get the independents, the moderates, to stop looking at. To stop thinking that you're talking so condescending to them, and that they have to see the world and their perspective is not you minimize their perspective. You say it's not true. It's not worth talking about. Oh, you need to see the way that things. You need to see the world the way I see. You need to see this individual the way that I see them. And if you don't see that, then you're wrong and you're part of the problem. And it gets them to vote that way because you personally antagonize them and insult them. And so I don't really care what you don't like Trump. I don't like Trump. We're both. Well, I don't know if I assume you don't like Trump. I say don't vote for him for various different reasons. It doesn't have to include racism. I think that the fact that he tried to overthrow the January 6th election or the 2020 election is plenty. That there's no reason anybody should be voting for someone like that to be president again. So we're on the same side, and you want to argue semantics about it. And I don't care to argue semantics about it. You talk the way that you talk about him. I'll talk the way that I talk about him. I just won't call him a racist. You're not going to convince me that he's a racist. I'm not going to convince you that he's not. We don't have to go back and forth about it.
Okay, you can have that, but I'll say this much, and I'm not going to go that much deeper into it because, again, it's pretty self-evident. I think it's strange that when you spoke about people with my mindset are the reason why he's in office, when I constantly hear people like you excusing his racism. Every time something comes around with this guy, it's not what it is. His behavior is not what it is. He could be a convicted felon. All these things we know to be true about this man.
Has anybody not heard that he's a racist? Has anybody not heard that he's a racist? Has anybody not heard that Trump is a racist? Has anybody not heard that? Then what you screaming that he's so either he's not a racist and people are tired of hearing it from your side and they're going to vote for him either anyway, or he is a racist but they're still going to vote for him anyway. So therefore your way of calling him a racist, so don't vote for him or blah blah blah, is not working to get him out of power, to keep people like him out of power. So maybe try a different route so that we don't have to keep on dealing with that. I'm not a fan of yelling at the wall about something.
You're making a lot of
sense. It's not changing anything.
I'll tell you what I really think about Trump, right? So I'm not a fan of Trump, but I think Trump is just a white man who's in power. It's that simple. It's that he's white Malcolm X. He's Malcolm X for white people. If Malcolm X were my president, everything he would be doing, I would be approving of, because I'm for black people. And he was actually quite conservative as a black person, Malcolm X, the great Malcolm X. So you really don't know where I'm coming from. My actual thoughts on Trump for black people is we've been doing this before. When Woodrow Wilson was president, he played The Birth of a Nation. The Birth of a Nation, that 1915 film, racist film that portrayed the Klan as like the Avengers. The Klan in 1915 were perceived as the heroes, right? He showed that in the White House. So there's no difference between Woodrow Wilson, to me, and Trump 2025. Black folks need to figure out what they need to do internally, because there's always going to be someone like that in office, right? So what you're thinking about, how I'm thinking, is really patently incorrect. I just know I'm not going to use euphemisms about perceiving him not a racist. It doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to go into his narcissism. It doesn't make any sense. It's doing too many duck-like things. If it smells like a duck, to me, that's the theory I have about Trump. So what you're telling me doesn't make any sense when there are clearly so many white folks and others that are trying to cover up his ineptness, the fact that he can roll out DEI as a slur, while his administrators are patently ineffectual and are incompetent. The funny thing is, he is incompetent. Many of his administrators are incompetent, but he throws out DEI as a slur about non-existent Black incompetence. How's that make sense? This is what this man is doing. But if I call it out clearly, see, we don't have time to do what you're doing, respectfully. I'm not making that distinction where there's no difference. We don't have the time for that. I don't care if he's a narcissist or not. I don't know too many bashful racists. It's ridiculous. I'll land the plane. Have at it.
Okay, we don't have the time to do what I'm doing. Yeah, we've been doing what you've been doing for 9 years and it hasn't worked. So maybe if you had started with the way that I'm doing things, we wouldn't be here. But yet we are doing 9 years of what you're doing. I'm tired of you people that have this self-righteous attitude as if what you're doing is the way to go about things when it's demonstratively not. We are now, again, 9 years. He is now on a second term and we doing things the way that you want to do them. So how about you take a back seat, rethink how you think about things, and then take a different approach? Because if you hadn't started this shit in 2016, talking the way you talk and all this other bullshit, and then did it again, the only reason he lost really in 2020 was because of the stuff. We wouldn't. I lost my train of thought changing that word. He only lost because of that. So you're the way that you're talking, he's a racist, blah blah blah. That didn't get people to not vote for him in 2020. It was something completely different. So now you're back on the same shit. It didn't work in 2024. He got a second term, and now we're in 2025. And you're still talking the same way. Oh, we don't have time for this. We don't have time for this. What exactly are you doing besides going on the internet? Since we're in an existential crisis, because you said this before and I asked you, what exactly are you doing besides coming on panels and talking down to people about their perspectives? Since we don't have time, what have you done? What movements are you, what grassroots movement have you done? How many town council meetings have you been to?
But I do got to say, you doing the same thing, AR. You literally.
I don't like him.
His logic is wrong, but your logic is right. So
I don't like him. No, what I'm saying is that it's been 9 years of his logic. So how about we just? The whole point was the whole
time in Trump's presidency that his focal point of talking is this man's racist because of what you're saying, which is people like you you will say, well, he didn't exactly say he's not. He didn't say he's racist, so he's not racist. But we can point out things like 1973, the Nixon believe it or not, the Nixon presidency sued this man for Fair Housing Act because he literally refused to house Black people, even if they had the money and things of that nature. That's in 73, the 80s. We can go to where he literally made a comment to one of his workers where he fired his accountant because he said, this man is Black and I only want people with small hats counting my money.
That wasn't proven.
So again, you guys have been doing you've been doing this racist trope for 9 years now, and it has not changed anything. So that's one. Where has it gotten you? Since you want to keep on going that route and not change your way of thinking or anything else, where has that gotten you? For one, we're in an existential crisis. So what have you done?
I'm gonna break the loop. I'm gonna talk about something very related. So about the Smithsonian Institute, we can actually solve that problem.
All right, we could get to that, but let's finish this conversation first, and we could get to the Smithsonian. You got a solution for it? That would be awesome. So I don't want you to leave and think that we just dismiss it. I just don't want to just abruptly dismiss.
And also one thing too, you got to remember that it is AR white side right now. You got to wait till Wednesday to talk to his black side.
Here we go with the race stuff. Oh my God. Yo, listen, AR, listen.
No, it's just a joke.
Hold on. Kev, what's up? Respectfully, weren't you the one that said, who cares what the Constitution says?
No, that's not what I said.
I think it kind of was, and you coming on here to defend my point makes me want to switch sides now.
No, no, I'm not defending your point. I'm just saying this. I want for you to stop giving these people advice. I absolutely love what they are doing. Keep on insulting people. Keep on doing these things because it's working out great for us. That's all.
Who's us?
Yeah, look at the economy. It's working very good.
And it's not working out for conservatives. What are you talking about?
The economy. Oh, my fault. Ninja, the economy has been messed up for the past 5 years or so. Like, and now all of a sudden,
please don't equate me in this guy. Please don't equate me in this guy.
Opinion is if it's the fact. This nigga just said the economy is better than.
Okay, listen, I don't know this guy. He over here talking about the Constitution doesn't matter.
I never said that the economy was better. I just said that now all of a sudden the economy is some type of like emergency now. Like whenever we've been going through this
no, nigga,
so long now. But now all of a sudden, oh my God, the freaking economy. Like, bro, stop it, bro.
When Biden
niggas are only talking about this just for the simple fact that Donald Trump is in office and ninjas hate Donald Trump because they think that he's so-called racist. Nigga, stop it.
No, that's a part of it for me, but it's not the full. That's what I'm saying. But niggas, this is my thing. Niggas like y'all really have this limited
niggers, okay.
Mind, and then y'all imply that limited understanding to the next man. Nigga, we ain't all dumb. I don't just sit here and say because Trump is here, that's what it. Nigga, fuck Obama. I don't give a fuck about no president. Them niggas are elite class people who don't give a fuck about us as the poor class. But you stupid niggas
like how you really feel.
Democrat and Republic and da-da-da-da-da. Nigga, y'all been playing the same game for hundreds of years and y'all still arguing. So who really stupid here, my nigga? When you prescribe to the politics itself, you're playing a stupid, unwinnable game.
So you don't vote locally?
No.
You don't vote in your local elections.
Why are you even talking about this?
What the fuck?
You don't vote in your local elections.
No, I have before. I do not.
Okay, I don't care about what you have done before. Do you act consistently?
No.
Vote in your local. Okay. So who decides what electives get taught at your school? At your kids' school? You got kids?
Yes, I have 3.
Who decides what electives are taught at your kids' schools?
The politicians.
Yeah, the ones that you got to vote for locally, correct?
You don't think that that's important, like that you should get out there and vote for that and like pay attention to who's running things in your city? No, not at all. Okay.
I mean, listen, if we're talking about how government should work, well, then that would actually be evident. But that's why the federal government over top of what our governments are, like regardless of what your state laws are, right? The federal law over trumps that. So therefore, it doesn't matter what our local things are, because regardless, the federal government can say, nope, we disagree, we strike that down. Like we can sit here and act like, oh, we're still voting. I'm not even trying to get on people, because like constantly on this show, I'll be honest with you, I see people talking about voting and religion, and I don't really agree with either one of them, but I don't really pass judgment upon y'all based on what I don't do right. But at the same time, I do pass judgment based on the logic inserted on what you're doing. Like, it doesn't make sense to say, oh, yeah, well, let's vote. Nigga, we've been voting. I'm going to say.
Yeah, that was perfect. Yeah.
Hey, Sharon, can I respond to that? What am I doing?
Yes.
Equally? Right. So, I find it fascinating because I do a little psychological analysis.
Listen to this whole fucking spiel.
It's okay.
Chris Rock said, N-words love not to know.
Oh my goodness.
N-words love not to know.
Every single time he's talking, KRS-One said, Chris Rock said, come on, man, just monologue and hurry the hell up.
Wow. You see this? When he asked me, what am I doing? Right. So when I
answer the question, we don't want to hear about Chris Rock.
I agree.
Are you done?
I appreciate.
So Sharon, what can I do if the Negro?
You can answer the question. That's what you can answer.
If the Negro is interruptive, effeminate, and into disruption and not into information. AI is coming. Jobs are going to be lost.
Afro Nerd is showing us what he's doing. We're in an existential crisis. We're in an existential crisis by his own words, and he spends his time on YouTube panels yelling at people, quoting Chris Rock.
Barefoot in Bed-Stuy with handies when AI comes, based on your.
Hey, don't disrespect my hometown like that.
No, you're a jokester. Okay, so what I'm saying to you is this: it's a deflection, and I know that when the information comes out and you don't like it or you can't really respond.
What do you do? We're in an existential crisis. What do you do in your day to day?
What I do is I'm going to finish my thought.
We know you are. You're going to take about 20 minutes to do it, and then maybe get back to the question.
So what I'm going to say is that what am I doing just by my name, Afro Nerd Radio, right? When I'm going to the Schomburg and discussing all this black product, promoting black product, promoting the next Black Spider-Man. Right, I've promoted some things that are on Disney right now that are African inspired. Right, highlighting these people. There's a lot of folks that came through my platform, which I'm going to reinvigorate. A lot of people I had, people like you were saying, why are they talking about comic books? While the white man's comic book company is worth $1 billion, right? But when I talk about trying to initiate a black version of that, you're not doing anything. It's the same kind of response you hear from people to say when they don't like what you say, you're sassy. Or
Black Stance is doing that.
You just said I was sassy. You just said I was effeminate.
Or what you're doing. Well, I'm saying I'm giving out information, so your response to it comes off that way, right? You should not be this pained.
Are you going to answer what you do or not?
You should not be this pained.
Are you going to answer what you do or not, man? God. Jesus Christ.
I just told you what I did, and you just glossed over it because you're too in your.
No, what do you do? You're on the panel right now. We're in an existential crisis. You sound like you got bullied one time, and then you said I'm going to give up. But we're in an existential crisis.
No, that's not what
since
I'm
we're in an
saying.
existential crisis, it sounds like you got bullied and now you upset about it.
Anytime, so I'm used to this. Anytime.
What have you done? What have you done in the past year to help mend this existential crisis?
I just told you. You're
in the past year. What have you done?
You're deflecting.
What have you done? We're in an existential crisis. What have you done in the past year?
This is a common problem.
Okay, you haven't. Done
I told you. Well, you're not going to accept it anyway.
No, you're just not saying it. Anyway. Just say what it is.
No.
You can literally make something up, and you can even do that.
Love not to know. They love not to know, and you show me that right now. You don't know when your president is racist, so you don't even know. You don't know much of anything. You try to equivocate whatever I would do or say. You ain't gonna go for it anyway. You're not gonna go for it anyway. You're not gonna believe it.
Are you gonna? It's not about me. There's other people watching. What have you done in the past year?
If I see a bird with feathers quacking, I'm assuming it's a duck.
You haven't
You're
done
gonna
it.
You're gonna tell me, well, he's just a narcissistic duck. He's a narcissist.
What?
He's not really a duck. Gotcha. Who shot you? Gotcha. You're not that funny. You're not that funny.
Metal?
All right. We appreciate that.
Hey, y'all. So, what we can say.
I made my point. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all, is that like him doing the MS-13 is saying that the man have these tattoos that he clearly doesn't have. He calling certain type of immigrants criminals, and he don't call the other type of immigrants. He don't call them criminals. Right, he doesn't say the immigrants that's from Russia that is illegal are they worse than all these things. The fact that he used DEI, he peeled back all the civil rights lawsuits that you could do at this moment. The fact that he called Jasmine Crockett.
Again, you guys are attributing a lot of the stuff to him.
Jasmine Crockett. Because these are the things that
his administration. His administration.
He approves the administration.
He does. Again, I just told you that he's a loyalist. All he cares about is loyalty.
But I said things that he said, right? So the thing with them is there, he said those things. He said that
it's a narcissist because he's not wrong. He cannot be wrong.
Right, but these other countries they are sending us they criminals or whatever. But he won't say that against the Russian people, right? Why? Because he has connections to Russia and Germany, right?
He better not say that against Putin.
Also, the things that he said about Jasmine Crockett recently, he said she is low IQ. We know what that low IQ, that's another dog whistle as well, because they used to say that black folks have lower IQs than them. So what I'm saying is that all these things is pushing towards are you saying these things about that look like you?
Okay,
and that's why we can have a understanding and say, he is a racist.
But I'm not criticizing you for saying that, for believing he's a racist. Not one time did I say, oh, you shouldn't believe he's a racist. I just don't think he is. And what I'm saying is that constantly call him a racist because he's being called a racist before these things happened. And you have people on the fence. And we're talking, this is bigger than just, oh, is he a racist? Is he not? This is him being in power, which he is now, which most of us here, I don't know where dude went that doesn't care about the Constitution. I don't know where he went, but most of us here didn't want him in power. And if we look at the first 8, 2016 to 2020, that entire time, he was being called a racist, all this stuff. The stuff happened. He lost because of that stuff. And then 2024 comes around and going into 2024, still being called a racist, still being called all these things. And it's not stopping him from coming into power. So when we're talking about him to people that might be on the fence or, consider themselves moderate or independent or whatever, calling him a racist repeatedly and saying, oh, you shouldn't vote for him because he's racist, it's obviously not working. Whether he is a racist or whether he's not a racist, it's not working. So take a different angle.
Something working doesn't mean that it's not true. That's the thing, right? Like if we sit here saying,
but I'm not arguing about whether it is true. I don't care about whether it is true because the whole reason this even got started was because I said I don't think he's a racist. People do. That's fine. I think that he's a narcissist. I think most of the stuff, if not everything, can fall under that. And then Afro-Nerd came on and wanted to bitch about how because I don't find him to be racist or whatever. And just go on his monologue.
I think the problem is that you tried to rename his racism to narcissism, and that's the problem.
I've called him a narcissist since 2016, so that was before everybody decided to call him racist.
No, what I'm saying is that it's fine to call him a narcissist, but you cannot reframe racism and say he's narcissist, not racism.
Y'all can call him a racist all you want. What I believe is that he's a narcissist.
No,
and so I'm not telling you to reframe it. I'm not saying that you're wrong. You're saying that I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the same racism and stuff. Calling racism. I'm calling him a narcissist.
Correct.
Yes.
And that's what you are.
What'd you say, KT? Just you want to get it out so bad.
He keep winning because we keep saying he's racist. You're literally saying
No, I'm not. Just, you don't even vote, so that's part of the reason he keeps winning.
Matter.
Are you a felon?
Don't vote. Don't make me.
Can you vote? Can you vote? Wait, hold on. Can you vote?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're not a felon?
Yes.
Yes, you are. Or yes, you're not.
I mean, yes, I can. Yes, I can vote, bro.
Okay, so do you think that your kids are going to look back in some states? Do you think your kids are going to be like, "Oh, my dad didn't vote for my local politicians who decide what I learn in school and decide the budget, decide where money goes to wherever else?" Yes, they do. Do you think your kids are going to be like, "Oh, I'm happy my dad didn't vote"? Do you think that's beneficial for your kids? Yeah, I do vote.
Sir, do you look back and tell me who was your mother and father's constituents in their neighborhood? You don't fucking know because nobody.
But I do. I look back at my hometown. I'm not actually from Bed-Stuy.
Okay, so tell me.
Messing around, but I look back. I don't know who the constituents were. I just know that what they did wasn't right. So I don't need to know who the constituents were. I just know whoever they voted for had the wrong mindset. I know that the reason that that is kind of the truth. So the point being, though, is that if your local politicians and the school board and whatnot decide the electives and classes and stuff like that at your school, and you're not voting on them, you're doing your kids a disservice, whether they look back or not. Whether they look back or not, you're still doing the kids a disservice. So you saying you don't vote locally or whatever, and then saying, "Oh, I'm saying that the reason Trump won is because of racism or whatever," is only because people keep on calling racist. That's not what I said. You're part of the reason that Trump won because people like you. So
yes, that's what I'm saying. Every time you come to your conclusion, it's because of people like you, and you're not included in that group. This is again where.
Well, I voted against Trump, so I for sure can't be included.
Oh, I can't believe this. This is crazy.
What part of that is crazy?
You just seem so adamant about the defense thereof. Because my thing is, again, if we're just talking, right? I've given you evidence. You talking about people started calling him racist in 2016. No, I can show you literal records of him. People calling him even earlier. Who was it? Afro-Nerd. He said something about the Central Park 5.
I brought the Central Park 5 before him.
Huh?
I brought the Central Park 5 before him. I don't think that has something to do with racism. It has to do with him being an narcissist and not being able to admit that he's wrong.
The man literally said bring back death penalties, ran it in the newspaper article, had a whole fucking thing. Remember, because this is the same time the Super Predator thing.
He is a narcissist, and he can't admit he's wrong.
2016, he also said they're still guilty.
Because he is a narcissist and can't admit he's wrong.
Okay, so if you're
can a narcissist be racist?
Oh, they for sure can. But the point is that you don't have, but he has plenty of instances where it has nothing to do with black people, where he says something that is verifiably false and he still does stuff to act like it is true or to say it is true to go against it. It has nothing to do with black people, it has nothing to do with Hispanics or anything else. He's a narcissist.
That is crazy. If a man literally says Mexicans are trash, and then you say that ain't got nothing to do with Mexicans. If you're making literal comments about black people, black history, black things, and then your response is that ain't got shit to do with black people, that's crazy. What do they call that? Cognitive dissonance?
Something like that.
That's what that seemed to be, where you're ignoring like the things to say, all right, this is how I feel. And I can understand that too, but like that's why I said earlier about the logic part. Like it's nothing wrong with you having your own, how you said earlier, you having your own stance and you do. There's nothing wrong with that, but it is something wrong when you say like, this is what I believe. You guys are the reason that this is, and then your logic behind it is just I point everything to him being narcissist rather than racist. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, that's fine. That's your opinion.
Oh, so like we got to a conclusion?
Well, yeah, because KT doesn't spend 30 minutes talking about what Chris Rock and KRS-One say and, you know, all that other good stuff. You know, he gets pretty to the point, so I'm fine with it. It's like, he's not over here saying, oh, you're effeminate and oh, blah, 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 and all this other bullshit. Like, come on. He got to his point. We just agree to disagree. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. What's wrong with KRS-One?
There's nothing. I rock with KRS-One. It's just, you know, when you monologuing and it's just like, bro, get to your, you know, I'm gonna land the plane and then talk for another 5 minutes. It's like, dude, and you do this every single time you're up here. I don't know where he ran to, but he does it literally every single time. Everybody, like the fact that he comes on here, everybody says the same thing about him, and he still doesn't recognize what he does is insane. It'd be like me not realizing I'm autistic. Like if enough people say you have the tism, and it is what it is. You're autistic. I don't know. I've never been diagnosed, but if enough people say I'm autistic, then I'm autistic, ain't I?
It's so. I don't know. You sound like Amanda Seals with that.
Hey, you know what? Is a man? You know what? Chicago, is she half and half or?
I don't know. You know, she only talks about her mother being from Grenada. I don't never hear her speak on her father.
I was just checking because I think we turned to AR's.
Don't do it.
Okay, he said don't do it.
Yeah, dog.
God damn. But I do definitely think he shows that he's racist in multiple ways. And that last thing with the Jasmine Crockett, I think that was a nail in the coffin to me. I think that was the biggest dog whistle calling her low IQ. That's wild, man. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, and even
she's a Juris Doctorate, ain't she?
I don't think she got a doctorate.
No, Juris Doctorate. What she JD. Yeah.
She passed law school and just went through law. I don't know. Let's look it up. What's her name?
I think she did.
ETT. She isn't a lawyer, so she passed the bar too.
So like,
and he said low IQ,
right?
Yeah. This isn't the first time he said something like that, because wasn't there another lawyer he had a back and forth with? Oh,
did his daddy buy his degree at Wharton?
Probably.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
But let's talk about how we can take our stuff from the Smithsonian. So I looked it up. They're technically a public-private partnership, so we could probably put a FOIA request on the specifics, and also we could probably raise some money to buy the stuff they want to exhibit that we want displayed and put in our own museum if we have one.
So you're saying
the things in the Smithsonian's are there on loan, so those would go back to the rightful owners. However, everybody should have a membership. You can get a membership as low as $25. So everybody should have a membership to the Smithsonian, in particular to the National African American Museum of History and Culture, specifically.
Oh, okay. So should we just tell the host Source museums to call their stuff back after Smithsonian undisplays it? Is that what we should do?
No, so again, those items would be for some of those items are like from people's homes. Like when they were sourcing this, when they were building this out, right? Like say for Jay Dilla's MPC is in a part of that museum, right? That would go back to his mom. You see what I'm saying? that Woolworth counter, I think, belonged to a reverend or somebody. That would go back to them. The door, like I said, here we have the DeSable Museum, right? So if they wanted to send that door back or whatever, that would go to Fred Hampton Jr. and his family. The door that they shot Fred Hampton, they have the door on display here at DeSable Museum. You can see the bullet holes and everything. It's crazy. Yeah. But yeah, those materials, some of the stuff the museums purchase. So of those things, maybe we could purchase it, to your point, but most of those are on loan. Most of the items that museums get are on loan because they don't have the budgets like that. Makes sense.
That's what usually happens. Absolutely.
Yeah, but if they're unknown, we could probably at least figure out who's the director and get names, so we can just try to push the needle, try to get our stuff prioritized to be shown if Trump's going to make weird orders.
Yeah, I think what Hank is saying is if the community had its own museum, it would be the stuff would be loaned out there, and then it wouldn't have anything to do with the.
But we have the DeSable Museum here. You have the Charles Wright Museum in Detroit. There's a couple of museums that the Diva was speaking on one of the museums in, what did she say? Is it in Alabama? She talked about it recently up here. So we have museums. The thing to me, the bigger thing is here's the thing. If everybody at a minimum had a membership, or if we were donating, we could support the museum. And, I'm not saying that we wouldn't need any government support or funding, but you would minimize that impact or minimize the need for government funding to these museums. The truth of the matter is most people are not interested in that stuff. They're just not. Sorry.
And also another thing that people need to realize is the marketing behind all of these things. A lot of these things, we try to make it seem like these things have grassroots and that's how they got where they at. It is not true. None of this shit is grassroots.
That's a fact. Propaganda.
Yeah, this shit is not grassroots. So like all these, I don't know what we could go all the way from the government down to podcasting. Fresh and Fit, they didn't get to where they got because they got grassroots. They was good. No, they had a lot of money behind them. These women that are popping on these spaces that are good at OnlyFans, they got money behind them. They got managers that's in big places behind them. Like these things do not have. There's not a lot of grassroots situations happen. We could tell. We can see it in our. All I ask is for likes. We can't even grassroots the damn likes. I can't grassroots a goddamn share. It ain't because I'm not putting out good content. That ain't the case, but that's what they were trying to make me believe. They don't try to make me believe that's because I can't get 10,000 people in a box where your content ain't good enough. That's a goddamn lie because I don't have enough money behind it. So we got to stop saying why you just don't create your own. It ain't about just creating your own. It's about having the money behind it to actually get it somewhere. A lot of these things, a lot of these entities, they have just, they just get funded for nonsense. I mean, this lady got funded for saying the N-word. This is the problem with the whole racist situation. It being the MAGA people allowing racists to be out in the open. It's a dangerous thing. I know people want to say, well, I want to know who it is not in our favor with them being more racist. It's not in our favor. Them trying to lock up this young black kid is not in our favor. Them raising $600,000 for saying the N-word about kids walking down the street is not in our favor. Them taking away DEI and all these other things and whatever else you want to, civil rights, lawsuits and all that, it is not in our favor. We got to stop saying that it is okay to just allow people to do whatever they want and regress us back into non-protection. We don't want to be right back into the place where we are the least protected people in America.
Sharon, I have a question to you bringing that up about regressing into non-protection. Why do people think that can't happen?
I don't understand why they don't understand.
Like you see it happening in front of you, and they do it like real slick. They pull like brick. That's the crazy thing, right? We sit up there and talk about game and understanding game, and when somebody running game on you, can't understand when no folk running game on you. So they do it little bit by little bit, take it brick by brick, piece by piece, and then we sit up here like it can't happen again. Okay,
they're comfortable, complacent.
It's crazy, don't they? They got a TV show about it, right? What's it called? The Handmaid's Tale or something like that. When they got the women, when they
Handmaid's Tale, Handmaid's something. I think it's Handmaid's Tale. I think you're right.
Some shit like that, right? Like I think this shit like, man. The more bolder you allow people to get, and they have a movement, and then now they also have the power of executive orders and such and such. Things can change quickly, as we can see. Like in 100 days, things change drastically.
I think a lot of the problem is like that. A lot of people are taught that things have not gotten better, and so to them it's just as bad. They hear at least it's just as bad as it was 70 years ago. Therefore, we never had freedom in this country. We never had due process in the country, so nothing's really changed. They don't realize how things can really change.
That's an interesting point. Maybe people don't realize how good things has changed and how
and they don't want to admit it because they feel like if they admit it, then it's a problem.
Maybe they don't realize how racism was not in the open for a while. Like, hey, you said something, you did something that was racist, you got shut down quick, fast, in a hurry. You lost your job, you lost your that should put you in check. That makes you say, hey, maybe I need to watch my mouth and I need to be moving a certain way in public, bare minimum. Treat me like they don't even understand. Like sometimes I don't think people understand the idea that it is Civil Rights Act, right? So I just want you to treat me civil.
Yeah. And
they don't understand that if we keep letting it regress, they don't have to treat us civil like this lady. This is very small snowball. This is why grandparents always says, nip that shit in the bud. You give an inch, they will take a mile. And don't you understand that this is the inch?
Yeah. It started with, well, I don't even know if I would say it started with, but we saw, I always reference back to the vice presidential debates. JD Vance over here, or I guess you can start with Trump and tell him, we're gonna mass deport all illegal immigrants. Okay, and then JD Vance is like, actually I don't want to talk about all the illegal immigrants. I only want to talk about like the million quote unquote criminal immigrants. And then it went from, okay, we're just going to deport criminal immigrants. He said violent criminal immigrants. And then it went to, just criminal immigrants, illegal immigrants that are criminals. And then it went to all legal immigrants. And then it's going, we're going to start doing citizens too, but only criminals or gang members or something along those lines. So we see it inching and inching and inching. And because people aren't directly affected by it, they don't realize, or they don't know history, or they've been taught, you no freedom at all anyway for the Black community at all. It's never been free, never had due process, all these things. Even though it's gotten better over time, you can say, well, it's not equal. It's not necessarily always equally applied or whatever the situation is, but it's gotten better over time. Yeah. They don't realize what it's like that our grandparents were getting hosed down just for marching.
Right.
For their rights to vote. They never had to experience that, and you don't deal with that. Like, they don't know like what it's like to just be able to walk down. They act like they're always getting stopped by the police. Didn't a dude come on here last week or earlier, or the week before, talking about, I'm stopped all the time by police?
I believe that was KT the GOAT.
Oh yeah. But Mr. I don't vote locally. Who does he think puts in hires the police? Who do you think manages the budget for his city? Who hires the police? Mr. I don't vote locally, talking about I get stopped 4 times a week by police.
I don't think they really see things can. Hey, I'm starting to realize that a lot of people don't see things, and this is why I think Afroner had a problem with you, AR, not wanting to just call him what he is by his actions, because way too often people try to just excuse it. They've been racist for a long time. It's been changed for a long time. What do you mean?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So but I do get your point. It's not that you're not necessarily calling him not racist. You just don't want to use that as a talking point. And I understand that as well. But when you try to reframe it from racism to narcissism, I think that's what we really had a problem. Well, me personally, that's when I had a problem with it. So we just gotta be careful with our language at times. Make sure we're not reframing what somebody is. versus I don't want to push that because a political agenda is not being received well. It's kind of like, you know, when they was talking about defund the police. That wasn't received very well. They should have used a different word. And
that was terrible.
And what they meant by defund the police doesn't have anything to do with defunding. They
not inherently.
Right. They wanted to deregulate and say, hey, maybe we should get some more special
funding for other things.
Yes, that's what they really.
And it's like it had nothing to do with defund. That was a big issue I had then. It was, you talking about defund the police, but you're talking about funding social programs where maybe someone's going to respond to a domestic violence that's a counselor or something like that. Well, one, they're not going to respond without the police, and two, you don't have to defund the police to do that, and three, you also complain about police not having the proper training. How did they get proper training if it's not funded?
Correct. And so that whole campaign was using the words completely wrong.
I think that was white liberals.
Right. And so that's why I'm saying we got to be careful. That's why we shouldn't like change racism to narcissism. But you could also say, hey, I'm not going to go off that campaign because it didn't work, because using that is not working. Just like defund the police, that ain't work because that's not what y'all actually meant. And like, so me and you understand that, right? But when you just put it out and it just catches fire and everybody's running down the street saying defund the police, that's not a good look.
Yeah, but then Afro Nerd, is someone like Afro Nerd would come on. Oh well, we still need to defund the police, and we still need to push this message, even though it's a losing cause. You're losing support by doing this stuff, and then you complain about the people that get put in power by your own act because of your actions, because of your words, and it just doesn't make sense. And then you come on. Oh, I started a thing, and the black people just weren't ready, or they didn't want nothing for it, or whatever. And it's like. So you mean to tell me that even when you tried it in real life, not just on the internet, you tried it in real life and people didn't rock with you, you don't think, oh, maybe I should change my personality. Maybe I should change the way I address people. Maybe I should change something about myself. Let me blame. You're a narcissist too. Nothing. You don't do anything wrong. You come on these panels, people that say the same thing about you every single time you're on here. You tried it in real life. People said the same thing about it in real life as they do on these panels, and you still don't change. That's crazy. And then you want people to look at you as a leader, as someone to follow, as someone that knows what they're talking about, when you don't even know yourself. People tell you about yourself and you still reject it. That's crazy. Kev, man, why you hop off why you typing but hopped off, man? Come on.
I think
is Kev Aaron L, or is that someone else?
No, that's someone else. The Kev is on his Kev is somebody else. I think sometimes they just don't and I guess that's the weird part about it. I think Kev, he wants to mean well, but he don't realize the things that he is saying. I think Kev don't actually pay attention that things follow a timeline. And this is the thing that a lot of people miss. This is why you can't allow certain things, because it's going to graduate to something else. And that's the scary part, that people don't see those things. They just want to excuse, it's okay. It is not okay for this woman to be calling little kids. It's not okay for grown people to be cursing out little kids, first of all.
Yeah. Did you see that one video of it was, I don't know, it was some protest or something, and like this younger white chick, she's probably like low or early 20s or something, started yelling at like a 3-year-old about fuck your dad, or F your dad and stuff like that. And then the black woman was like, what are you doing? Don't do that. You don't yell at kids or something like that. I don't know if you ever saw that video, but it reminds me of something. It was a while back. It was probably like a year or so ago. But it's like, why are you yelling at a kid at all, let alone calling them a hard ER?
Right.
And then getting support for it. What?
Yeah.
What is happening?
This is weird. And we should be on lockstep on a couple of things, but I think it's weird that we're not lockstep on a couple. Stop. I think it's a little weird that we are not lockstep on a couple of things. Welcome back, sir. Good day. And please let him get his thought out.
Here we go with the monologue. I was hoping it would be Kev, because I want Mr. claims he's a conservative, but I don't know what conservative ideals he stands for, at least growing up, the Constitution. Because I know it was this motherfucker that said fuck the Constitution last week. I know it was Kev. It was one other person too, but I know Kev was one of them. So stand on what you said last week.
Right, because I believe he said he'll vote for Trump a third term.
Disgusting.
Kev, if you're in the chat, either hit the link or would you vote for Donald Trump a third term? Go ahead, Afro.
Who talking about Kev 504?
No, Kev Stutters. He was up here not too long ago.
For the record, I would not support defund the police. I thought that was crazy.
Yeah, that was.
It was crazy. Nasty work. It didn't make any sense, especially for communities like many in the black sector where we need the police to, for all kinds of reasons. You can't talk about defunding the police. I didn't believe that. My issue with
that was
AR,
a white liberal thing that they hijacked.
My issue with AR is that he's making a lot of assumptions. Like he assumed that I would defund the police, or I'm some kind of liberal. No, some things. Look, I'm more of a nuanced guy. I think there's certain issues with conservatism that we should be mindful of, and I think there's some certain issues with liberalism. I don't think liberalism is bearing fruit for us currently. I think that there's problems with wokeness. That the wokeness that I know of, the black people's wokeness, is not this wokeness. You know what I mean? So my concern with AR is that when I go into what he calls monologuing, it's an issue with some black folk that when you start spewing facts, giving out data, information, making analogies, head starts scratching, eyes start rolling, gas starts getting passed, whatever some people are doing, they don't want to take it seriously. So I'm not into euphemisms about Trump. I don't think we have the time for that. I agree with something he said. Actually, he said something about race, how racism plays out today, and how young people talk about racism. Yeah, this is not your grandfather's racism. It's not your grandfather's racism. So we have to be honest about that. But it doesn't mean that we still can't call out things that look to be crazy. The fact that Trump can be this inept while talking about black ineptness that he has not seen, calling educated. You mentioned Jasmine Crockett. Yes, she has a JD. She's very well educated. You can't call her low IQ, but you can't be low IQ and then call out people that you don't know about them. You just look at what you see and you call her. Well, she's a black woman, so she's got low IQ.
Right.
That's what we see. So I don't like to play around. He's not like a Tonka toy to me. I'm not playing around with this guy, with this euphemism and calling him a narcissist. I don't know. Are we to be mindful of for the bashful racist versus someone who has an ego? What racist do you know doesn't have an ego? White supremacy is all narcissism. My race is the best race. That's why he says it's a difference that does not bear a distinction, or vice versa. White supremacy is white narcissism. Now this man has Aang, the avatar. He has an avatar of an avatar. He's supposed to be on team Blurred, Afro Nerd, but he's sounding like I don't know what's going on here. I'm confused. I'm confused on this one. A duck.
Afro Nerd.
When you see something quacking, it looks like a duck, sounds like a duck. He says it's a ham sandwich. I'm confused. I don't do that. I land the plane.
Okay. All right, go ahead, KT. To go. I'll say he wants to sit this one out. Go ahead, KT.
Oh damn! What happened? I don't even know. I just came back.
He said, KT said, "I want a front row for this."
Nah, the phone call ended at the perfect time. I'm guessing. All right, pull up.
Afro Nerd.
Yeah, he said,
Nerd. Did you go see Thunderbolts?
Through nefarious means, yes.
No, man, come on, man. What is with y'all? It's not like the movie experience.
Marvel, I did see it. I don't know, man. I like it. I do like it. I'm on Team Marvel. I'm on all this stuff. DC, whatever. Matter of fact, Ryan Coogler, I might have mentioned on the show before. Even with Sinners, he's got something coming up. Hopefully, Regina King is going to. Bitterroot, man. That's basically 1920s Ghostbusters with black folks and racism and Harlem. That's gonna be something we've never seen before. So I hope black folks are as eager about that as they are about Sinners. But they see me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying, and then a new bitter root just came out last month. I think it was that last month. I know I picked it up. I go do my pickup on Wednesdays, so I have both of them. But
they changed that too. You know, Tuesdays and I think was it DC on one day, Marvel on another day.
Yeah. DC on Tuesday and Wednesday is a Marvel.
That's some real live blurred activity going on right now. I like it.
No, we can go into it, man. No, I'm in. I got my comic collection. Let's put it this way. I have enough comics to open up a store.
Wow.
I'd say roughly 20,000.
Are you willing to part ways with them? Is the real question.
Hell no.
That's the real question.
Well, you know, these tariffs. I do have Amazing Spider-Man. Amazing Spider-Man 4, not 4. What is the first appearance? I forgot. Now 15. Amazing 15. Not in the best shape, but it's probably worth $15,000.
That's crazy that you have that book, even in bad shape.
It's on After Radio Instagram. On my Instagram. What's wrong with old? Collecting.
Let me put this Instagram in the back chat, Afro Nerd.
I will. Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff is on there. A whole bunch of black stuff. You know, one of your. I'm not gonna say who he is, but he called me a cracker. I'm like, okay, so I'm a cracker. The HBCU Afro Nerd is the cracker. So I'm confused on that one.
Yeah. What you talking about? Sugar bum black men never grow up.
Comic books is she yelling at y'all for talking about comic books.
What?
Hey, I don't care.
That collection is worth a lot of money.
Reading is fundamental. All right. I don't care.
That did open the portal for a lot of young men to start reading. You're right on that one, sure.
Yeah, that's true. That's what got me to read. I was reading comic books.
Reading and also imagination too.
That's a fact.
I was about to say creativity, man.
I need that Black Panther. I need Ta-Nehisi Coates and Eve Ewing pen, and I need Reginald Hudlin. I think Reginald Hudlin wrote too. You got that in your collection?
Oh, come on! I think he wrote I got Fantastic Four 52, which is the first appearance of Black Panther.
How much did that one worth?
Well, in mint condition, it's worth around $90,000.
That's crazy.
Now, mine is probably a 7.5. So it's probably
talking about comics for children, and we talking about it got comic books worth $90,000.
Sharon, can I tell you something? Can I tell you a little story real quick on that?
Wait till you see your boy with that Hot Wheels collection.
Because a lot of people don't realize how valuable things are.
Man, I got a story, or just on what this woman is kind of going into. So one of my best friends, matter of fact, the cat I mentioned is an administrator. We were the flies in milk going to conventions, right? Back in the day. So another friend of ours had a collection. His wife was, I don't understand this. Why are grown men going to these conventions? So she berated him so much, right? He gave up his collection to my friend. Now my friend didn't tell me about this. So he says, hey, come over to the house. I want to show you something. Okay. So he says, look at this collection. I could have sworn I saw violins playing when he showed me the collection. He paid $300 for this collection of about maybe 1,000 books. Books were the most beautiful books I ever saw in my life. Submariner collection, or like all these perfect 1960s books, right? I would have given $2 or $3 like off the this is maybe 15 years ago. That collection conservatively is worth probably around $200,000. She berated this man out of $200,000, an heirloom collection, because she didn't understand it. It's for children. So I don't really pay attention to when people talk like that. It's ridiculous.
But that's the same way I kind of feel about art, right? Like people who can't discern a Basquiat or a Barclay Hendricks or a Romare Bearden or Jacob Lawrence, it just look like scribble to some people. You know what I mean? But it's interesting that those who do not look like us always seem to find value. Oh, let me see. I'm on my phone. What is that? Oh, Basquiat, The Crown. Same old. Yep.
Okay, Sharon. We
Yeah.
see you out here, Jay-Z. Shit.
Hey, but you
Hey,
know,
Sharon said he a Renaissance man.
hey, you know it's crazy. Like people don't even understand like how like some things are highly expensive, but it's also like you could buy Picasso still today that is affordable.
You can.
You can get affordable Picasso. I think
I'm talking about the original too. Like we ain't talking about no goddamn
Yeah.
duplicates.
You know what's the best thing? This is what I'm learning. Is to either you need to get in on these emerging artists, the living artists while they're emerging. Those are the go. So by the time you hear about a Kehinde Wiley or what's her name, Amy Sherrill that did Michelle Obama's portrait, by the time you hear about them, they out of there. Their joints go for like 20 easy. Like a Hebrew Brantley, he was here for Expo. Yeah, his joints go for 13, 15, 20,000 easy.
Yeah,
Grant Cardone showed off a piece that was 150,000.
Yeah, I got a friend that he does oil paintings and he does a lot of like really dope stuff. I need to pass him down to you so you can see him as well. He just recently got approved to do some artwork on a building, like a 20 is like I think 100-foot by 50-foot piece in Jersey. Like,
yeah, it's serious work, G.
You don't understand, like that art shit is crazy, and like his 20 by 20s, they go for like $5,000.
Yeah. And Sharon, to your point, y'all was talking earlier about elected officials. They also allocate funds for these art projects to be able to do those buildings, right? Those public art installations that you're seeing pop up now. Mm-hmm. So that's giving inner city kids or kids who are artistic, ARTISTIC, an outlet.
Not you,
right?
AR, not you, AR.
I thought you were talking about. I don't know why you said you as if it's not us.
Because you said you was autistic.
you are my leader, sir.
How old are you, AR?
31.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm getting up there.
Yeah, you are. You'll be here in a second.
Nah, I still got my hair though. For now.
Don't worry about it.
Nah, I'm worried. I'm stressed.
Drink some water and so what is that? Black seed oil? You be all right. No, hey, what grandma say? Drink a ginger ale. You be all right.
And hold on. Welcome to the show, the beautiful MJ. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? How you doing? How you doing?
Wow, looking great.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So
she left Poughkeepsie. She left the mean streets of Poughkeepsie for the day. Okay, what's up?
I'm always in the mean streets of Poughkeepsie, really. What you talking about?
What's cracking?
So I wanted to talk about that situation with the lady. I do think that we need to do something about that because it takes a precedence. A lot of children are now being diagnosed with autism and stuff like that. So we don't want to get to the point where our children is them just being unruly and not actually having the same issues as their said children. A good example of that was there was another white woman who was online crying with her autistic child because they got kicked out of a Chinese restaurant because she decided that she didn't want to, get him to sit down, and he was running around, touching people, going up to their table and saying hi. And she thought that it was like they violated her or they was being discriminating against her. But they was like, no, please try to get your child to sit down because there's hot tables, there's hot water and stuff like that. And if that spills on your child and your child has to end up going to the emergency room, it's going to be a bigger issue. So you see what I'm saying? So I hope that we don't get to that point where, again, our children can be going through something. They can have some type of illness or things or treatment and stuff. And now it's just only deemed as we're not raising them correctly. We have to really move away from that narrative. And quite frankly, the whole thing about profiting off of racism is not nothing new, right? Racism has been profited off of white folks, and as I can see, it's been profited off of black folks too. So, but the only difference is that black folks get rewarded when they are racist against their own, but they are not rewarded. They are disciplined when they're racist against others. And I'll let
Now that's a bar. And that's the real issue that we are seeing, and nobody wanted to talk about it. I'm glad that you brought it up because I did not display it. That's what I was thinking, but I couldn't put the words properly out there into the universe. That's the real issue that we are seeing. When we just buck up against the system, we get all the pushback, we get all the regulations, we get shut down. Hey, no, you're not saying the right things, and all these, and a plethora of other things.
We see it all the time. I mean, literally, we're talking about these rappers that we say that they are saying things that are detrimental. And when I say rappers, I'm not only talking about male, I'm also talking about female as well. That's detrimental to our community. It paints narratives about us, a stereotype saying that we're all the same and we collectively act this way and look this way. If we can acknowledge that, but these people are getting paid millions of dollars to do that, then you can see that we are also being incentivized to have that type of negative, reaction towards our own people. But if you're out there speaking something that is, uplifting to your people, trying to get your people to, do things that will be beneficial for themselves individually, their family, and their community, now it seems like you're being racist, or now you're not being welcoming, or now you're playing victim oppression. Like all these other terminologies start kicking out when Black people start doing things that is for self and that is productive. And I just think that we should just know what it is. We don't have to harp on it. It is what it is. It's been going on for a very long time. And the move forward is just not to accept it. That's it. But not, but having a conversation about it is all good and gravy, but there has to get a point where it has to be action. Are you going to continue to tolerate certain things and just say that it's just chuck it to the game, or are you going to do something about it? If not, we're going to continue having these conversations where we're going to be mad about something that we're not trying to change.
Sharon and these damn ad libs. These damn DMX ad libs, man.
I also wanted it to breathe a little bit too, right? Because that was beautifully said, well thought out. And sometimes when I'm live, I cannot have such a well thought out answer. And plus, I'm not as bright as MJ as well too. So I'm still a little.
What are you talking about? Stop that,
I'm a little ghetto as hell.
I know. You ghetto as hell.
He a thug.
Thug life. I tell him all the time.
He got it tatted on his belly. He got thug life on his belly.
Rilla, when he has on the black shirt and the necklace, that's his Nino Brown uniform. He's about to be a problem today. I tell him that all the time.
He got that black Air Force One energy. Yeah, I think you bring up an amazing point though, right? Because when you look at other people's kids and they in spaces and running around and tearing stuff up, it's cool. They're just being kids. I don't know where I seen this at, but somebody brought that up, like how our kids aren't allowed to be kids, right? They're in the store. You got to get over here, stand by me, don't touch nothing, don't look at nothing, you don't want nothing, you don't need nothing. Go in here and act right in front of these people. Why? Because you don't want to embarrass your parents. Why? That traces all the way back to slavery.
Absolutely.
It's not victim mentality. That's not victim Olympics. That's a fact, right? I remember my grandma doing the same thing.
That is so good because even when I was young, when I had my two younger kids, I always still took them to like pretty decent restaurants. I ain't never taken to a 5-star restaurant because I know that atmosphere is just a little bit different. You can't even talk too loud, right? But I always took them to nice restaurants, and the women at the time, they like, no, don't. I'm like, you better leave my child alone. My child is a goddamn child. I don't give a damn if they loud. I don't give a damn if they cry. I don't give a damn if they walk to somebody else's table if they annoyed. I don't give a shit. I'm paying my bill. If they have a problem, they could come and talk to me. I ain't embarrassed about my child being a child. And guess what? Majority of grown folks, they not even concerned about no child doing, as long as the child ain't doing something like outrageous, of course, like taking the water and just throwing it on somebody, They just saying, hi. Most people gonna just say hi. And the kids gonna go about walking. That's it. They're gonna be trying to police my goddamn child. I don't give a damn.
I'm not in agreement. I'm not in agreement with the policing. However, you know, in certain establishments, especially if children can get hurt, you know, you want to just, you know, kind of render them in and stuff like that. But if it's just like they're really not even bothering anyone, they're not a threat to themselves, they're not a threat to others, they're not going to really destroy any property and stuff like that. But then you're just coming out because out of just annoyance, and you're irritated, then I'm like, okay, if you're that irritated about children being in a space, then why are you in a place that is family friendly? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you not in a place that only just have adults there and you could just focus on just adults doing what they do and so be it? But if you're in a family friendly place, kids are going to be loud, kids are going to cry, you know, kids are going to lash out a little bit. And like I said, to a certain extent, like not really like going out there and destroying things and stuff like that, but you know, letting a kid, you know, grow and, you know, just be themselves a little bit. I don't see that there's a problem.
The only problem is that it is aggravating as hell because this youngest one.
Yeah, she run you.
Yo, every day I'm telling you, I'm like, maybe I should listen to everybody and whoop ass because
she been here before. She know you.
Now she know you. No, she just got that spunk. She, you know, she's setting her, you know, she's starting to get into her character and how she see things and stuff, and she ain't going.
She ain't going. She is not going. She's gonna be a one tough cookie.
Yeah, and the way you terrorize your mama, you finna get that work.
Nah, actually, it was the other way around. My mama terrorized me. She was wild. She was on the chain. My mom was crazy. I didn't have the opportunity. She was an Aries. She was just like PhD Diva.
Emmy.
Wow. So they are fiery, and behind closed door is even fierier. I don't know if that's a word, but yes. I don't know. Yeah.
Not Sharon making up his own words.
Hey, you know me. I be just coming up with things like these men that be on a period. You know what I'm saying?
What is that? What is that?
That is the male period. They on a period. That's what they on. Yep.
Dang.
And I gotta get them they laxative, they pills. I gotta put them on it so this way they could get some pain relief. They be getting cramps and everything. Every time I walk around to some other place, they try to fight me. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I ain't say nothing antagonistic. I'm sticking to the topic. What's going on? And,
well, you already know what I said. And I said it loud and clear. So you'll know when the time is right, the time is right. But I'm gonna have to let you go. I'm about to start my live soon. You enjoy the rest of your live stream and take care of everybody on the stream.
Awesome.
In about 9 minutes, don't send none of these crazy ass people over here. The right people who come to my channel. You don't have to send them. Thank you.
All right. Hey, we'll be over there. Hey, we'll be over there later.
Hell no.
Oh shit. I think I might need to do like some kind of maybe I should do a subathon. Think that would work?
A summerthon.
Subathon.
Oh,
so get up to 500. I just need to get 500.
You need to do a 24-hour stream.
Right.
Okay, Ty.
That would be called a subathon. I don't know.
A word. That's what a subathon is.
I was kind of like you just
I didn't know. I apologize.
I was just saying that's what I just said. And you just
somebody need to beat you around the ass.
Like he just took it, but he just took it and remixed it. No, what you should do, not a slowdown, but you should just do a continuous stream.
I have no content creation experience nor understanding for real. I got very limited understanding, so I don't know what a subathon is. Just be real.
He said, no, you should do a continuous stream that you don't stop until you hit the exact number that you're looking for. What you think, Robert? Should I do one or what? What you think? I got to come in like what? All the way into the late night?
24 hours. Crazy.
I did it before. Just down on my own channel.
Maybe
I ain't gonna lie. I watched Freezy go live for like 3 days in the last 3 days.
I've been doing it on the weekend. It's a little bit easier.
Get some of them
Freezy crazy.
bums over
That's
here.
all that is. That joke crazy.
What about they Donald Trump talking about he gonna be the next pope?
He just came out of it with an excuse today. He said, I think AI did that. It's something stupid. You know, he's not really here all the way. And then said that
posted it to his account.
Yeah, that posted to the not just his account, the official White House
And
account,
the way
which
they
is
doing the White House, man, this is
documented.
crazy to me. That's supposed to be, prestigious. Only thing I can think of is like, I hate to do it, fam, but if Obama had did this, man, boy, they had that joker hanging from the nearest tree.
Man's couldn't even wear a tan suit.
He had KRS One with the red, black, and the green on the man.
Listen.
Wore a tan suit to a public speaking conference or whatever, and it was like the end of the world.
Yeah, they was on his head.
Dude showed customs and courtesies to the Japanese prime minister, and it was all of a sudden America's weak and he's bowing down. But then, Trump does very much the same thing to North Korea,
I'm scared.
and it's okay because he's a peaceful president or whatever dumbass shit they say.
So what about him saying that he want to open up Alcatraz and turn it into a resort?
Did he say resort?
I don't know. What you think about that, AR? He want to reopen Alcatraz.
I try not to think too much about what he says or why he says it, because most of it doesn't make sense, and most of it that has some logic behind it is usually dumb. And Alcatraz is another one. I think it's been a museum. It's been shut down since the 60s, and I don't know how long it's been a museum, but it's been a museum for a long time. And the reason, if I'm not mistaken, part of the reason it was shut down at least was because it cost more to run than anything. And so this quote unquote conservative government efficiency bullshit that they love to spout just doesn't hold water. And that's what I mean. You got people like Kev that come here and try to fucking co-sign being a conservative, or what we would consider conservatives growing up, which is government efficiency, less government control, all the personal liberties, all this shit, the Constitution. And they just spit in the face of it. It's pathetic. And I don't know when it happened or if it's always been like that. Maybe it's just, being an adult and being more aware of politics and stuff like that, you kind of recognize it more. But yeah, I just can't stand it.
Yeah, I think he's a weird guy. But the good thing about it is that lately he's been saying that he is not going to run for a third term because he said it's unconstitutional. So
yeah, because someone told him to say that shit.
Yeah,
so
he lying like hell.
For finally following the Constitution. So now everybody that was saying they would vote for him and how they don't care about the Constitution, y'all look silly as hell.
Nah, I ain't
he's just saying that shit because someone told him to.
Right, in my opinion, because he's still gonna do it. He gonna listen.
He's gonna find. Give it another year and a half.
Office, we will go in war, and he will try to use the act of war as the reason that he will stay president. In my opinion,
wouldn't be surprised. He's a wannabe dictator.
He's definitely.
I don't know why.
He's definitely a wannabe dictator. He's been doing things that's wild for a very long time. He just do things, retract it, do it, retract
He just tried it in 2020. So why would you be surprised? Or why do you think he wouldn't do it?
Well, he
wouldn't have left that office unless he was forced to.
Damn.
Do we disagree on that? Do you think that if the people that he had appointed in these cabinet positions in his first term hadn't told him to fuck off, that he wouldn't have stayed in the office? Because if you remember, the reports were coming out that he planned on firing his fourth Secretary of Defense or whatever number he was on, because they were like, we're not going to help you. He planned on firing his Attorney General because Burr or whatever his name was saying, I'm not going to say that the election was fake or rigged or anything like that. He was going to, and then the Undersecretary, I think, also was like, I'm not going to say that. So he was trying to find a third that would say it. He was doing a whole bunch of shit to try to make sure that he could stay in office. And he didn't make the same quote unquote mistake this time, putting people in power that actually have integrity and uphold the Constitution. He put people in power that are loyalists and that will do his bidding. So, and that are power hungry just like him. And so I don't know why you don't think that he would do something like that, or at least attempt it, because he most definitely will. He just said he doesn't have to. He just had the interview. Do you think that the Constitution says everybody gets due process? Well, I don't know if it says that. Do you think that you have to uphold the Constitution? Well, I don't know if I have to. What the fuck are you talking about? What are we talking about right now?
He did flip-flop very quickly. He absolutely flip-flopped very quickly.
This is the easiest. They're throwing him softballs and he can't even hit the shit. It's like T-ball at this point and he can't hit it. You're the president. You put an oath to upholding the Constitution and you are directly asked, are you supposed to uphold the Constitution? And your answer is, I don't know.
This is what I think he's doing, right? I think a lot of what he does is an open spectacle to divert attention to him. While it's like squirrel, right? I'm doing something completely different over here. So the only thing I would say for anybody to really pay attention to in regards to his antics is where does the money trail stop? Right? So even when they're talking about Elon Musk, which I hope he got a golden parachute or something. I feel like Trump just used him for this joint because they're saying what Tesla. I don't know if he's going to be able to recover.
You got it backwards.
Go ahead.
Musk used him.
Right. So Musk bought his way into the office. Right. To what extent? Because the board, if I'm not mistaken, didn't the board just put out something to find a replacement CEO? For him?
Yeah, there was reports that they were looking for a replacement CEO.
Yeah,
but
hey, shout out to Warren Buffett
because,
too. Warren Buffett stepping down finally.
Man,
he's 94.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And Charlie Munger out of here without Charlie.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
But I mean, Musk has gotten so many different contracts. I mean, I think SpaceX just got a new one.
You saying the government contracts?
Yeah. Yep. And then he's, shutting down different agencies, removing independent agencies' abilities to investigate Tesla, getting Trump to, I think,
so you think it's worth? So do you think he's betting that it's worth it, long term?
You're talking about a man that had he was worth like $400 billion, $300 billion, whatever. And Tesla might have dropped by 40% or whatever, but he's still worth 150, 200 billion. I don't know what it dropped by, but my point is just that he's still worth 150, 200 billion. So even in the short term, it hasn't put a dent in his lifestyle, and it won't put a dent in his lifestyle. And now in the medium and long term, he's getting these contracts and shutting down these independent agencies that do investigations and stuff like that. Not because, as a true conservative would say, they just, from an objective standpoint, they just don't operate as they should, but because they operate against him, he wants to shut them down. And so he used Trump to do that.
I would like to point out real quick, I think the thing that we kind of skipping in all of this, the main person, like you said, really, it's a sleight of hand because it's not about Elon, it's about Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is really, he's going to cover Elon, bro. Elon's good. Peter Thiel will make sure that they're good forever. Peter Thiel is who he financed J.D. Vance from the day that he started becoming a politician when he was running for Ohio. Elon is part of the PayPal mafia, something that Peter Thiel created. It's a lot of stuff. I'm pretty sure Elon and him good. That's all I'm saying.
No, he's definitely good. But to your point though about the distractions and stuff. That's part of what I mean by like Trump being used and not even realizing. Like the people around him will let him say and do whatever his dumb shit is that he's going to say. He actually believes it. It's not a theatric. It's not like he's acting and he doesn't believe the dumb shit he says. He does, and the people around him know he's going to say it, and they can do these other things that they want to do because people are going to be focused on something that Trump says. And so he can say something like, I don't know if I have to uphold the Constitution. And when the president says that, like that should take the forefront of all news. Now, something could be going on in the back that the news can't cover at that time or won't cover at the time because something more pressing, i.e. the president saying, I don't have to uphold due process or the Constitution is taken priority. But, focusing on two things at once, it's not hard, just know that what you're seeing Trump say is bad. And the people around him, what they're doing, most of them is also bad. It's also terrible. And so just paying attention to both. That's why the midterms is going to be important. As much as KT doesn't think so, getting out and voting in the midterms is going to be super important. And so is voting locally.
Nah, listen to me. I'm not saying that even when it comes to politics and voting and all that, right? I do understand like the importance. I do also understand like a numbers game, right? Like it's how we talking about like this lady, right? She does some bullshit, is racist, and the white people support her. Like this is also something I think we skip over a lot. But like our mind state of like do the right thing or try to be like morally correct. No offense, I'm not saying it doesn't apply to all of them, but white Americans for sure, they don't even give a fuck about that. That's why we was talking about the Chinese food woman. They look at things and say, you did me wrong because you didn't allow me to do what I want to. So like I do understand also like it's on if every black person popped out and voted, that still wouldn't have covered half of the voting well almost half of the voting numbers that Trump got himself. I understand that. I'm looking at the white people because I'm saying shit, how are y'all gonna act? Because that no offense, I'm not trying to downplay our importance or anything of that nature, but when it comes to voting, we're talking simply numbers. Whoever has the most numbers is who wins the vote. And if you get those people,
I think the problem that people don't understand is that we keep thinking that if a race war or a race whatever, that it's only going to be one skin color. So if all of us,
you would think the Civil War didn't happen,
right? if all of us were saying we're going to vote a certain way, black folks, we would convince other people as well to follow suit because of however we able to communicate and say we are with it or whatever the case is. So we got to stop with this idea that if all black folks vote a certain way, it's only black people voting that way. We talk to other people.
No, for sure.
And what you said, KT, is not really correct either. I mean, I shouldn't say it's not correct. I'm pretty confident though it's not correct that if every black person that was eligible to vote voted for Kamala Harris, that wouldn't have changed anything. Because Trump didn't win by that much for one, and for two, the way he won, which isn't that much, and two, the electoral college is how it is decided. So that 2 million it depends on where it's scattered out, and because if it's in the swing states and all the black people in those swing states voted, and those swing states could have went to Kamala Harris, and he still could have won the popular vote, which is exactly what happened in 2016. He won the popular vote, or I'm sorry, Clinton won the popular vote, and he won the electoral college. So you can't just look at numbers in a vacuum. You also have to look at the context.
No, I agree. So, and this is why I'm saying these numbers in that way, because the world looks at black people for cool shit, not actual smart shit. And if we're talking about even how like the black influence is, it doesn't work as well politically, because even what we're saying, most black people did vote for Kamala, and most of us were saying, don't vote for that nigga. And what did the Hispanics say? Nope, we fucking with Trump. You know what I'm saying? So I do understand like we can make it happen, but I do understand also it has to be a concerted effort before we even try to attempt that. We can't, even if we say, hey, everybody agree and we gonna do this, do y'all agree too? That's
no, you should still put forth effort even if nobody else is going to put forth effort with you.
No, I agree with that. And sometimes
no, and important and very important matters such as voting, your civic duty, you 100% should put forth effort even if other people are not. You going into the self-defeated mindset of, oh well, other people aren't going to vote the way I'm going to vote, therefore I'm not going to vote at all, is what someone that's in power, that wants to stay in power and knows if other people turn out and vote, would want you to think. That's the mentality they would want people to have, because they know if more people turn out, that they're more likely to lose the election. So they would peddle this nonsense of, oh, just don't get out and vote because your vote doesn't really matter. Oh, X, Y, and Z. And it's very dangerous. That rhetoric is very dangerous, because if the white community isn't really the community that needs to get out and vote, because most laws and stuff, I mean, all of them have never really been against them for the most part. So they're fine with status quo. They can be fine with status quo, even if they are going to get out and vote because they believe that minorities deserve more justice or whatever. If they didn't get out and vote and nothing changed, they would still more or less be okay. If things were to get worse, the way it's going to get worse is usually going to be to target minorities. So they, again, for the most part, are relatively okay. But minority communities, black communities, Native American communities, Hispanic communities, they don't have that luxury of just going, oh, status quo can be okay. Or if things get a little bit worse or much worse, we're probably not going to be impacted. Because if things get worse, if one thing has been shown in this country, it's when things go south, minority communities get impacted worse than any other community. No, so they by far have the most to lose or to gain from voting.
And I can agree with this until a certain extent, right? The thing I can only push back on is saying white people will so white people do vote constantly, even though, as you said, it really doesn't change for them. It's not going to affect them negatively. However, they go out their way a lot to say, if it's going to affect you guys positively, we don't like that. For instance, the whole DEI thing, even like how we're saying, what is it, semantics? They don't use the same words, but they try to change it, right? So it went from calling black people niggas and white women B words and all that to now everything's a DEI thing. And if you pay attention, they're never really talking about the white people included about DEI. Like me personally, my hobby outside
talking about white
of this
women
would be building games. I watch the video game community become obsessed with DEI things, and it's only if it's a black character lead or a female lead who is clothed and she isn't butt naked, protruding boobs and shit like that. And this is mostly white people, right? Like they're the ones who went on this tirade about DEI gotta go. It wasn't us, it was the others.
It was mostly white men, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm just pointing out that it wasn't us, our group, saying get rid of that. That's the thing. When something affects us positively, and I'm pointing it out with games, because in the like mid 2000s, they started all of a sudden making a lot of games with like black leads, maybe just the whole black story. And all of the white gaming community literally came together to say, stop this shit. We don't want to play as black people. We want a white Chad or a butt naked white female or a naked Chinese chick. But we don't want black people. So my point is, even when it comes to things like voting and things.
Uh-oh. Maybe you got a call again. To me, it sounds like more reason to get out and vote.
Absolutely, we should get out and vote.
If these people that you're talking about get out and vote, then there's more. That's more of a reason for you to get out and vote, because you know these people that are going to be against you or against things that they perceive might negatively impact them are going to vote. So why wouldn't you want to get out and vote?
I always found that interesting. I don't understand why anybody would try to promote not to go out and vote.
It's crazy. Who really gains from minority communities not voting? I mean, does a black community gain by the black community not voting, not having a say in the political process? Does somehow the black community gain from that? Fuck no.
Absolutely not. Well, if it works or not, it doesn't help us not one bit
at all. And voting locally for 100%, your vote, you can't even make the argument, oh, my vote doesn't really matter because electoral college bullshit. Your vote locally matters 100%, and that is exactly why communities can do better and some communities communities can do worse. If you think you don't have enough police and you're not voting locally and they're making a budget that is not including more personnel for the police department or for the fire department or public safety generally speaking, then you're it's like going over your head. Like you should be going on to vote for people that are going to encourage that or to put that in the budget.
Right. Somebody that even know how to make the budget properly because of all these different things. And a lot of times these local elections, it'd be like 1,000 people voting.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like if you look at if you just go online and you just look up like whatever town or county or whatever you live in and just look up previous election, these town council seats, it'll be like 5,000 people voted or 3,000 people. I mean, depending on where you live, obviously population, but it'll be something crazy low.
I mean, even the governor,
sometimes less than that.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like the local elections are very important. That matters very. I don't go to all
roads. That's who provides your services.
All
that's
that
who
stuff.
police your neighborhood.
Your taxes. Your
property
taxes.
And that's the other thing too with voting, right? That's what you said. I wanted to hit on that. Somebody was saying, in terms of lacking understanding in why to vote, because you pay taxes. If you're a tax-paying citizen, you absolutely should be voting. Otherwise, you just giving your money to people without direction on how they should spend it.
Woo! And that's how somebody like Tiffany Henry was able to just give it to whoever she wanted to, right?
1000%. I can't even tell you the celebrations that's going on right now because she's gone.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it shows that like people can take advantage of the seat. Like some of these goddamn, like people be trying to shit on these local mayors. Oh, hey, some of these local mayors is making over 100,000.
Can you pin this troll's comment real quick? Seahorse.
No, they ain't send no Cash App.
Yeah, exactly, and it ain't going nowhere. So we don't got a lot of people here right now. We talking,
that's true. So
we
what
talking
would
about things that could actually help and shape and mold the community. So people kind of run away from that.
What would have been done for black people aside black women is crazy. Are black women not black people?
Wait, what happened? What was the question?
They commented, what good do you think voting for Kamala would have done for black people?
Oh,
listen, black
man, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. That's crazy. Everybody, listen. And I'm so sick of.
But there's people that actually think like that, which is not.
No, they've been that means no. The thing of it is, the propaganda works, right? The messaging works. The machine works. That's indicative of. If you think this country is built on meritocracy, fairness, equality, equity for all, you out your rabbit ass mind.
Because if that was the case in Chicago, I'd be cooking all these motherfuckers.
That's a fact.
Hey, this ain't no goddamn meritocracy. Nah, it's all about we clicking up and we painting narratives.
That's yes.
But listen,
nepotism, all of that.
Nepotism, all of that wrapped in one basket.
If y'all saying all these things, really, you saying this is not what this country is. Then how does voting change? That's what I'm. That's
right. So here's the thing that we miss as black people, right? When you hear somebody saying vote, and I think we do a bad job of telling the full story, right? It's not just voting, as if the vote itself is going to change everything for you. We set up as a republic, right? A democratic republic, right? So which means you have representatives, as your stand-in, right? So the vote signals whoever is in office are representing your interests, right? It's not that the vote itself is going to change everything overnight, right? Because then there's still more pieces to it. There's still a lobbying component. They've made some of the system a little bit more complex, but we're not even involved at just like a base level, bro. And we losing. And we don't. And the other thing is, we don't care to learn because we think it doesn't affect us, and it does. Those judges, like if you got a problem with, you think blacks are disproportionately locked up or sentenced hard and all that other stuff, go look at the judges and go see how long they've sat in that seat and how many times they ran for election or re-election and how many times they won re-election just on name recognition. You know what I mean? People go in the voting booth and don't know the person that they voting for, and they just, I'm gonna flip a coin.
You know what's so crazy to me, Chicago? Like I speak to some people, they don't even realize that like you could just say Democrat. And the whole ticket will vote one side instead of you actually picking a side, looking at who's going up for all. Like they set it up where you could just say, "Oh, Republican or Democrat."
That's how it is in Georgia. You have to vote on
straight line voting or something.
Or you can look at who's going for whatever. You can actually look up who they are, and then you can start doing your due diligence and see what's really going on. You can find out how much money they making because it's public record. Like I didn't know politics made so much money. Like, and I remember
them niggas rich.
In some small counties, probably in like West Virginia somewhere, the dude was making $90,000.
Yeah.
Hey, the governor of West Virginia, he's literally like worth $40 million. They do a lot of political things. The New Orleans Saints do their off-season practices in West Virginia. I don't know why, but they do it up here. He brought them to his golf course. That's where they practice.
But what I'm saying is that your local mayor that same town that he was making 90,000 in, the locals average was only 30-something thousand.
No facts. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a lot of that.
I was like, you mean to tell me nobody in that town is like, hey. Because I would have definitely popped up in that bitch like peekaboo. Shit.
Nah, they white constituents. They okay with that.
So what I'm saying is this, right? So like this is what
that's in the black communities too. It's not just white constituents.
So this is what you really missing.
Oh, no,
and I don't know why we miss it, right? If you are like I'm upset that I'm about to say this. But if you are really a gang member, you could get every gang member in your neighborhood say, hey, you need to vote for me as this town mayor. The last mayor that won, he only had 2,000 votes. We need to get 3,000 people. We already got 100 gang members. We know we all 100. Now we just need one of y'all to go get another person.
Yeah.
And you could literally become the mayor of your small county. And then you could also hire those same gang members to be your goddamn security guard. Plus, you also going to have the goddamn police behind you because you're the mayor of that town.
Yo, Sharon, even when so here we have aldermen. The alderman in my hood has been there for over 30 years, right? Makes well over 100,000, like closer to 200,000, what he makes annually. To your point about the gangbangers, and there's some brilliant minds. A lot of them in the 6x9 cell, brilliant minds behind them bars, right?
Right.
But to your point, imagine if Hoover said, yo, we sitting in blase skibby woo woo, we gonna get behind him. This is about growth and development party ticket, right? So we want you to vote growth and development party ticket, put that person in as alderman. Do you know the alderman control what businesses get set up? In here, like there's 77 neighborhoods in Chicago, right? They all
zoning
have
laws.
You said what? No, the alderman determines who gets to set up shop in their community. You got to go through an alderman for that. And again, keep in mind now, I say this all the time: the top 3 corrupt cities, my opinion, is my opinion: New York, Chicago, and Boston. My opinion, right?
I ain't gonna lie. I was thinking about moving to a county type of a place just so I could see if I could really gain that. You know,
you probably could. Remember when how Dave Chappelle talked when he moved to Ohio? That's that small town. He probably still there too.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that small town in Ohio, and how much
and they
the
was
folk
about
love
to
him.
put something there, and he was like, "Nah, y'all ain't."
He went and spoke at that meeting. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
And so like, and I kind of want to do it just to show and prove, like, hey, listen, I'm not just talking out my ass. That these are the stats. Majority of the people, some of them are really good mayors or whatever, but however, they get in because they realize that not a lot of people are voting, and they realize that. And they just cater to the smaller. Like, hey, all you need is a certain
That's all.
amount.
Yep.
If you only
Squeaky
need
oil.
2,000 votes to be a mayor of your county, I don't even understand.
Yep.
Like being the mayor of a county is kind of powerful.
Yep.
No, for sure.
Very.
Like you got to walk around like your security guard is the police.
What's the number one contributor to housing costs? It's zoning laws. And where do zoning laws come from? Your city. They're not federal at all. It has nothing to do with federal level.
I just found out that we have contracts in our small county for cleaning up offices, and it's 10,000 a month.
Yep.
Hey, start an LLC tomorrow.
Yep.
10 bands a month. Like,
hey, that's how the mob was moving, Sharon.
And I kind of don't want to say it, right, because it's also that's kind of corruptish, right? It's not, you know, but
well, you know, people bid for the job, and you know, you get the best person the job. It just happened to be that is, you know, Tommy LaRusso.
Right. You don't have to go that right. We can just say, you know, that stuff happens today.
It just so happened to be, you know, Vince. You know,
love you too.
The meathead from around the way. You know, forget about it.
You know what? I'm gonna see how long you gotta be in a county before because like trying to be like the mayor of New York is like
depends on the place. Usually it's a year.
You know what I'm
saying?
saying?
6 months too. Whoever said 6 months, I think it's like if you look at what they determine for in-state, out-of-state for school, is usually by those guidelines, I guess. I don't know.
No, it's and plus it's going to depend on what. It probably also depends on the position you want to run for. So like mayor, it might be a year or something in the county, but then like if you want to run for school board, you might not have to have any amount of time. So like, it just depends on the position and the different counties.
But wait, Sharon. Even with that, right? Something as simple as the school board, right? At my alma mater, you know who's choosing the next principal, the contracted position for the principal of that school? The school board.
School board is actually really pourful.
Very powerful.
And they usually use it as a leg to go into town council or whatever you have at your place.
They are very powerful. and it's like pulling teeth to get people to participate.
Hey, Chicago, I'm just scared that they're gonna look at these panels and be like, nah.
Yeah, they might.
Nah, for sure.
You see that vein popping out of his head? You don't want that.
You just gotta delete everything.
They gonna say SBG gang. Oh, it's up and it's stuck.
Yeah, these are gang members.
This ain't no solution-based group.
You got any tattoos?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a wrap. Go ahead and hang it up, man. you don't even got to start.
That be like, he did what at the Rucker? Yeah. He did what at Dykeman? Yeah, get him out of here.
Yes, sir. About, the husband of the lady Steve Smith was cheating with
the lady Steve Smith.
Damn, he must have been
the husband of the lady Steve Smith.
The husband of Steve Smith was messing with a married woman. The husband called Steve Smith, and Steve Smith answered the phone and was like, "My bad, bro." And just let bro go off.
Well, they was in Georgia, because I know in Georgia that's kind of big.
Wait, what happened with Steve Smith? Who was Steve Smith? The football player?
Yeah. Yeah, he still live in Charlotte, so it's all happening in North Carolina.
Wait.
So wait. You said the Steve Smith's husband or something. What'd you say?
Wait. Steve Smith was knocking somebody old lady down, and he called the phone.
Yes.
And Steve Smith said, "My bad."
Yeah. Hey, look, Steve answered was like,
"That's cold blooded." That's cold blooded.
"What's up, bro?" And then he was like, "Hey, man, you're fucking my wife." He was like, "Hey, bro, my bad." And he was like,
"Sound like a ludicrous skit."
And he started wilding, and Steve was like, "Get it off your chest, bro."
Yeah, that's one of the ones where you just, hey man, let me sip some cognac with you, man.
You feel me?
Let me tell you how she moving out here, fam. You know what I'm saying? It's the game, man. Don't hate me, Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's man.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna hold you. I feel bad for dude because I would do the same motherfucking thing.
Yeah, I'm about to say I believe he's suing because they proved that they've been having the affair for about 4 years at least.
So
4 years is crazy.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Tato, my number's in the private chat, so click the link so you can get my number. I know you asked for my number the other day, so I put my number in it's in the private chat. So click the link, hop on real quick so you can take my number. And that's
crazy.
And anybody that's on the panel as well, that's my number. So maybe I could link up with Chicago Gorilla, AR. Who else is good with this?
Nah, I'm not running for nothing.
Yeah.
Like my freedom. Let me tell you something. You know how many times people be like, "Yo, why you ain't run for this, or why you ain't did this, or why you woo?" Nah, man. I like being my freedom.
I don't care what like. I don't know.
I don't care. Man, this nigga gang banging for real. See what I'm saying? He coming in with the get down and lay down like he Beanie Siegel or something.
Yeah, none of that. So look, because I'm gonna run it for where I'm at, and then I'm gonna come over to where you at, and I'm gonna preach for you, and I'm gonna come and be the.
Man, that shit will be.
Like, we got the Chicago Gorilla today.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Now we got 2 cities, and then we get AR to do his. He gonna be the county of his.
I'm trying to be president.
And we got.
You know what I have been thinking about?
We got
Sharon?
3 counties. Now we got 3 counties, and now we rock it, and now we building real networks, and we collect our counties.
You right.
Push somebody into a real governor position, and
you got a point there.
You know where it could legitimately happen is if you look at the one, obviously out in the desert, that land is super cheap. But even the land in the mountains, in the Appalachian Mountains, if you look at the land there, you can get like 100 acres, which for like 100, 200 acres for like $400,000.
Don't you be out here trying to pull no Malachi York, AR.
If you're pulling money together, you could buy that.
Yeah, and then try to build a pyramid out there if you want to. They gonna come see about you.
That's why you don't do it by yourself.
So I did think about that too, AR. But the problem is, a lot of places where that cheap land, there's no infrastructure for real for these people.
Hey, that's what they had to do in the back in the day when the country first started. That infrastructure wasn't there.
I built the infrastructure.
It's a lot easier now than it was then.
Now I will tell you this, Sharon. I did think about at some point when I started to wind down in my career about running for like trustee or something. I could see that. I just don't know. Like my boss, my old boss that hired me in here, she's a trustee of her village, and now they got a lot of power too. Because remember, they did checks and balance for the mayor. So you see how Tiffany Henyard was trying to handle her trustee board, and it was only so much she could get away with. But the stuff she was getting away with, she was pulling the Trump on them niggas.
Yeah. And also another thing that got me kind of interested into it as well. Like I was helping somebody. I don't want to say mentoring because we the same age, but it's kind of like that. But and we came up with a game plan for him to run his union, and he won.
Nice.
Not only did he win that, he's also campaigning to get a certain thing done within his union, and we also got that shit done too. So I'm like, hey, I was like,
that's how you this nigga, man. You gotta be going to the show, man.
I was like, oh man,
peekaboo.
I was like, man, I wonder if I could do this on but then again, I'm gonna have to probably delete this then because they find this, I'm done.
Yeah, but again, that's how you build power and community, right? Okay, my guy, we came up with this plan with Whoop. You know, once he got in the position for the union, we was able to execute this, that, and the third, whoop-de-whoop. And again, as long as it don't violate laws and stuff like that, or it's an unethical practice, man, run with it. That's how you build.
That's true too.
That's how you build. You get mad over nepotism and this one threw an alley-oop to that one. You don't get mad when motherfucking John Paxson hit Jordan with the alley-oop, or Pippen caught the oop off the backboard. Shit, let me catch one of them oops. I'm on mute,
man. KT, you gonna vote? You might have, your city might have elections this year. You gonna vote?
Nah.
See, look, you ain't learned nothing. You ain't learned nothing, man.
Nah, I'm all right.
Crazy.
Listen, if I have anything to do with
wait, you wouldn't even vote locally, KT?
Huh?
Wait, you pay taxes though, right? You pay taxes?
Yeah.
So you cool with whatever they do with your taxes, dude?
Yeah, I don't really give a fuck.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be like that sometimes.
I mean, like, I'm not being funny. No matter how much we vote, like, if they just make a law,
lost in the
it's kind of like
sauce.
executive order, right? You can executive order any of your votes out. So I'm not saying it in turn. Now, me personally, if we're talking about politics, what I would do is play like a position of the shadow of eminence, right? Like the investor.
What's the shadow of eminence?
Like the person pulling the strings behind the scene. Like, you know how the Soros brothers are funding this. Like,
no. Like, they play both sides of the fence. You know, they funding both sides.
Because what they doing is they not, listen, like I tell people, I know politics, seriously. It's not really a look, if you're a Republican or Democrat, when you look at the finances behind each party, like the people running for president, when Hillary and Trump ran, you could both look this up. Like, it was they supported both of them, because regardless of what their ideology is, it's certain things that, regardless of who the president is, we want y'all to implement these things. How I was saying, Peter Thiel, he's the shadow of eminence for Trump. He still, if we pay attention, a lot of shit that's happening is for tech companies to get better footage. And who owns the tech company? Peter fucking Thiel. He's invested in Facebook.
You realize Peter Thiel doesn't even have that much money, correct? Like, he does not have a controlling share in any.
He doesn't have that much money,
except maybe Palantir.
No, we know how money works. I'm hoping y'all know how money works, right? If your net worth is $40 million, you never actually have $40 million. However, if you can,
it's not liquid. Yeah,
I'm talking about net worth.
Yeah,
his net worth is not that high.
And you can look this up. He's actually worth way more than he is. But it's some type of deal he struck to where $40 billion will come to him in 6-7 years, some shit, basically a decade. But he can go into a bank right now and say, "Look, I got this $40 billion coming in the next 10 years, guaranteed, no matter what." He can go in there and back finance.
He got to
okay, so let's say he's getting 40. Let's say he's getting $40 billion in 7 or 8 years. He still trails by a large amount the richest people in America.
Wait! Don't get him too far off his point, AR. Let's concede the point. Peter Thiel is that dude. I want to hear the rest of this plan.
Because the one thing I'm gonna say is, I'm not saying it's simply money. We know it's influence too. Like, your money does calculate for a lot of things you can buy, do things of that nature. But influence means way more. Like Warren Buffett, how y'all were just talking about Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett not the richest person in the world. He ain't been for a minute, but his influence is still there because he has so much investment into so many companies. BlackRock and Larry Fink. You know what I'm saying? Larry Fink is not one of the richest people in the world. However, anyone will tell you, at least business knowing, Larry Fink controls like basically a lot of the American economy because BlackRock invests in so many companies in America. So,
but BlackRock is a holding company of other people's monies. But even though the examples you just gave, Peter Thiel is nothing like them. So like it's not parallel. You can't parallel Peter Thiel to them.
We can't listen. Facebook, Instagram. What is the third one that Mark Zuckerberg is on?
WhatsApp.
PayPal, SpaceX, Blue Origin. These are just what I can think of off the top of my head. He has at least 10% ownership in every one of those companies I just named. That's influence.
Those aren't separate.
Tied into the two companies that's basically got to become the new NASA's. Blue Origin.
Even if he has 10% of Meta, which owns Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, that's still not a controlling share. Like he's still it's a decent amount of influence, but that's nothing in comparison to what other people own, the ownership of what other people have in those companies. And those companies don't control the market. Meta's not even top 3.
The only person who has more shares of Meta than Mark Zuckerberg is Peter Thiel. Like even most companies investing in the Meta don't get in there. Like that.
And Meta is one company. And what have they done?
What company?
Meta is one company.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, Google, Amazon, direct competitors. Correct?
Yep.
And they dwarf by a large amount the money, impact, and everything else that Meta has.
No, they don't exceed the influence that they have. For instance,
why do they not?
Nobody goes to.
Are you on a Windows machine? Are you on a Windows machine?
Yeah. 90% of all computers are Windows. We understand.
Okay. But do you use Google every day?
Get on the computer. My point is, has anyone went to Microsoft to say, "Hey, political things are happening. We want you guys to stop that"? No, they go to Facebook because that's the platform of socializing. Or
Bill
Instagram.
Gates are in the bed with them. So Bill Gates are in the bed with them. So
I mean, yeah, even down to that, I don't even want to get on Bill and Microsoft. I mean, he has a little bit of ownership. It's not a lot, but he does have not ownership, but shares, and even in that's all I'm saying. He has enough influence to where he can say, I need you to do me a favor, you to do me a favor, you to do me a favor. And when I say you, those 3 times, it's Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk. Some pretty rich motherfuckers. Like, I understand companies like Microsoft do have a lot of influence, but Microsoft a weird thing. Like, Microsoft doesn't have much influence. They can't even sell a fucking Xbox. Like, let's be real here.
They have a crazy amount of influence, which is why their cloud platform is number 2. They own LinkedIn. They turned it into a
I think having technology don't make it influence.
Microsoft is almost on every computer.
Yo, KT, you wildin'.
Yeah, what are you talking about right now?
Yeah, Bill Gates is definitely still that guy. Who's the other one? Steve Ballmer. Like let's say Microsoft as a company, right? Let me take Bill Gates out of it. Microsoft as a company, definitely. But more than half the world is running off of Windows operating system right now still.
For sure. No, right? And that's why I say I understand the technology. I'm saying because you have the technology to influence doesn't mean you do influence. And even back to Bill, going back to when Bill was the head of Microsoft, ever since that whole shit with the FTC and they tried to bring them down, Microsoft has been real cooperative. They don't really go out.
No, they haven't. They just bought Activision 2 years ago, and they had a whole battle with the FTC about it.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that's who bought Activision. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What's the name for 6 point whatever billion?
Yep. No,
68 or 69 billion.
No, it was 87 billion.
Yeah, dog.
They bought Bethesda for $7 million.
$7 billion. Yeah.
But even with them owning ABK, did it not go through? That's my thing. It went through. Yeah, the FTC
but they weren't
fought them,
cooperative.
but it went through.
Yeah, because the FTC had no argument.
That's my point. You know what I'm saying? And even with them doing that, guess what they did in turn? You know, they're a third-party publisher right now. They put all the Halo, you know, Halo that made Xbox, that's now going to PlayStation and Nintendo. So again,
Sony bought BioWare or BioWare.
EA bought BioWare.
Sony bought Bungie.
Sony
bought Bungie.
Portfolios, man. Y'all sound like y'all got some heavy dividends and some
I don't like dividends, so I try to avoid them.
Yeah. Wait, you do drip?
Yeah, drip if I have a stock that does dividends.
But you don't like dividends because of what?
Taxes.
Oh.
And also, it's all dividends is paying it back to the shareholder instead of reinvesting it in the company.
Yeah, but just drip it.
I'm not a fan. Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything if
the
company
young enough.
But dripping doesn't make a return more. Like just because a company pays a dividend doesn't make the return you're going to have with the stock.
No, long term. No, I'm saying long term. Well,
what I'm saying is that if a company has let's say a company has $10 billion, right? They can invest it in themselves. They can through R&D or capex or whatever, they can repurchase shares. They can pay it back in a dividend and whatever else. I personally don't. I think dividends are the lowest of those.
You prefer for them to invest in the company, invest it back in the company.
I'd rather them repurchase shares before they paid out a dividend.
Okay, this strategy, I'm not mad at that.
Yeah,
I still want to see y'all's portfolio though. I still want to see it though. That don't excuse that.
It's something like
like y'all niggas over here talking heavy.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I get some of that game business stuff just because I make games as a hobby. Like that's been a big thing. Like I'm even making a game now. I'm not gonna lie and say I'm getting it published by some big company, but me and the team of people are making a game that we're trying to self publish. So
put it on Game Pass.
Huh?
Put it on Game Pass.
Yeah, I don't really agree with Game Pass. Like
where's Afro Nerd at?
Like
this conversation he should be here for.
Yeah, for sure. He would probably know all of this.
Why don't you rock with Game Pass? It's great for indie games.
I mean, it is to a certain extent. Like it helps you. Like, listen, us. All right, I'll break it down like this. Me personally, right? Me and my team, it would definitely help us. But I'm gonna just be honest. We put in so much work on our own. We've been working on this game for about 3 years now. So, I don't really want them to come in and be like, look, we're going to give you this investment and we need X amount back, because that's how Game Pass work. I done already looked it up trying to get like investment from them. But yeah, and in the long run, if we blow up, if that game becomes like let's say it's the Elder Scrolls, right? Well, they've now basically not getting any shares of investment, but we definitely lost out on I believe in the product. I guess.
But you wouldn't get there without the Game Pass. Like Power World would not be what it is today if it was not on Game Pass.
I don't know.
What?
Yeah, I don't know, because even if you pay attention, right, the biggest player base was on PC.
Yeah, and then what was it? 10 something crazy million was on it on Game Pass, which is what helped it blow up.
Yeah, no, it helped it, but it still wasn't even the primary place. Even with it being free in Game Pass, it wasn't even the primary place it was played. People still chose to buy it on Steam, pay their $40 for it. Well, it was $30 when it first came out. So pay their $30 for it and then play it that way.
Sharon plotting and strategizing. Pay attention.
Yeah, I am thinking. And with that being said, we gonna be up out of here. Scream at y'all mañana. We're gonna do our thing. Same thing like we do every day.
Stop getting bullied, man.
Damn.
Look, you get on these other panels, let these people bully you.
I should start another stream and talk about it and clout chase my own experience.
Yeah, I'll hop on it. I gotta grab some food.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.